What is up, you heathens and demons, you sinners and saints, beautiful, blasphemous bastards? Welcome back to the Raging Atheists. I was sitting here playing Elden Ring, and I was getting bored. I can only do a couple hours, and then I was like, yeah, I'm gonna stream. Tomorrow I'm gonna have this long open room. We'll see if anybody actually shows up on the 4th of July. If anybody's gonna boycott the 4th of July with me. If not, then I'll find videos to show. I was considering, I could just show this, but, if people do show up to talk, then I wouldn't be able to show this. So, I'm going to do it today. At some point, my daughter's going to be coming home. We have this new thing that, it's not new. It's been going on for about 6 months. I really despise it. I could probably put a stop to it if I wanted to, if I really wanted to fight that fight. But at the same time, her mother has rights and shit. But every Saturday night, almost every Saturday night, my daughter goes, spends the night with her mom, and then goes to church with her on Sunday. And I despise that. I hate that. My daughter's a Christian, but I don't want her to be indoctrinated like a Christian is. Like, she believes in God. I don't know if I can actually call her a Christian, but she does believe in Jesus. It's the God she's always been taught. And after my mom died, I thought I was done with her going to church at least. But now this new thing is going on, and I don't like it. I don't like the church she goes to. I don't like it. It's a Baptist church. I don't like it. But her mom does have rights. So at some point she's going to be coming home. I've actually got my lunch here. I'm going to start eating my lunch as soon as I start showing this. I have a lot to show. This was a conversation. Now, I'm getting back into the swing of things, and I'm doing it differently than I've done it in quite a long time, honestly. Probably since I first started doing live streams. Back then I was drinking, but my life has changed drastically since then. So I'm not drinking anymore again. I feel pretty good about that. I've pretty much replaced it with Mountain Dew. The caffeine is what I crave, and I am only on one medication. One medication. That's all I take. It doesn't really fuck me up at all. So I'm going into a lot of these conversations pretty much sober for the first time in years. Have I been clear-headed and sober? Now, you think that that's a good thing, but I got to get used to it. And I think that there's points in here where I make I make statements that I probably would take back. But when you're in a conversation for over, honestly, it was probably 7 hours in all, because 5 hours on Wildhearts. It had started on MathPig's channel, kind of, at the very end of it, because I went into MathPig's Friday Night Challenge. Yeah, Chris Maudie there, and, I was kind of chill, not talking too much, and then I had to leave, go make dinner, and then this JG dude comes in, who I thought was Jamie Russell. We're going to meet him once we start watching the Wildheart thing. He sounds exactly like Jamie Russell. I thought he was Jamie Russell for hours. He comes in, and Savage Minnow asks him, MathPig's channel, asks a question. Is when people say hate the sinner, not the sin, do they really mean that? Is that bigotry? And I didn't really like the answers that was coming in, especially JG was being a Christian whatever. So I came in and I answered the question, and I probably did it in a way MathPig didn't really appreciate too much, but I did it in the way that I do those things. So that's going to kick off the after show that we're going to be watching. That's going to lead to this very long abortion debate. There's a part where we talk about guns in there for a while, but it is a political conversation that you're going to notice drives Wildheart crazy. He doesn't want to have it. But I feel like it was an important conversation, and I'm gonna try to show all of it today. Eventually, this dude William comes in. It gets nasty, and I really want to highlight how this abortion conversation has changed now that Roe v. Wade is gone. It has become a lot more toxic. It's hard to have an abortion conversation with Christians anymore, or with anybody for that matter. So, yeah, we're gonna look at it. We're gonna get right into it. But first, I want to show, because there's gonna come a part where this William dude, and a lot of Christians now, some Christians will still maintain the religious aspect to this thing that's going on with abortion. But a lot of Christians now will say, well, it's not religious at all, and that's just bullshit. Now, not every pro-lifer is a Christian, but most of them are. And a good chunk of that vast majority of pro-lifers are not only Christians, but they're Christian nationalists. And, I call this dude a Christian nationalist. We can't really hammer down, William, once you meet William, I can't really hammer down what he actually is. Is he a big L libertarian? Is he an anarchist? It's hard to nail it down, because these right-wingers, they don't have honest conversations anymore. And I'm really going to try to highlight how a lot of this conversation, especially the main one at the beginning, the one that I'm mainly involved with, it just wasn't really an honest conversation. So I want to start with this because, he's going to make this claim eventually that there's not a religious aspect to this whole abortion thing. And I just want to remind him what preachers are preaching from their pulpits.
This is a scientific issue and a deeply theological issue. So I'm not trying to make political statements. I also am very aware that I got to walk this strange space, and here's what I mean by this strange space.
All right, so before he gets into walking the strange pace, whatever the fuck he just said, let's recognize who's here. Brian Stevens is here. Uncle Beck. Hey, Uncle Beck, how you doing? Hopefully you're doing well. Good to see you. Love me some B. Jefferson Spashcock. Jefferson, how you doing? Brian Stevens, Wooly Ignorant, Red Fang, Cryptomeria, 420 Atheist. What's going on, Sammy? And I'm really trying to make an effort to make good content again. So hopefully, more people will start watching these things. I'm really trying to make an effort not to be an emotional little bitch, and to have a thicker skin. I think that's going to really come through in the conversation we're going to be watching today. But I do want to start with this. So let's get into, the strange path this motherfucker here is going to have to take.
I'm going to speak to everyone here, so follow me. I need to, with all the boldness that the Holy Spirit will grant,
what's up, GL Sam?
Tell everyone in this room that abortion is a murder. It is the murder of a human being. I'm going to have to say it. I'm going to show it to you in the Word. I want to prove it to you with science. I want to just lay it before you and say abortion is murder. And it's a Holocaust like the world has yet to see. In fact,
So, please remember this as we get into this conversation. If you're still here, I don't know when it's going to be, an hour, 2 hours. I don't think it'll be quite 2 hours, but sometime probably within the first hour it'll come up, maybe. I don't know. Like I said, this was a long conversation. I ended up leaving it after 2 a.m, so a lot of it's kind of hazy. Don't remember everything, I'm sure. But Christians say that this isn't a religious thing, but Christian preachers literally have been preaching this anti-abortion doctrine for decades upon decades. Brian Stevens had pointed it out. There's several instances, and I'm going to talk about this right now, actually. Because this argument, Christians are more emboldened. Now that Roe v. Wade has been dismantled by this rogue Supreme Court that we have, they're emboldened a lot more to say what they feel, to call it murder. And by calling it murder, you're literally saying that the women that have abortions are murderers. And what's murder is when Christian nationalists track down where abortion doctors live and kill them. That's murder. That's murder. So, when they try to say that this is political, that there's no religious connotations to this at all, they're lying to you. I want to show this other thing that Chelsea Bedell put out this morning, because this is another thing that I'm seeing a lot. So we'll check this out. It's it's a weird little short screen that she has. I guess she probably did this on TikTok. Let's check this one out.
What is that?
What is that? The title of this is Demon Manifest at Abortion Protest in New York. What is that? Now look at the little black blur that's going to go across the screen. So she's basically, if you can see it, it's right here in this area. I can't really rewind it. This is a weird YouTube screen. I don't like it. But if you can see it, there's this like little black burr that's running around in this protest. Now, if you look down here, these people are like black blurs as well. They're not running around. But whatever it is, like a trick of the camera, somebody actually in the crowd maybe running around, getting people pumped up. Chelsea Bedell here is going to claim it's a demon manifesting because, this is such a religious thing. The corrosion of church and state. The corrosion of any semblance, any illusion of individual democracy and freedom. A demon manifest at abortion protest in New York. This is the shit that they're spewing, right? This is like pretty much how toxic this conversation has gotten in just, a week, 2 weeks? Like even before it was toxic, but you could actually have the conversation. You could have the debate without somebody just piping in, murder. It's hard to do that now. So we're going to get right into this. I'm going to eat my lunch. So here at first, I'm going to probably just let it play. You're going to get the introductions. You're going to get all of it. There's probably going to be a point where I'm going to try to skip forward. Because I do believe for like an hour we start talking guns, and then the abortion, Savage Minnow comes in and the abortion conversation starts up. The really interesting thing about this, and the reason why I truly wanted to highlight it, because the last time you saw me in a room with Pixie, well, I was yelling and screaming and being an asshole. Now, I still think my point was right. My point about Islam and, how you need to go hard at Islam and see it for what it is. But I was a dick to her. So, it was nice for us to be allies in a conversation. So, I want to highlight that. So we're going to get right into this, and I will be commenting as I go through. Tell me, the argumentations, I think my argumentations might be all over the place. Like I said, I'm trying to get used to this sober thing. I haven't been sober in years. I've been on tons of medication, or probably over a year at least. I've been when I started really going to the doctor to get my fucking legs, I thought they were going to fix them. But they just fed me medications and then mixed that in with the drinking. Not a good thing. So for the first time in years, I'm sober, y'all. So I got to get used to this thing. All right. So let's get into it.
Yeah.
Rage, what did you get from Mass Big Stream? What was
50?
It was interesting. All right. So, and if you didn't see Math Pig Stream, if you haven't seen Dog, I like Dog. He's good, but I think he's a little drunk in this. So yeah, we all had to put up with Dog that night. And Dog, if you're watching, it happens. People have had to put up with my drunk ass. So, there at the end, I said my part. I think that they use these terminologies now because they, for one, on YouTube, they definitely can't come out and use homophobic rhetoric. But for two, people just aren't bigoted in the open. It's a very I don't know. Yeah. It's a very low key thing now, and they use these little dog whistles, these little terminologies. It's the same thing with the rebel flag. If you fly that flag, you understand what it means. So your claims of Southern heritage, they mean nothing to me. So it's just a way to justify homophobia, and then to try to take it to a philosophical conversation. And claiming an objective morality when your morality seems pretty freaking subjective it's idiotic to me.
Yeah. JG was in the.
Sorry, I'm chewing. I probably shouldn't have paused it right then. Just a second. All right, so already the memories are going to be flooding into me, because this was the very beginning of a very long conversation. So I'm going to make this argument rather soon, And they're not going to detect my sarcasm at all. And so I want to, I will express it later. Maybe I put it, maybe I made my argument to begin with, in just a bad way that people weren't picking up that I was being sarcastic. I'm going to make an argument that I believe I have an objective morality. I don't think that I think morality is subjective. But they're not going to pick up that I'm trying to compare myself to this JG character or whatever. So I want to see if they should have picked up on it, or if I just didn't put it out in a way where they would have picked up on it. So that'll be interesting.
We've had this discussion about objective and subjective morality. Basically, in philosophy, subjective means it is subject to a mind. So even if it's even if God came up with morality, it would be subjective because it would be subject to a mind.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean like personal preference or the majority. If the majority agrees with something, then it's objective. It has to be completely outside of any mind to be objective. And
what they mean, it comes from the mind of God.
Yeah, but if it comes from the mind of God, then it is subjective.
What they mean is when they say I have an objective morality, I have a morality that's a reflection of God. That's what he's saying. So and I pointed it out in the side chat. Like he's pretty much justifying that he has a worldview that justifies bigotry, so it's okay. And no, it's not, like, because what is your worldview? Do you have a theist worldview? Do you have a Christian worldview? Because I can point to you many theists that don't think that the same things that you think. They don't think that it's an abomination. They can be secular humanists. They can see the person and not the sin, right? So is it a Christian worldview? Because I can say the very same things about Christianity.
Yeah.
Well,
JJ.
No,
what's happening, Wildheart?
Many to you, man. I've been on many shows at you, but subjectivity is...
All right, so this is JG. Now, when JG came into the conversation on MathPic's channel, I had seen Jamie Russell in the side chat. This dude sounds exactly like Jamie Russell to me. So for the longest time in MathPic's chat and in this chat, I think I'm talking to Jamie Russell, and he just made his name JG for whatever fucking reason. I haven't been going into these rooms for like a month, so I just assumed he was using a different avatar now, using this JG name now, but it sounds like fucking Jamie Russell to me.
Well, it is what it was called. Objectivity is what you learn, as far as I'm concerned. So subjectivity, as far as religion goes, is what you're it's what you're force fed, and religion is.
I kind of agree, Phony Beatlemaniacs. I'll get into it as we get into this, I think, and then I'll probably try to expand on my thoughts as I'm commenting. For the longest time, the legal argument has become the main argument. Body autonomy, all of that. And I think that that's vital to the conversation. But I do think you're right. I think our pro-choice advocates do kind of go overboard sometimes. And, eventually we'll get to what I mean, it's going to be a long way away once I'm talking to, when Cerberus Sex comes into it. I'll get into what I really think, because I've always said, like, for me, it's always been the moral argument for me is the one where we really need to hit, especially now that they're trying to say that, right from the very beginning of conception, that this is a life. That's where I disagree. I do think it's a moral argument. I think it becomes a life at some point, and I think you need to take that into consideration. That'll come up much later. For me, I'm pro-choice. I think it's a fundamental right for people to have a medical choice on whether or not they are ready to be pregnant, are ready to be parents. A medical choice in cases, extreme cases of rape and all of this. I think people can have a responsible choice, because I don't think that's a life there at first. I think it's a forming life. It's a potential life. But there's this period where I really do think that you can abort a pregnancy if you choose to, if you're not ready for that. I think it's more immoral to bring children into families that aren't ready to raise them. And you can look at all the numbers. When Roe v. Wade went into effect, how crime went down. People weren't having unwanted children. So my argument is that it's not a life right from conception. It's not a human being right from conception. It will eventually become one, and that's the point where I have yet to determine where my line is, personally. But I do think that the moral argument is the one that we have to really come face to face with. A lot of us try to take it to that legal argument, but it's the moral argument that we need to win.
Force fed to you. It's not.
No.
Being one of them people that grew up in religion, in a Catholic, and went into, I went into Catholic church. I was force fed religion, and I was told what it was. But I unfortunately, was it my mind that made me question it? That said, when Adam was banished from the garden, why did he?
Sidetrack. JG, no, if I can interrupt you, dog. JG, do you want to talk about what we've been over with subjective and objective morality?
Which aspect of it?
Does objective morality exist?
Religion is subjective. Full stop. It cannot be nothing else.
I'm going to let this play because it's very long, and I do want to comment, but I don't want to comment too much because I want to get through it. But at some point, like when Cerberus X comes in a lot later, he's going to make this argument, and it's, at some point, sometimes I really think Cerberus X is a good debater. Sometimes I think he's just trolling. I can't really figure out what he was doing in this conversation, if he was, because he'll make this argument like if you don't want to have a baby, just don't have sex, or move to a state that has abortion. That's just some of the silliest arguments that it kind of really surprised me that they were coming from Serb.
I guess I guess there's your answer, Wildheart.
I didn't hear that.
It's not an answer. It's a fact.
Solved.
I can say that I think that I have an objective morality. I think that I call my morality.
No.
All right, so right there it is, and I do come in. See, I'm not expressing my sarcasm, so I do understand how they didn't pick it up because I'm coming in like I'm stating a fact about myself. When I make this argument, I gotta really make sure that the sarcasm is oozing, so they understand that I'm being fucking sarcastic. Because we'll get into that. I'm like, you guys don't get that I was being sarcastic, and they didn't. So, and I can see why. Yeah, going back and listen to this secular humanism. Let me finish my point.
Religion is subjective.
Sorry.
Well, I'm an atheist though. So, but my claim is that I believe that I have an objective morality, right? And I call that morality secular humanism. All right, so I've been working on this argument. I wish I really came in with it to where you can really detect the sarcasm coming out of me. But I base this argument based on like the definition you'll get of what objective morality is if you look up the definition. And it's as simple as this. I can base my morality off of the fact that, I will do no harm if I don't want to be harmed to myself, right? I'm not gonna go out and harm people because I understand that I do not want to be personally harmed. I think that that's an objective morality. I think that do not murder is an objective morality, right? Like if a society agrees that murder is okay, well, I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna say, well, no, objectively, I don't think that murder is okay, right? So it doesn't have much to do with society, but like. The theistic argument is that objective morality comes from God, not from this simple desire of I don't want to be harmed, so I will do no harm.
No. if I can argue against that, no, in philosophy, objective.
Yeah, I'm not expressing, like the comparison to how the religious Christians, especially like Christian fundamentals, are really arguing for objective morality. I'm not. I've got to make this better. I got to make
morality means it's outside of a mind. So if it comes from your mind, it is subjective by definition.
Well, I know I addressed that though.
Right.
The simple desire not to, you don't do harms so because you don't want to be harmed yourself. That's not like a mental thing. That's just like. Excuse me, I'm laughing to myself here because like I can tell I'm totally jacked up on Mountain Dew. I need to like do a comparison of this new me, the way that I'm talking like super fast compared to the old drunk on medication me, because I think that would be a huge comparison. That's an objective fact, right?
No, it's not. No,
well, not for maybe a psychopath.
No, it's not. It's not objective because it still comes from your mind. Subjective means subject to a mind, any mind. If you think that not killing someone is wrong, it's still subject to a mind, your mind. Therefore, it's subjective, not objective.
What's up, William?
Yeah, it is.
I don't know. I think you're wrong on that.
No, I'm not.
She's not wrong. You have to.
No, he's right.
Did you want to explain?
I mean, I think Wildheart was right. He just didn't explain it well, but we all do that.
Why you think that the morality you just explained is an objective morality? Or was that your explanation?
Yeah, for one, the definition I'm reading, objective morality. All right. So I got to listen to how that's flawed, but I want to skip forward to the actual abortion debate. When does Pixie come in? See, this is William here. But once Pixie comes in, I know like we're hot into because I got a lot to show, and I want to get through this shit. So yeah, I definitely got to work on that argument, make it better. It's gonna be like before Pixie comes in, but there she is. So once Pixie comes in, it's gonna get heated. But we've been going for a while, so I bet right around here we're probably starting talking about abortion.
An egg is one cell.
If it's fertilized, it's not.
Okay, now it's not.
Let's go back a little bit and we'll just start it from here.
Constitutional. If unconstitutional laws are passed,
sure
they'll be
I'm
struck
the dumb
down.
one here? Are you sure
right,
I'm the stupid one here? I gotta go back further. All right, so I jumped forward way too fast. So that's the problem with these like 5-hour conversations, trying to remember when shit happens. So let's see where we're at here. For gay people to be married in this country?
Has there been a constitutional ruling?
Yeah, it was like a constitutional ruling.
There was an amendment to the Constitution.
No, did I say amendment or did I say a ruling? So
a ruling is a rule on a law.
A ruling is a ruling by the Supreme Court.
Sure. And what did they say?
So
they allowed gay people to get married.
Racist, yeah.
Right, because how could they stop you? That's just more people to ask permission.
All right, yeah, this will be a good point. I remember this now. This was like he's making the claim, I guess, that like gay people could get married, always. Like there was no way to and I guess like you could have an illegal marriage, but it wouldn't be viable in the eyes of the law. Like you wouldn't get all the benefits that marriage brings along, which was like the entire point, which is why they had to like fight for it and take it to the fucking Supreme Court. But he like tries to deny all of that. This is the idiot that I was talking about yesterday, right? You're gonna get a lot of William. William is cray-cray. Because they weren't allowed to be married. Jointly. Because before that, they weren't allowed to be married.
They absolutely were allowed to be married. It just wouldn't be recognized, which I don't understand the desire for the recognition. Who gives a shit if people... What does that ring on your finger by you?
It's called equality. There's tax rights involved. There's
so who is stopping? So it's financial.
There's inheritance involved. There's a lot of things involved with marriage that.
So it's financial.
About equality. It's about the equality of human beings.
No, it's about finances. You just told me that.
If you,
It's about
as a straight cis male, can get married, why can't a gay person get married?
I could get married. I would never recommend it.
I
think
agree with
that's
you there.
stupid.
I think marriage is an ancient fucking tradition that we need to get rid of.
Okay, so you and I can agree on that, but mine is that you don't need to ask permission, and it's foolish to give the government a say in your relationship.
Well, my
your
point
bedroom,
is,
any of that.
my point is that Christianity here in America has an evangelical lobby, and they're pushing laws, and they have an extreme Supreme Court now that's willing to uphold those laws. Christianity here in America is trying to degrade the separation of church and state.
They're
right
not
now,
holding
as
up
we
anything
speak.
Unconstitutional.
Bullshit. They're coming
Please
out and they're
explain.
saying. Oh, I agree. It drives me crazy. It's why, like, Cryptomeria, you say it's always men arguing about this. That's the part that upsets me. It drives me crazy, too. It's why I usually try to avoid the conversation. But now it's a conversation that I don't think I should be avoiding anymore, especially considering Roe v. Wade coming down. Now, there will be, like I said, Pixie's about to come in, and then later Savage Minnow's going to come in. When Savage Minnow comes in, it gets nasty. William gets nasty. But I do agree with you. I hate it, especially like the people that are screaming the loudest. Now, I understand that a good chunk of the pro-life movement are women, and in fact, I think there's a majority of women that at least are mixed on abortion, right? Like they don't have really they have a stronger opinion against it than they do for it. I'll put it that way. I'd have to look at the numbers again, but that's something that they cite, and I think I've looked it up, and I think that they're right about it. There's a large chunk of the pro-life movement that are indeed women, but you don't really hear from them too much. You do. There's a couple people on. I know Gur's been covering one. I never heard of her before, but like I can't remember this girl's name, but there's like this Australian chick that is conservative, really, really, really vocal about abortion. I was going to cover like this, one of the leading pro-life activists that there is, because she's absolutely insane. But I decided she was just too crazy, and I wanted to stay away from it. I hate that it's mainly men talking about this. I despise that. So now these Supreme Court justices say that they can make rulings based on what the founders thought, right?
Yeah, the Federalist Papers. It's always been that way.
That's the whole point of the Roe fucking decision, and
no,
it's ridiculous.
No, it's not. No, it's not. They don't have they can't rule over it. They don't have jurisdiction.
So what you're saying is you're quite fine with taking away people's rights.
No, I don't find that there's taking away anyone's rights. They gave it back to the state. It is the state's obligation to choose.
I am going to let this stop talking so much, but there's what you hear now. And they all know it's bullshit. They all know they're planning on, if they get power, to take it to a national ban. But right now, that's what they're saying. That's their cop-out. Oh, they didn't, you can still get an abortion. It's back to the states now. It's the state's decision, which is utter bullshit. There's at least 13 states, and I'd say it's probably going to end up a lot more, where it's going to be impossible to get an abortion, and it's probably going to be made law to be criminal to cross state lines to get an abortion. So like this argument that they offer is complete and utter bullshit, and they know it. They know it as they're fucking saying it. That's why it's impossible to have an honest conversation about this anymore, because they're just going to lie to your fucking face. And it drives me fucking insane. But I think I hold my cool through this entire conversation, because I'm not an emotional wreck because I'm junked out.
That they don't have they never had the ability to make that ruling. Not when Roe versus Wade was passed. And it could not stand. So they turned the authority to the jurisdiction back where it belonged, to the states, and let the states decide.
So it's going to be the states. So they're not going to pull what they just pulled in New York and start striking down state laws?
Oh, no, they didn't strike down any state laws. They found laws to be unconstitutional.
States' rights advocates, they're only for their red states having state rights. And then they just deny when this part, like he's pretty dumb.
Constitutional, which made them invalid from their inception.
Another way for saying
that's what the Second Amendment is. Right? You're talking about gun rights, correct?
So Mitch McConnell and the Republican Party isn't placating the
No. Are you talking about gun rights?
Talking
Hold on.
about
No. You're gonna flesh this out. Okay,
Well,
so we're talking about gun rights.
I'm talking about the concealed carry law that was the state of New York's state law that the Supreme Court just overturned.
Okay, do you know the text of the Second Amendment?
Sure.
What is it?
It's the right of a well-regulated militia to bear arms.
No, that's not what it says.
Make sure I'm unmuted. Now, I said that in a deliberate way because I know that, I've had this conversation so much, and you're going to hear it a little bit here for a second, and then it will be going back into abortion. But we do talk guns for a while as well. I'm not sure if that's here or whatever, but it will be. I mean, you guys heard it when I was skipping forward. It's going to go back to abortion rather quick. I've had this conversation. This was like a big disagreement me and John Peterson had. The way he read the Second Amendment and the way I read the Second Amendment. But what I just described as the Second Amendment is a very accurate description of the Second Amendment. Yeah, it does.
It says, no, it doesn't. It says the people's right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
It doesn't say that.
I swear to God, it does. Would you like, would anyone?
All right, I am going to let it play. I keep saying that. All right, so I'm about to read the Second Amendment. Now, remember that my answer was a well-regulated militia. The people have the right to bear guns or something. I never said the people, and I didn't say the people intentionally. But, I gave a pretty accurate. Now, he just said the Second Amendment says the right of the people to bear arms, when it doesn't say that. They like to take one little segment of the amendment and call it God's word.
Care to look it up and post it here, because our friend believes that it's not there. There's been many.
It says, and I am reading. It says
the Second Amendment to the Constitution.
It says,
you're not going to tell me I'm wrong on this without proving it.
It says, and I am reading, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That's what it says. So it says exactly what both of us just said.
Right. Well, yeah. So you're admitting that you omitted the first part of that.
Do you get that? Like, so he's bitching at me for doing a thing that he himself did, right? Like, do you, and he doesn't even see that, right? Well, and I'm about to break it down because I've had this argument a lot. A sentence is a statement, right? So if you want to make two statements, there's a couple ways you can do it. You can use a period, you can use a semicolon, but you've got to show in that sentence that you're making two separate statements. If not, you're only making one statement, right? I'm about to break it down though, and I'm going to try to shut up for a minute.
Intentionally to make it a militia right. It's not a group.
Said I'm going to shut up, but I do have to say, like, for one, somebody pointed it out. Hamilton did make it very, very clear that they were indeed talking about a militia. They had just gotten out of the Revolutionary War, where their militias had defeated what was considered the greatest army in the history of the world at the time. Not only that, you had a populace. We're talking about muskets, for one. I think cannons became an issue rather quickly, but we're talking about people with muskets that didn't have grocery stores. They farmed and they hunted their food. So I will clearly admit that at the time it might have been necessary for the populace to be armed, but that was at the time. And by the letter of the amendment, it doesn't give you this blatant reign in the modern world to take us back to the Wild West days, but instead of fucking revolvers on our hips, we have AR-15 strapped across our backs. It does not give you that fucking right.
Right.
I put in the first part. You omitted the first part and put in the second part. But my argument for this, and I've come across this argument forever. I'm an idealist. I don't believe my idea on guns will ever be popular. I'm not even going to go into them here. But when it comes to this, when you're dealing with law, you read it by the letter, and that includes breaks in the sentence to imply a different idea. What you have here is one single sentence. what you have is one single sentence: a well-regulated militia, comma, being necessary to the security of a free state, comma, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, comma, shall not be infringed. The right of the people to keep and bear arms is through that well-regulated militia. Well-regulated.
I am the militia.
No, the well-regulated militia in the modern time would be defined as a police force.
No.
Damn it! I really want to shut up first. You're not a militia, all right? So in the modern day, a militia is the rednecks that spit tobacco and go into the woods up north here in Michigan and pretend to fight the military or black people or whoever it is they're hating on that weekend when they gather together to get drunk. Occasionally, they'll make a bomb. The Oklahoma bombing can be traced back to a Michigan militia member. What was his name? Timothy LaFay, whatever his name was. But that's a militia in the modern day. Now, at the time, a militia was literally the army they had gathered, like just groups of people that were willing to fight against Britain, right? Because they considered that, they were fighting for their freedom. And militias at the time, after the Revolutionary War, were pretty much like the state armies. It wasn't the individual people. Now, I'll grant that it included the people at that time because they had to hunt for their food. And there was wildlands, and my people were savages and needed to be exterminated and shit still, right? So we live in a different world. And we usually in the modern world follow the letter of the law, not the person's intention behind it. But for some reason, and they cite these Federalist Papers. I'm going to have to actually get into the Federalist Papers and do a stream on that, because you'll often hear right-wingers cite that. But they'll use that justification, like you're supposed to be able to get into these motherfuckers' minds who have been dead for 100 or 200 years at least, and somehow assume what they would think about the modern fucking world.
No, would you like to know what that means?
Certainly.
Well-regulated? Each state has its own. No. Each state has its own laws on what that means. It's a certain amount of musket balls or pounds of powder or whatever. It means that you have to be supplied and you have to be able to act. And that's anyone from 16 is the youngest age, 16 to like 50. And that.
I do believe that's my alarm going off right there for my 10 o'clock alarm. It's time to take my pill. I take 2 pills a day now. It's fucking awesome.
And that's state law.
I maintain by the letter of what is written that the state has a right to protect itself against a tyrannical government through a well-regulated militia. All right, so we can take away militia. We can even say that militia is indeed you.
No,
I think
the people's right to be. No, the people's right. It's been ruled on.
You cannot take out the 2 most vital words of this sentence in this amendment, though.
You forget who the militia. You forget who the militia is, sir.
I stick my hand up in this argument as an Englishman and just say, why would you want to carry a gun for?
Because we're not slaves.
Sorry, carry on. Sorry, Doug, I am picking on you a little bit because you're a Scouser. And, I can. So, carry on.
So, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, that goes back to the Magna Carta. It goes back to England.
So, notice how I've been quiet there for a second. Like, dude literally doesn't let you speak. It gets infuriating. The old rage wanted to jump out. I wanted to be like, listen, motherfucker. So, I muted my mic. I sat back. I chilled the fuck out.
All right, that's not anything that anyone has a right to take away from you, your individual right to defend yourself. So your argument has been found. There was a book by Joyce Lee Malcolm, who used to be with the anti-gun lobby. Okay, she's a legal scholar. She did research on it and found that there has always been a right to keep and bear arms. It's a natural right. Okay, and it's of the individual. It's not a group or a collective right. Her book is To Keep and Bear Arms. I suggest you check it out. But the point is that what the Supreme Court did, the Supreme Court only just followed the text. And they said any law that implies infringement it has no standing in law. It has no standing in court.
No, all right. So we'll agree to disagree on this. What the Supreme Court did was strike down a state law. Are you going to deny that?
Oh no, I'm not.
All right. So essentially, I try to break it down, but he doesn't. Let me come up here, and I'll break it. He doesn't really let me break it down for him because, of course, he doesn't want to hear any contradicting thought on the matter. So I'm just going to look up real quick Second Amendment. I should have done Second Amendment definition probably. This will work. So let's go up here. Oh, wrong one. Down, not up. All right, so you might not be able to read it. So let me see if I can blow it up a bit for you. It's at 110. I need to put it back down to regular anyway. All right, so while I can grant that at the time the founders probably even thought that this was an individual right, but I think it's made clear. Hamilton makes it clear that this wasn't. They were indeed, the state militias were the representation of the people against a federal government. But I'll even grant, like, it was necessary at the time for people to have guns, right? Like I said, there was no grocery stores. You farmed, you hunted. My people were crazy. Savages, the Native Americans that they had to hunt down that were trying to protect their own land, But outside of that, wildlife, we pretty much dominated the country at this point. So I think it's pretty hard. I think it's hard for most people to get back into when this country wasn't dominated, when it was still wild. So I can even grant that point, that it's necessary at the time for people to have guns. Again, we're talking about muskets, right? But let's read it, though. Let's break it down, because I think that there is a big argument to be made here that you can interpret it. Now, I understand that a right-wing Supreme Court ruled that the interpretation was an individual mandate, but it breaks down a well-regulated militia, comma, being necessary to the security of a free state, comma, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, comma, shall not be infringed. That's one statement. That's one thought. It is not two separate statements. It begins with a well-regulated militia, right? So the well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, gives the right of the people to keep and bear arms, and it shall not be infringed. That's the way I interpret this law. Now, me and John Peterson, we argued for hours on it. Not in an angry way. It was like our one disagreement that we can have an argument about that we pretty much didn't agree on. But I do not think you have a right to carry an AR-15. I especially do not think you have a right to carry any firearm in public. Now, we need to regulate the police, but to me, in the modern day, the police are the well-regulated militia. All right, so let's go back up here. We'll get back to the show because it should be going to abortion rather quickly now. I'm just not, I'm already seeing it's really hard to talk to William. It's really hard to talk to William.
You don't understand how it works. Do you know what Marbury versus Madison is? Marbury versus Madison points out the supremacy clause of the Constitution. Any law made in No, you have to hear me out because you're very, very wrong, whether you disagree or not.
I'm always so wrong about everything. It's awesome. I expect that from your type.
Now we're going to go ad hominem. Look, I study this every day.
Cool.
I study this every day.
I don't, though.
It's clear.
Clearly.
So do you still want to argue that the state struck down a constitutional law?
My statement was they struck down a state law. Is that not what happened?
It cannot be a law if it's repugnant to the Constitution.
All right. So his argument there. Now, you see how he tried to change the original argument that started all of that was I simply made the correct statement that the U.S. Supreme Court just struck down a state's law. Now, he went through this whole spiel about now it wasn't a constitutional law, so it wasn't a real law. They did not strike down a state law when they clearly just did in reality. Just did it. It's what we're talking about, right? So now, but by his argument there, now that they've ruled that Roe v. Wade is not constitutional, what's to stop them from striking down state abortion laws from the liberal states they don't like? Nothing. They just set the precedence of doing it. See, you cannot have an honest argument with any of these fuckers. I haven't had a real honest conversation with a conservative since like before fucking Donald Trump, except one exception. Chris from Atheist Prophet, or I think that's what he called himself. Atheist Pastor. We've had a couple political conversations. He's a conservative, but he's an Australian conservative. So I'm showing the chat. I don't want to show the chat yet. I'll be showing the chat later once Savage Minnow comes in. But right now, William's in the room. He's not in the chat too much.
Sir.
I mean, if it held for 100 years, I'd say it was a state law.
It's rendered null and void, not from the moment that you mark it unconstitutional, but from its very inception.
So it would be cool for a liberal Supreme Court then to, if we like stack the court and we have a liberal Supreme Court, it would be, if they find red state abortion laws to be unconstitutional, it'd be totally cool for them to go and strike them down, right?
They could try.
Oh, so now they could try. Well, the reverse of that just fucking happened. How can? Oh my God! And I'm the stupid
right.
one
And
here.
the laws that just got struck down were found unconstitutional. If unconstitutional laws are passed,
sure
they'll be
I'm
struck
the dumb
down.
one here? Are you sure I'm the stupid one here?
I never called you stupid. Ignorant to the point, maybe, but not stupid. Not dumb. You're a smart guy. You're just missing the point because you have an agenda.
He had literally called me stupid. Oh yeah, what's my agenda?
Well, clearly you don't like conservatives, and you want to argue for.
And real quick, I do agree, Sandy. It is unreasonable, but I do think it's dishonest because I think he understands that. He understands that what he just said was hypocritical as fuck, right? He pretends to be this constitutional scholar, but what he just said was hypocritical as fuck, and I just exposed him for it, and he doesn't even care. He has to understand that he is talking his narrative, and he just continues to do it. And it's gonna get worse once we really do get back to abortion. And once Pixie comes in, it's going to get heated. Pixie does a great job. It was nice to be on the same side. And then later, it's gonna get pretty nasty once Savage comes in
for rights that don't exist.
Well, no. So you were justifying the fact that they took away all these, a woman's right to choose. And
no,
so
I justified them. I did not know. No one took away a woman's right to choose, sir. You just added something that wasn't even there. She did not lose her right to choose.
Well, she did.
She has choices.
Of course it was.
We took away her right to murder.
No, William.
And that's on a state-by-state basis. So some women will still be able to murder if their state laws, allow it.
William, I'm from England, and I have to say...
You don't say.
Notice.
Yeah, sorry.
First time.
What do you know about rights, sir?
That DOJ decision probably regressed American morality back.
Thank you. It's not a moral argument.
At least 2 centuries.
It's a property argument. Is he drunk? You're drunk, aren't you, dog?
I'm just saying that
it's difficult to tell. He's from Liverpool. He's a Scouser.
I thought he might have had a stroke recently. I didn't know.
Yeah.
I'm a Scouser. I'm a modest, but
difficult to tell.
Okay, well, you don't have a concept of rights, my friend. I'm sorry.
Really, William?
Who doesn't?
Apparently, dog doesn't.
Oh, okay.
But we have a question from the side chat. Germany asks, please ask William Freeman, when does the fetus become a human?
As opposed to what other species?
Yeah, the fetus is always a human.
Yeah, well, I mean, what species would it be? Are we talking about humans reproducing? In that case, from the moment that that the sperm
Yeah.
meets the egg.
Yeah. It will be a human from that point.
And you don't get to call it a clump of cells because I guarantee you, if you find an American bald eagle nest and break one of those eggs and it's found out, you're going to jail for that clump of cells. I assure you.
Trying to let it play a bit more. I understand it gets infuriating when I stop it so much, but I have to for a second. It is a zygote. It is not a human being. It is a clump of cells, especially right there for the first few weeks. It is. And, you made a really bad analogy there. And I'm going to make a bad analogy later. But you made a really bad analogy there because, we crack eggs open and eat them all the time. They're called eggs. You used an endangered species for your example. But it was a very, very bad example because I just had eggs this morning.
Yeah.
That's only one cell. I'm
Holy
sorry,
shit.
but an egg is one cell.
Yeah.
If it's fertilized, it's not.
Okay, now it's not.
But there's no point where it's not human.
Right. It's always going to be human. That was the question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they'll eventually go to that, and then yeah. So and I we're all just a clump of cells. Good point.
Yeah. So
no rights have been taken away from anyone, except for maybe the government having limitations put on what it can rule on. I love what happened with the EPA, but they didn't go far enough.
What do you mean no rights have been taken?
So I didn't even bring that up.
Rights have been taken from women.
I'm happy to assist.
All right. So no rights were taken. That's awesome. Tell that to all the women of America.
Okay. Tell me the right. Tell me the right that was removed.
They never did
Their
or did
right
not
to
have
choice.
the right. They never did or did not have the right.
How did they not have the right?
They
Do you know
never did
do you know what an
or did not.
unenumerated right is?
Well, I'm not familiar with that term. I can say I think I know what it
It's a
means
terminology
based on
in
the word.
constitutional law, Richard. So what it says is when there's constitutional precedent, it becomes an unenumerated right, and that's what we had with Roe v. Wade. We had a constitutional precedent. This was considered an unenumerated right, which is a constitutional right.
If it's
Okay, well,
unenumerated,
slavery
there's
was
a specialty term
constitutional.
for it. Sounds like a special situation.
Slavery was an
was not
unenumerated
constitutional.
right. Oh,
No,
but wait,
it was not
it
constitutional.
seemed to be fine for a century or so.
The Constitution stayed away from the issue of slavery. Anybody that's ever studied the Constitution, that's the first thing you learn about. It was how Jefferson stayed away from the issue of slavery.
If they had read it without an agenda, they would have found, like you said, that slavery is actually prohibited because all men are created equal. We all are endowed with rights. So, yeah, I get that. But when you talk about rights come from property, always.
No,
Your body is property.
Yeah, it's infuriating to talk to some of these folks. Now, I'll grant he's not the worst one I've talked to. Honestly, talking to the QAnon, maybe he is a QAnon person, and Q is back supposedly. I wonder if it's the same dude, but talking to them. Oh my fucking God!
Property, sir.
The Bill of Rights is they come from a set of ideals.
Right, but they're all based on property, including the biological property that you dwell in.
So it's your position that our personal freedom, is based upon property.
Yes. Read the Federalist Papers.
Cool.
That's the issue right there, because the idea that's being contested in a lot of these places is that the fetus, that is a human life, has rights inherent just by being human and being alive. That they have the right to continue on their journey, and we don't have. So the choices that women have.
See, you calling a fetus human, that like puts the whole win for the argument in your favor, though, right? Like, no, the whole question is the fetus human, right? And
well, clearly it's human.
Even the Bible doesn't recognize a life until you draw the first breath. I mean,
I'm not talking about the Bible.
Yeah.
Why are you?
All right, so he's about to go into his like religious denial that religion had anything to do with this. But remember that part later when Cerberus comes in, it's going to become important. But yeah, remember that part.
You bringing up the Bible?
But what I'm saying
You
is,
say
what,
all
what I'm saying
manipulated
is,
equal.
you don't want to call it a clump of cells. We'll call it the fetus. But that fetus is a parasite and
human.
harmful to the person that's
No,
carrying
it's
it.
not.
And that
No,
person
no,
should
no. It's
have
definitely
a choice.
not a parasite. No, you're going to have to
person
define
should
how
have a
that could
choice on-
possibly be a
That
parasite.
person should have the medical
He
choice.
gets
triggered on my
a parasite is another species. No, sir. No, sir. I'm going to stop you because a parasite is another species.
Well, pardon my adjective. Dude totally gets like totally triggered about my use of an adjective there. I used parasite as a descriptor for what I was describing, and he got totally triggered by that. That's hilarious.
No,
you're making a case based on that misuse of a term, parasite.
Well, you're making your case based on a misuse of a term of fetus being a human being. That's the entire argument.
No, what
right?
other species would it be, sir?
You're the one sitting here calling it murder, calling it this and that. We see what your position is as you
What other
justify that this
species-
isn't freedom's taken away. This is what
it a
the
goat?
fascists think. I mean,
Is it a goat baby or a
you
seal?
exposing your fascism.
Is it? You can call me names, but you're avoiding the question. Is it a seal baby? Is it a goat baby?
You something. I didn't call you a name.
What human? What else but a human would it be? If
Calling you a fascist is not calling you a name. It's labeling you.
two human parents, sired it, what else would it be but a human?
It's called a fetus.
No, you called it a fetus. That doesn't change the species of what it is. It's a human.
Being, a human being. I'll even grant. Like I see.
It's a human.
So if you want to have the moral argument, I say this all the time. Like morally, I'm against.
It's not about.
Real quick, Bond. He totally was triggered. He focused on that one word instead of allowing me to even finish the sentence and statement that I was making. How is that not being triggered? And then he went on for a good 2 minutes about it. Right? Even after I was like, yeah, it's a bad word. He's still like, no, that's like the definition of getting triggered on something. And notice, like, he doesn't let me finish talking at all. I never really get to finish any points. He'll give me time to get into them, and then he'll cut me off before I get to finish them. Which is kind of the nature of these conversations. I'm not really knocking him too bad. I'm sure I do the same thing sometimes, but he does it all the time.
Moral, it's about property.
This is a legal argument about body autonomy. So either you think that the fetus that's not a living, breathing human being yet has that body autonomy, or you think that the woman does. And you clearly.
I'm sorry. Wait. Do you think that? Go ahead, Wildy. Go ahead.
Can you just interrupt? Will's right. It is a different species. Definition of parasite is.
Yeah, I was just using it as a fucking adjective. You got my point. Like it's not.
Well, you want to diminish the value of human life. That's clearly your status.
Can we get a little pause here? Just a little pause. You spoke about legal precedent and things not necessarily becoming law, but still they apply. And I understand somewhat what you're talking about there. But isn't there already a legal precedent for if a person is pregnant in any stage of pregnancy, if they're aware that they're pregnant and someone commits manslaughter or murder to that person, and whether the assailant knows that person was pregnant or not, is it not already true in the United States that they can be charged with a double homicide?
All right, I'm about to answer his question. I do want to recognize that, while Richard is pro-life, notice like Richard's like the only reasonable one on that side of the conversation right now. William is off the rails. I know Bond doesn't agree with me that that's triggered, but like to me that's being triggered. I'm not gonna have an argument about that right now. I got too much to cover. But like Richard is actually being reasonable. He's asking reasonable questions, calm. Wanted to give Richard props there.
Double.
I mean, it happens in some instances, Richard, but it's not.
Is that a legal precedent?
That's legal precedence.
I don't believe it is at this point. I think it's unsettled law, and I think that personally, I think that it's probably like it should be. I think it should be considered, especially depending on how far along. But yeah, I think it probably should be considered as double homicide, especially if that person made the choice to carry out that pregnancy, for sure.
Right. Well, I don't know all state laws everywhere, of course. That's not my thing to do, nor do I know all of the Constitution. But it seems there is a legal precedent.
And real quick, I could be wrong on that, but I think it is different states have different laws. I think that there's been cases where it has been considered double homicide, and I think that there's been cases where that argument was thrown out of court, depending on the state you're in. I could be wrong about that by now. Maybe there is a federal law on that now. Like I said, I do think, like, if you've made the choice and to have a pregnancy, and the woman is clearly pregnant, and you understand that you are killing a pregnant woman at the time, I think it probably should be a double homicide, and I don't think it has anything to do at all with the argument for abortion.
At least majoritively in my life, I have known that if you killed someone who was pregnant, and it's not necessarily true that they have to intend to or are able to or medically capable of carrying the baby.
And I swear I'm going to let this thing start playing because I got so far to go. But I do want to say, and I'm not seeing too many mods. Maybe I need to make a couple more mods. Usually I have too many. I do notice that, everybody knows, and if you're new to the channel or you're not here a lot, I'm not very great at looking at the side chat. And understand this is going to be a heated conversation. I do ask that you be respectful. If I feel like I need to make a couple mods, I'll make a couple mods. But just please be respectful in the conversation you're having with each other. I'm not seeing anything. Like I said, I'm just terrible about it. But I'm seeing that the chat is pretty active. So let's be respectful with each other.
It can be a double homicide.
It can be. Yeah, I think it all depends on state law. I think people have been convicted for it. I'm for sure of that. I definitely remember cases where people have been convicted for double homicide, and I think that there's cases where people haven't been.
And they got away with it.
It goes to the jury.
Yeah.
Depends what state it is. It's American law is so fucked up. It's just.
So, Ger asks, how do you define human, and what makes a fertilized egg the same as an actual human child/human? That's the will, I think.
Oh, okay. Let's
Is
just
that
go ahead
not
and go
just-
through all the arguments because this is so freaking boring.
Sorry.
Okay. No, let's just do all of them. Let's just do all of them.
I'm not
okay.
being...
Location.
Oh, please don't, Sandy. Like I said, I definitely wasn't talking to anybody in particular. I haven't seen anything that I'm worried about. I'm just worried about how it's going to get nasty on the screen. I don't want it to get nasty in the side chat if we can help it. I did make a couple more. Nobody needs to be kicked. I was just making an observation moving forward. I understand that we're going to be talking this issue in the side chat. I want you to be able to express yourself. I just don't want it getting nasty and people start calling names. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna really highlight that at some point in this live stream. Once, so we're not even a Pixie yet, but once Savage Minnow comes in, I'm gonna have to highlight what's happening in the chat, and it's nasty, and it's gonna get nasty in the conversation as well.
Location is not rights. Location is not identity. Okay, it doesn't matter where the thing is. The thing is the thing. Okay. Also, inhabilitation, being unable to take care of yourself, okay, is not a right. It does not defer your rights. I.e., if a person's in a coma, you can't just kill them. I don't care how incapacitated they are. That's irrelevant. What is important here is potential.
Well, that depends too, though, Richard. I can think of several. I can think of several cases though where the person in the coma. Right. I can't remember. There was a Pixie is in now, and I believe she's going to come in hot. So I'm going to let it play for a while. Wildheart, if you're watching, I'm sure you don't mind. And people tell me I worry too much about that shit anyway. But I'm gonna let it go for a while because I do believe once Pixie starts going, it's gonna get rolling. Really famous case of it where the parents fought a legal battle and they were able to kill her. Yes, it was very controversial.
When the doctor agreed the person had no chance of recovery ever, and all the family members, et cetera,
I'm
et
a
cetera.
proponent for assisted suicide.
Okay,
That's
I'm
a
okay
slightly
with
different. That's a
Can-
slightly
can I
different
That's
just-
thing.
voluntary.
Sorry.
That's voluntary.
Can you just
on
welcome
the
Pixie?
person's-
Sorry, can you
No,
just
no,
welcome
Pixie
Pixie?
did not mean to step into this. So Pixie's
No,
going to be quiet,
and
but
can I
hello,
say-
everyone.
A lot of it is due to American law, so I'm just going to step out of it. I'll moderate, but carry on.
Well,
Sorry.
I'm not really talking about law. I'm talking about logic. The thing is the thing.
Well,
I
I mean,
don't
we
care
got
where
hung
it's
up on
located.
abortion.
Right.
Yeah, but I want to
know-
hear what Richard's saying because he's went through a whole bunch of stuff that I'm very interested in. So please, Richard, continue.
Okay. A thing is the thing. It doesn't matter where it's located. Your ability to take care of yourself. Hell, let's take that to its actual situation. What's actually going on? A baby can't take care of itself right out of the womb. It's yet not a human according to that rule. In fact, when can they? Some age 35, some
I'm not sure what you're talking about, Gangster Ghost. What Chris and what kid? I'm not sure what that is.
about 17, depends on the person. But then you
I've been kind of I was only streaming like every week or so, and sometimes longer than that. And I've been kind of offline. I'm not sure. I have no idea what that's about.
should be able to abort your child up to the point they become independent. And that's perfectly logical. That makes sense. Extend it out to 18.
Well, no, that's why a logical argument is it's about what defines a human being. Clearly, even I am sitting here defining a living, breathing baby as a human being, right?
No,
that's
wait,
that's
before
the that's the basis
what
of
changed-
the entire argument for me. Anyway,
I thought that what makes a human being is their
especially
genetics.
well,
That's what
especially if somebody's
separates
going to go
us from,
around
say-
calling it murder, then
Well,
you-
that's a provocative
certain words
word I don't prefer
deserve
to
a
use.
certain reaction.
Fine, fair.
Okay,
fine.
I agree. I did use it to provoke a reaction. Fair.
Okay, but what makes a human being a human being is their genetics. The genetics are decided with an egg
Yes.
and sperm fertilization. At that moment, it is a human. Then
Right,
what does-
only in the same way.
What does
Only,
that make a baby a symbiont?
I was going to say, only in the
A
same way
symbiote.
that the yolk of an egg is a chick.
yeah.
Well, the
Well, if
point
it's
is that it's
fertilized.
still human life.
Yeah, so
Oh, yeah, but
the
it's
yolk
still a
is
symbiont.
chicken life.
It's a symbiont.
same way.
It's whatever
yes.
anybody wants to make it out to be.
It's not a symbiote because the baby does not help the mom.
And actually, the baby depletes the mother to the mother's
It's a
detriment.
thief.
As a matter
Yeah,
of fact, a
yeah.
lot of mothers lose their hair and teeth while they are pregnant because
Bone
the baby
density.
saps all kinds of nutrients from you. It will take what it
Except
needs.
if you have multiple sclerosis, Pixie, in which case the symptoms of multiple sclerosis go away during pregnancy and breastfeeding.
That's interesting.
But,
Didn't know that. one.
embryo can be any of them things, can they not?
What?
They can be any of them things. They can be a symbiont. They can be a.
Could be a spider monkey. You never know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They can be anything.
Dog, I know you guys, sir. That's fine.
Why?
That's fine. Dog, doesn't matter. Carry on.
Dog, I'm going to say this in love. You're not keeping up with the conversation, brother, and you haven't been for more than an hour.
I'm sorry, Richard.
And I'm not picking on.
I do kind of feel bad. I should have really came to Dog's defense because he was off conversation at the same time. I do believe he was probably inebriated, and I was sitting there feeling empathy for the dude because I have found myself I've put myself in that situation many times, and I feel like I probably people do eventually. I mean, at least the dude's there and he's trying to participate. But yeah, I mean, it does get like I stayed quiet mostly in the math pick thing because it became like the dog show there for a while. But I really feel like I was feeling empathy. I should have probably voiced it a bit more for the dude.
On you. You know I love you, but you're not keeping up with the conversation.
I'm trying.
It's okay.
And not that Richard's being nasty there, but like later, William is gonna get. William and I think a couple other people get pretty nasty with Dog.
And neither am I, and I just got here. We're in the
I'm
same
trying
boat,
to,
dog.
Richard, but I'm sort of
Dog, you're fine, man. You're fine.
living my life here and sort of trying to keep up with the internet.
Yeah, no,
I can see it.
I am deliberately biased because I know you, Scouser. I am.
I mean, I've talked to
totally
Dog on
biased.
other channels and at other times, and
Yeah, I have.
he's been a pleasure to talk to. I'm not saying you're
Yes.
not a pleasure to talk to.
But he's also Scouser. So I am biased against.
Yeah, just let the Americans handle this one, though.
All right. Well, so I kind of like to get back to the original thing because we got sidetracked.
Yeah, so I will go with that. And yes, and Richard's right. I I've not been keeping up with it. So I'm going to mute and listen. Mute and listen.
All right, so I'd like to get back to the original point because we got hung up and we got into an actual abortion argument. And my point was simply this, because your justification for taking away these rights, I know you don't see them as rights, is that, well, we didn't take them away, they're going back to the states, right? And then I gave you an example, well, if the Supreme Court disagrees with that state law, finds it, quote unquote, unconstitutional, then it's okay to they're going to bring down state laws. When you also have a Republican Party saying if they get ultimate power, if they get the White House, if they get the Senate, and they get the House, that they're going to do a national ban on abortion. So are you going
no,
to
they can't.
Are you
Stop,
going to
stop,
then
stop.
be well? Let me
They
finish
can't-
my point.
They
Let me
can't
finish.
do that.
But they're saying they're going to.
It would be unconstitutional. Again, they've just admitted they don't have the authority to rule on it. So the Supreme Court would have to shoot it down by the same metric.
Oh
Wait,
my
hold on.
You're
To be
so
fair,
naive.
to be fair, the Supreme Court really doesn't care about constitutional right now because aside from Roe v. Wade, they've already said they're trying to erase the separation of church and state. They've said that not only can our tax dollars not just fund public schools, but fund private Christian schools. But it is okay for the coaches in a public school to force their team to participate in prayer.
They don't force them to do that.
So
Oh
will
yeah,
you then be
who's going to hit the when coach says take a knee? We're praying. Who gets to bow out? Who gets to walk off the field?
Anybody that wants to. I mean, I played
Do they get
sports,
to
and
play
this
the
is
game
back.
after? Do they get to play the
Yeah,
game?
they get to
after?
play the game. Of course, they get to play the game.
That depends on where you live, and living in multiple
Christian
places and going to multiple high schools. I can tell you of places
If
where
they're-
that's true, and I can
Look,
tell you of places. No,
hold on,
I can
Pixie.
tell you of places where players got benched because they weren't
Okay,
considered
Pixie.
part of the team for not participating.
Right, that would be a coach's. That would be a coach's. Dog, God damn it. That would be a coach's decision. But let me tell you, the coach wants to win. So if those players are not bench warmers to begin with, they're not going to end up on the bench.
Unless God comes before football, because that was why the quarterback got benched when he refused to participate. Believe me,
You're talking about a singular incident, aren't you?
No. I'm talking about this was a pattern of behavior for him throughout many, many years, and the school did nothing about it. Now, while that is a singular instance, and while other schools are not going to operate the same way, pretending that just because you attended a school that did doesn't mean that no school will. I've been in both. I'm saying both are possible.
Well,
And
you mentioned
discounting the possibility of the other way it's going doesn't help the argument you're making about how this is still a safe thing.
Right. What I'm saying is the consequences of following the Constitution may please you or not please you. But if a law is unconstitutional, it has no standing. And whether it was
separation.
All right. Notice he's a constitutional scholar, obviously. Probably spent 30 years in school studying just the Constitution. Notice how, like, when right-wing people say that, they only mean that the Constitution implies their ideology is correct. And this issue that Pixie is talking about, it's a serious issue. Are these churches going to have to now pay taxes because they're getting, or are these religious schools, are they going to have to pay taxes? So I'm pretty sure they don't have to. I'd have to look into that, honestly. Churches affiliated with them. Now that we're destroying the separation of church and state, which Pixie is about to get into, Is that constitutional? Well, to this constitutional scholar, that's extremely constitutional. She's going to get into it, though.
Church and state is part of what our Constitution was built on. You can't erode that without reading.
Which part of the Constitution, which amendment is that, or Bill of Rights?
Not only is it in the Establishment Clause in the Constitution, but when people question the Establishment Clause because they didn't feel it was clear enough,
what does it say?
Jefferson happily detailed it for them and said, this means that the church doesn't get a say in government. You don't get to do this. But that also means that the government will stay out of your churches and we won't tell you what to preach.
Right. So which church are you saying is doing something?
There's a lot of them. Which ones do you think are not?
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole evangelical lobby, dude, that's got like...
I understand there's a lobby for everything, but which church is making laws based on their religion?
It's not a church that's making laws based on the religion. It's people trying to bring religion into politics, which is what he specifically said was not to be done.
Well,
it seems like you're avoiding her argument.
I'm not. I'm trying to understand it. I'm saying which church is influencing. Like, show me where they're using the Bible to justify what's already written in the Constitution. Wait, why are you yelling at me?
For example, the Johnson Amendment. There you go. The Johnson Amendment's not in the Constitution. I'll give you that one. The IRS has that regulation. But the churches.
So it's IRS code.
No. Hold on. That one is. The Johnson Amendment is. The other one's not. So the Establishment Clause is in the Constitution, right? And based on the Establishment Clause.
But I want you to give me the text of that.
Based on the Establishment Clause, the IRS said when you're preaching in a church, right? When a preacher's preaching in a church, you can say you're pro-life. Nobody has a problem with that. Be pro-life, preach pro-life, nobody cares. What you're not supposed to do is get behind there and hold rallies for certain candidates.
No,
you're not supposed to say vote for this person. Don't vote for that person. Right.
That's only 501c3 church.
Which churches? It's not just
not all churches are.
It's all non.
Yes,
it's all.
That is
it's
the
all
deal.
churches who don't pay taxes. It's all
right,
churches who don't pay taxes.
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying. 501c3 churches agree because that's part of the deal that they won't have any. It's not a matter of the churches being prohibited to talk about governmental things under the Constitution.
Hold on, I know, I'm not done yet. Because it's not just churches. That also extends to nonprofit organizations. But the reason that law could be made was because the idea of separation of church and state is clearly in our Constitution, period.
So would you humor me and just give me the text from that? I mean,
look up the Establishment Clause. The Establishment
I'm on my
Clause,
phone. I'm on my phone, so... there should be no establishment of church or state religion.
Yeah, that the government wouldn't establish any religion or anything like that, right? So
right,
when they said
state religion like the Catholic Church.
But it doesn't stop there, because when they questioned it, because that's what they thought, and when they questioned it, he said no, it goes beyond that. The church will have no influence in the government. The government will have no influence in the church. We are separate. We are completely separate. They made this very, very clear in the letters when they were asked to expand upon it.
Okay. All right. So if we can find where that's being done, okay? If we can find where that's being done, it would be unconstitutional.
It's being done in the Supreme Court. It's being done all over the goddamn United States. What do you mean, where is it being done?
No, I'm asking. I need you, if you want to talk to me, I'm going to need you to calm down a little bit. Where is it being done in the Supreme Court, please?
I already gave 2 examples. First of all, this whole definition of what is a human life, they are going off of a Christian concept. They're certainly not going off of a secular one. So they're expecting expecting everybody to live by their religious values. On top of that, I've already said that now they're saying that our tax dollars don't just get to pay for public schools. We also get to pay for private Christian schools, which is an erosion.
I don't think that you should pay for any schools. Okay. I don't think that you should pay for any schools. All right, honestly, especially not with your property taxes. But that's not the point. The point is, you're saying that the definition they're using of where life begins is exclusively a Christian or a religious belief, and that everyone, are you saying that every secular person would agree?
No, I'm not.
Or is it just a certain group of secularists?
Hold on.
That,
I'm not
think
saying I'm not saying it's an exclusive belief. What I am saying is that because what? Hold on. I know. That's why I told you to go. Hold on one sec. Is it what you're talking about white cars? Yes. I don't hate that this light. Actually, it looks really cute. Okay. I'm gonna hold 1 second.
it's a big deal.
Yeah, it doesn't take long, but I think that's kind of cool because right on the stream, Pixie's teenage daughter is getting her first car. That's pretty awesome, right? I believe it's a teenage daughter anyway.
Deal.
Americans, you gotta love the Americans. Yeah.
Oh, come on, girl just got a car. She's young. She got her car.
That's
just a second.
No, I just mean I don't understand any of the last hour.
All right, real quick before Pixie comes back, notice he is completely denying any religious aspect to the rejection of Roe v. Wade, and that's their thing now. And I'm not. It had become a political thing, but it had become a political thing based upon the evangelical lobby to our government making it a political thing. Under the Constitution, there should not even be an evangelical lobby to our government, but it is one of the biggest lobbies we have. I talked about it in the debate I had with CJ. Right up until Roe v. Wade was ruled on in the Supreme Court, the Republican Party, who had been the party of the North, the party of the liberal, the party of social justice for most of its history, that certainly started to decay as you got into the 1930s, 1940s, especially once you get into civil rights. But Roe v. Wade was the final nail in the coffin. And from the moment that Roe v. Wade came down, the Republican Party that had always been pro-choice up till that moment immediately became pro-life. And why did they do so? Because that's how they would get the evangelical vote. That's how they would keep power. The entire pro-life movement is based in religion. And I don't fucking understand it. I've argued with Christians for so long about this. Because God clearly has no problem with killing kids. If your God exists, he kills kids all the fucking time. But go back all the way to the flood and all those abortions because they drowned in the water that God sent. So I don't understand it, but it's the truth. It's how it was that nail in the coffin. It's how they won the Bible Belt as their political base of power. And they've done a damn good job of spreading that ideology from there all across the country.
What's been said, I really don't.
It would really require you to read the Bill of Rights and the Constitution to understand.
Sorry about that. What were we saying?
We were talking about in the Supreme Court, or the definition of human life coming exclusively from religious sources.
I'm not saying it's coming exclusively from religious sources. That's what
you would need to make that. You would need to make that case.
No, I don't. Because what I said is not that they are exclusively using that this definition is exclusive to Judeo-Christianity, right? Because the Jewish people don't even agree. They think
religious at all.
That's not the point. The point is they are using their religious definitions and expecting everybody else to not only agree with it but abide by it. That how do you think they're making their decisions? And don't even get me into that whack job from the people of praise.
I don't even know what you're talking about, people of praise. I'm just asking you because you guys are the ones that bring the Bible into this. I don't.
Yes, the whack job justice of the peace in the people of praise cult.
So the pro-life movement is a direct result of the evangelical lobby. The evangelical lobby. Yeah. Oh, yes, it is. Go back and study Roe v. Wade. Study about how the parties flipped.
How did
the Republican Party utilized Roe v. Wade? The Republican Party up until Roe v. Wade was always pro-choice. Always pro-choice. And once Roe v. Wade came down, they were trying to get the South They utilized the evangelical lobby, and they became a party of pro-choice. From that moment, they became a party of pro-choice, and they stayed a party of pro-choice or pro-life. Excuse me. So, while not everybody in the pro-life movement clearly is Christian, the idea of it and the money behind it is that evangelical lobby, and you're trying to take away from a very important fact. I'm not saying all churches do this.
I'd like to retort.
Well, let me finish my point though, because this goes into everything that you and Pixie have been talking about here. I have done a lot of research, and I have reported on my channel about extreme fundamentalist groups like the Quiverful movement, like groups like the NIFB. They train people to go into government and to be in these positions of power and affect these laws from a deeply fundamental Christian point of view. And nobody argues that the three justices that Trump elected over the last 4 years, or put into office over the last 4 years, aren't deeply evangelical justices. Nobody argues that. Nobody.
No, wait,
That's
well,
why they
hold
were
on,
chosen.
hold on.
You know, I wasn't lying there.
Pause.
I wasn't lying there.
Amy Coney Barrett is not an evangelical. She is a part of the people of.
Yeah, I got that. Amy Cohen Barrett was a Catholic fundamentalist, not an evangelical fundamentalist. So I did get that wrong there.
Praise, which is like a Catholic.
Yeah, she's Catholic. They had these same ideological lines, though. There was a list of certain judges.
This goes back
that
much
were gonna
further. Hold on.
overturn Roe v. Wade. That was Trump's list.
Okay.
Yes.
You're getting way out into the weeds. Okay,
That goes into the family, not.
So the thing is, there's always been a different level of value placed on human life between the two parties.
Yeah.
This is consistent because
between the two political bases. Hold on, between the two political bases, not between the two parties, because a poll shows that even an overwhelming majority of Republicans are for it.
I'm sorry.
Real quick, and I did address that, but a few moments for Gurr. I'm going to join in a few moments. That's like an hour and a half.
I'm sorry, dear, but the Republicans were created over the issue of slavery because of the value and the definition of what a human life was.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I didn't say it was different. I said you can't. It's hard to use that argument with Roe v. Wade, because you can say that there's always been a difference in the political base of the parties. Hold on. But even recent polls show that even the majority of Republicans do not think abortion should be banned in America.
Nobody's saying that it's going to be banned except for Knock.
The Republican platform does too.
Hold on.
Mitch McConnell.
This is not the way.
You're right. I worded it poorly. The poll showed that even a majority of Republicans did not support the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
Okay. So as far as the way this will go down, politicians are going to want to be elected. And people are only really wanting moderation. You're going to have some extremes that they want none, absolutely, but they're not going to go with that. They won't pass that because they won't get elected.
Bullshit. You guys will be jumping for joy the moment they do it. You're going to sit here, like you were literally calling it murder, and you're going to sit here and say you're not going to be gleeful when they do a national ban?
Hold on. I said people. I wasn't speaking for myself. I do think it's murder.
And second of all, I disagree with you heavily, because this whole they won't get elected. Yeah, they figured out ways around that. The Republicans pretty much have a minority power grab in a lot of states.
They'll get elected because of it.
I don't know that it's a minority. I think that if you like your democracy, if you like your democracy, then you put back to the state.
Wait, hold on. Wait, let me address that. First of all, okay, it is not a democracy. It is a fucking republic.
Oh,
okay,
I agree.
Democracy is mob rule. Second of all,
let's remember you said that in a few minutes, okay?
Second of all I said was that it wasn't the majority. I never said it was good. I never said it was bad. I said you couldn't blame it on the party affiliation, because even the majority of the other side thinks that Roe v. Wade should not be overturned. Now, the minority power grab, why do I say that? Well, how do you consistently win an election while you consistently lose the popular vote? It is a minority power grab. Is it good? Is it bad? I made no distinction between the two.
Well, the popular vote is a joke anyway. The popular vote has nothing to do with it, really. It's the electors, the electoral college.
Well, the electoral college is what's actually the joke, but I get your point.
Nothing. Yeah.
Republicans love the electoral college because they were never on the wrong end of it.
I'm not a Republican, so don't paint me with that either.
Clearly.
But Trump.
All right, so like I have to make this statement because I'm no longer a quote unquote Democrat, right? Like I got out of the party. I'm not part of the party anymore. I'm considered an independent now. But I vote with the Democratic Party. So like I will use that common usage of or agree that a lot of my politics, although they go way farther left than the Democratic Party does, that the Democratic Party is the party in the nation of the two major parties we have that best reflects my politics. Now, they're corporate hacks, but I'm not a Democrat. But I vote Democrat. So in this conversation, I would be considered a Democrat, right? I don't vote for Republicans. If I don't like a Democrat bad enough, then I just won't vote for him or her or them. And he doesn't quite understand that concept because you clearly vote for the Republicans. We're having a conversation where the Republicans are, and they're going to get off on this tangent, and it's going to get crazy, but not as crazy as it's going to get later. Like we're kind of off the rails at this point. Pixie's making a lot of great points, but William just can't take it. So he's got to kind of take it off the rails. So beware.
Libertarians are worse.
No, I know you didn't, Pixie. I was talking to Knock. Go ahead.
Libertarians are worse.
Oh, I thought Richard had something to say. Okay. I imagine.
Oh,
we were literally just.
So,
people. I wasn't speaking for myself. I do think it's murder.
And second of all, I disagree with you heavily because this whole they won't get elected. Yeah, they figured out ways around that.
Sort out our own shit.
right, carry on.
On a foreign news channel. Good point.
No, carry on. Americans, carry on.
Oh no, Wildheart and I go back and forth about me being a dirty American, him being a filthy Brit all the time.
I know, but you know me. I have to give you a hard time.
Was I muted? I've been proud of myself. I haven't been doing that since I stopped drinking again and got off all them damn pills.
Yes, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
I'll tell you, with the Wade versus Roe incident recently, you have regressed yourself. At least
no, dog, you don't understand. We gave the Supreme Court just gave up power. They gave power back to the states to make their individual rulings based on their own. No, ma'am, it's based on their own state constitutions.
They did not give up power. Because they're still claiming that they have the power to decide. They did not give up power.
They didn't decide. They actually said no. We can't.
They decided both times. The first time they decided that the states couldn't go against it, that it was a right. The second time they decided that it wasn't a right, that we needed to give it back to the states. They didn't give up power. They just changed their answer.
Here's the only answer. Here's the only way that you're going to deal with it.
You don't really think the bullshit you're spewing here.
I'm not
push
American.
for a second. Let me just say what I got to say. Listen, God damn it, dog. Hold on. This is the way that it was prescribed to deal with. This is the way that I've been dealing with gun rights, and it's not pleasant. Whenever there's an unconstitutional law and you want to change it, it's civil disobedience, and then you take it to court and you use your Supreme Court cases and you prove that it's unconstitutional. Okay, that's the way it will have to go now, because that's what we've had to do with gun rights forever. That's how it got to the Supreme Court. Okay, and it's finally been restored back to the individual's rights. Thank God.
They did that back in like '88. I mean,
That would be funny.
The individual right comes from a
James.
Republican right-wing Supreme Court ruling back in like '88 or something.
No, it comes from the Magna Carta.
No, it comes from a Supreme Court ruling.
First of all, the Magna Carta is not
You
American.
really don't know
Second
it.
of all, first of all,
Oh
the
no,
Magna
but
Carta is not
no,
American. And second of all,
ma'am, no,
the
ma'am,
Magna
no,
Carta
ma'am.
deals with- What?
The Magna Carta and the English common law are. It is impossible to understand the Constitution without it. This is in the
Hold on.
Federalist Papers as well.
Actually, you're only getting half the picture if you get common law, but I'm not done there. Because our courts are actually split just like our states are. Not all of our court systems run off of common law.
They run off maritime admiralty.
No, not only that. You're not letting me finish. Common law is very, very heavily based in what we would consider to have been the colonies. However, other places that were settled and incorporated into America later, particularly by the Spanish, had a whole different precedent that they were abiding by. And yes, you still see those influences in different states today. It's part of the reason why some states are marital property states and other states are equitable distribution states. We have more than one influence.
So you will have to challenge anything that's unconstitutional in the courts, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the remedy,
I'm just
which
saying we're not
hold on, I don't want to get locked into just one thing.
And the fact that he keeps seeming to ignore is we have a very extreme right-wing, I would consider rogue court right now that's actually not even really considering the implications of the complication of the Constitution or their actions. They're just ruling along a political partisan ideology.
Because there's so many unconstitutional things going on. All I'm saying is that all of these things, there's a way to resolve it. I mean, we're not going to resolve it until we get back and we learn what things actually meant and what we actually have to do to go in and defend it. And if you're going to go in there and you're going to use a bar-appointed attorney, you're going to barely break even, if at all. So if you're not willing to go in there and fight for it, then you don't want it. It's not really a right to you.
I'll remember that when people are dying for the rights they're fighting for. And when you
It
ask your
always
child
happens.
not to, no, and when you ask your child not to die for it, I'll remember that too.
I don't think that you honestly believe that this Supreme Court, like you don't believe that this Supreme Court is going to uphold constitutional law, like you know, when the Republicans get power and when they pass an outright national ban.
When that happens, then you can jide me.
You're not going to be in the streets
the
with
alt-right
us,
Republicans?
right? Yeah, well,
Oh,
I mean,
thank you for that.
well, the Republicans are the alt-right. That's what they are.
No, they're
No,
not.
the alt-right is on the Republican side of the scale. I wouldn't. Liz Cheney's a Republican. I don't think she's like.
Well, and here's where I disagree with Pixie. Pixie makes these distinctions sometimes, and I just won't. I would say 10 years ago, you couldn't say the Republican Party was the alt-right, but now you clearly can because the Republican Party has adopted their culture war platform. Their points are the points of the alt-right now, and the Liz Cheneys of the world are getting voted out. I doubt she's going to survive her primary challenge. The Republican Party has went farther right. They're not the far right party of the Tea Party anymore. They're the extreme right party of the alt-right. So there I disagree with Pixie.
Out there being alt-right,
not
right?
for much longer. Like she'll be a Democrat.
She's not even Republican.
You see,
She just registers as one.
No, actually,
she registers
she
as one.
No,
She's a fucking rhino all day.
Her
Rhino,
and her warmongering husband
she's like
are Republicans.
She's well, for what she's a conservative.
Well, we don't claim them.
Like,
the majority of Republicans don't claim her. Watch her she's about to lose her spot. Watch this shit happen.
I thought you weren't Republican.
Yeah, and Pixie just called out his hypocritical bullshit. He definitely clearly is a Republican. He sees himself as a Republican. He makes the slip up several times. But yeah, I mean, Cheney is a very, very conservative person. The only reason they hate her is because she stood against Trump. Her father was a fucking god to them until Trump came along and demonized Bush and Cheney. But he's making my point for me, the point I just made. The Republican Party is not the party of Liz Cheney anymore. She's not right enough for the Republican Party anymore, which is it just shows you that it's the alt-right party. It's the fascist party now.
Why would you bother claiming that?
What? Well, because conservative.
This hasn't really been an honest
again.
conversation.
Oh, really?
I didn't say conservative. I said Republican.
Where do you think conservatives have to go right now?
I don't think that you honestly believe that this Supreme Court will uphold the Constitution. I think that you're jumping in joy for the fact that you've got a very fundamental right wing court that's upholding your right.
I understand you feel that way.
Because that's what's happening. You have a court upholding your right wing ideology. That's what's happening.
If you mean right wing ideology as constitutional rights, then yeah, I'm with that.
But see, here in England, we have our parties. We have our left, right, and left wings. We have all of them, but none of them have said that you inject, we can inject bleach into our bodies. I mean,
shove a flashlight up your ass. Right?
We haven't either.
When Donald Trump said that, I have to admit that bleach.
Wait a minute. When Donald Trump said what?
Went up by 400%.
No. When he said what about body autonomy? When did he say that?
He pretty much told you to drink bleach to kill the coronavirus.
Please pull that quote up. I'd love to hear that.
No, it's not drinking.
He also said
he wanted to know if they could inject bleach or put
bleach,
light in the body.
Yeah. So that's where the flashlight in the butt comes from.
It still went up for 400% of bleach ingestion, or
that has nothing to do with bodily autonomy.
Huh?
Why not?
That has nothing to do, because he didn't tell anyone to do it. He didn't take anyone's right to choose away.
You're a fuckwit. You are a fuckwit.
You may call me what you like.
Yeah, no, you may not. I can call people fuckwits. I can call people.
Come on, man.
All right, so like the one time, he makes a good point there, but I believe that was Dog's thing there, but yeah, I'll give him credit where credit's due.
And don't hide him. It's fine if he feels that way. I'm okay with dissent.
400% is a phenomenal statistic.
All right, so I'm a fuckwit, and anyway, you can say what you want. I am definitely dog. I will agree. Hold on. Okay, I was wrong. Put him in the back again. Fuck.
Wait, I just got here. What did I do? Just kidding.
No, not you, Spock.
Hey, ABT.
Hey, ABT.
God damn it.
Well, I was gonna say
or
go ahead, man.
All
Sorry.
right, go ahead. I was just gonna say I agree that I'm the farthest right in this room. I am so much further than a Republican. I mean, I'm a minarchist, so I don't want any extra government at all. So I don't have any real friends in the Republican Party either. But I am compelled, if there's a better candidate in the Republican Party as opposed to what I find in the Democrat Party, I'm going to choose the Republican Party. I haven't seen the Democrats stand behind Tulsi Gabbard or anybody worth a shit yet.
I am not
Tulsi
a Republican
Gabbard.
or a Democrat either. I happen to despise both parties and have a great desire to see them both crash and burn as the bought little oligarchy pawns they are.
I agree.
That being said, the fact you think Tulsi Gabbard is worth a damn, I find somewhat concerning.
All right, so yeah,
She's
I'm not a
super
Democrat
hot.
either. I'm no longer a Democrat. I consider for you guys across the pond, if you want to understand American politics, when he says I'm much farther than Republicans, like if you're much farther than Republicans, that to me, my ears, that's like worse than Nazis. I don't even want to think about that.
But that's because you don't understand the scale.
Well, no, I do understand. I'm
fuck
about
is
to
that
talk
worse
about the
than
scale.
Nazis?
For across the pond, to understand our politics, you have to understand the Overton window, right? That Overton window has went far, far right, and it has slid right constantly. So the Democrats are a center right party. They're a corporate party of hacks, and they're despicable. The right, they have been sliding towards the far right end of the spectrum, so that slides our Overton window, and it is to the point that there is no left here in America anymore. There's people like me that we scream, but nobody listens to us.
That's right. Actually, foreigners will tell you that. Foreigners will tell you America doesn't have a left; they have a right and a further right.
Right, and I understand from their perspective that's what that means. But when
that's the truth. You understand the Overton window, right?
You know who influenced the Overton window a lot? Murdoch.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. Like, what the fuck is a monarchist, right? Like, that's what. Like, you want a king? I don't know. I don't even know what that is. But notice like how he went from I'm a Republican to I'm not a Republican. He was talking like he was some kind of big L libertarian. Doesn't believe in government, and the right is maybe we haven't gotten into this part yet. We might get into it because it gets off the fucking rails. The right is all about taking away government, and the left is all about big government. Like he has these really, really very simple ideas of political theory. It's infuriating sometimes because they don't. I consider it the fault of our society. We stopped teaching fucking civics in our public schools for some fucking reason. And they want to make it worse. They want to, they're trying to take us full fucking. They want to teach evolution, or they want to teach creationism. In fucking public schools. They want teachers to be able to lead prayers, but I can almost guarantee you. That those are Christian teachers. They're going to have an issue the first moment a Muslim leads a prayer in school, or the first moment a Satanist comes out with a Hail Satan to lead the class. They're going to have an issue with that.
Yeah, that's right.
You got something, dog?
But the thing is, politics is politics, and Trump is
Okay, so you just have peanut butter in your mouth right now.
Like maybe his politics is he wants Trump to be king. Maybe that's it.
But Trump is extremely. I mean, he threw his own daughter under the bus.
If you're not drunk, I'll kiss my own ass.
I don't think he is, and I understood everything he said.
I've been drinking brandy.
I think he. Look.
I need a translator.
I'm not. Look.
He threw Ivanka under the bus.
Yes, he kind of did.
This week.
But to be fair, one could argue that she did it to him first.
Because she knew.
Why are we talking about Trump again? What we were talking about have to do with Trump now?
Because Trump sucks. Who knows?
Oh yeah, that's fantastic. But Knock was talking about the Supreme Court and then the right and the left. And I just wanted to say that as it actually stands, if you look at an authoritarian scale, the less
the right
laws
is
or
all
less.
the way there.
I will say that the Republic, ma'am.
All right, I'm gonna let this part play for a little while, but I think we're getting closer to the end of this segment. Because at some point I'm gonna skip forward to when Savage comes in. We're gonna watch a lot of that. It looks like it might. I don't know if we get back into abortion though, and that's kind of what this thing is about. We'll go for a little while. We might get back into abortion.
I'll say the Republican. God damn it, dog. Yes, Trump sucked. Whatever you want to say. Can I fucking finish?
Go on.
Okay. So as far as the Republicans, yes, Republicans are very much for bigger government, just like the Democrats.
The alt-right
I'm not.
are straight up
hold on.
fucking fascist.
I will get to the alt-right. Hold on a second. The alt-right is not farther right than the Republicans. They are right there in the same area as the Republicans. The further right you go, the more you get towards libertarians.
Fascism?
No,
Yes.
ma'am, if you'll just listen to me, what I'm trying to say is on a scale of authoritarian or big government outlook, the further right you go, the smaller government we want. Anarchists are the farthest right you can get because they want no government.
The problem is you're confusing. Hold on. The problem is you're confusing authoritarianism with.
Let me get my OBS back up. Just wait, Sandy. The dumpster fire really hasn't even begun yet. Man, they just browbeat the fuck out of Sparrow, or not. I'm seeing Sparrow on the side chat out of Savage Minnow. I'll comment it on a few times, but like William here, who's getting schooled mainly by Pixie, and I'm piping in. Me and Pixie are working as a team, but I'm letting Pixie be the lead here. Totally wasn't what was going on, but funny. But I mean, it is kind of what's going on because she is the main one, and I'm just kind of piping in. Once abortion comes back up, at that point, we done talk about this shit for like 2 hours, so I'm kind of quiet, but I will pipe in and be like, man, this is disgusting. Y'all are just browbeating Savage, and I give full props to Savage Minnow once this real dumpster fire kicks off, because she stood there for a long time and just went at him and gave no fucks. And man, you know me, I'm rage. Love that shit.
Big government. Authoritarianism doesn't require big government. It just requires fear and control. So yes, you can argue that
but
the
you
far
mentioned
left.
fascism.
Hold on.
The side chat is a dumpster fire. I get it.
You mentioned fascism.
Let me finish.
William
You can
Freeman,
argue that the
all
far
them
left
people you have
is close.
explained
You can argue that the
are
far
you.
left is close to communism and that sort of authoritarianism. But yes, absolutely, wholeheartedly, emphatically, 100%, the far right is goddamn fascists.
Anybody that wants big government power or to silence, God damn it, you're the only person I want to silence in this room, dog. Whenever you want to silence an other person's opinion or to invalidate it completely based on nothing but an authoritarian claim,
so tell me who's going around to the
fascism.
schools telling the schools.
You are
So tell me, hold on. So tell me, who's going around to the schools
I
telling
can't
them
talk.
what
I
books?
can't. I'm not going to do this with dog interrupting
Dog,
and you yelling
please.
at me.
You guys hear me?
I'm trying to yell over him. I'm not trying to yell at
Dog.
him. Okay, so tell me, which party is it that's
Sure.
going around telling the schools? So which party is it that's going around telling the schools what books they can and can't have, what their teachers can and can't say? Which party's holding book burnings, huh? Which party is...
Okay, hold on, you're tacking things
culture?
on.
You mean the ones against
Hold on,
cancel culture?
Like, he cannot let somebody make a fucking great point. He just can't fucking do it. He can't let somebody finish a great fucking point.
Can I
The ones
answer?
against
Can I
censorship?
answer? So you want to answer for me then?
No, but you say you're for the side that's against
I'd
censorship.
like to say something.
They seem to be running around trying to censor shit, so...
No, so here's the thing. Both sides want control of the education system. Both sides want to get rid of some books and keep others. Okay, both sides want to cancel things. So you don't get a pass for either side on that one.
And the Democrats are totally banning math books because of CRT. Like, it makes sense, and they're applauded at the same time. Right.
I don't know if you're trying to make a point with sarcasm or if you're trying to make a point outright. Either way, I'm not sure that you are making a point.
Well, the point ultimately that she's making, and she's so when you talk about like the far right as being anarchist, I mean, I know.
No, I didn't say the far right. The far right of the spectrum of authoritarianism. Yes.
Well, I mean, you literally said that. You said that you're like for no government and shit. I mean, whatever. But I mean,
minarchism. Yes.
When you're talking about political spectrum, All right, minarchism. I'll have to look. It's not monarchism. It's minarchism, unless he's just mispronouncing monarchism. But I've never even heard of that. I'll have to look into whatever the fuck that is, because that's some scary shit. Drums. And sorry if you heard. It's 4th of July weekend. I'm boycotting, but the rest of the motherfuckers ain't. And we got you probably hear the Jets, the Thunderhawks, whatever the hell they're called. She's exactly right. You know, your far left, it would veer to the very authoritarian. You know, I don't want to say communism itself is authoritarian, but the representations that we've had on this earth of it are. I don't think that there's ever been a communist state on this earth. I think it's very ideal, and it's an ideal that humans aren't ready for. But
we will never be
exactly
ready for
right. To the far left of that spectrum, that would be your communism authoritarian. But on the opposite side of that is fascism. That would be your far right spectrum of authoritarian, and you were the one speaking of it as as if anarchists are the far right spectrum of that. When actually, I know.
Okay, you're putting authoritarianism on both sides of the scale. There's nowhere to go if you do. It's not a scale.
Because it is on both sides of the scale.
It is on both sides.
No, hold on. Wait. No, please let me finish, Pixie. You're conflating.
I would argue it's only on the right side, truly, because
right,
the forms of communism that we have had on this earth wasn't communism. It was authoritarianism.
Hold on.
So I would argue that authoritarian can only be on the right.
It's not a right-left argument. God damn it! That's what I'm trying to say.
So he doesn't like the fact that he has no argument for the argument he created. So now he's mad, and it's Leo, minarchism. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Okay, you keep putting it back to the right and left, like I'm talking about that on the scale. On a scale of authoritarianism, if you put maximum government on the left, please drop the idea that I'm speaking about parties and right or left, because I'm not going to do that. It's confusing.
Well, I'm not
if
either.
you put,
I'm speaking about
God damn it, can I finish?
Right or left?
Can I?
The dude, he's like Darth, the dude that always cuts people off, getting mad when somebody actually makes a comment when he's speaking.
I finish.
Political theory. And real quick, to my point, you can find authoritarianism on both sides of the spectrum if you consider the communist states that we've had to be like true communism. I don't think that, like, I look at communism like an ideal, and that would be a completely different discussion. Than I'm hoping we get back to the abortion thing, and then we'll be cutting forward to once Savage comes in and abortion comes back up, and Cerberus Hex will be coming in. And as much as I dislike Serb sometimes, as much as I like Serb sometimes, it's hard to like him sometimes. But he's always pretty hard to argue against. Although I do think he makes some really silly fucking arguments in this one. But we're kind of off topic now. We're into, like, I don't know. It just seems like he doesn't understand. And I wanted to reiterate my point. I don't think that you can really find authoritarianism on the left. You can find it in so-called communist governments that we've had on the planet, but I don't think that they lived up to the ideals of communism. Yes, finish, but I'm talking about political theory.
Please try to keep up with what I'm saying, okay?
Well, no.
If you need a piece of paper in front of you, I'll help. I'll help.
Practice what you fucking preach, my bro.
Do you want to hear? You know what? That's fine.
William, am I understanding? Okay, so I clearly was speaking of the political scale, right to left. You are asking me to shift that perspective and instead use a scale of no government
authoritarianism
to no government to government to big government.
Right. For authoritarian government down to no government at all. And I'm asking you to disregard the idea of parties being right and left, because that idea has been conflated a lot with what I'm saying.
I think a better term for you is you're almost apolitical. I would stop calling yourself far right, because everybody's going to automatically assume like far right on the political scale.
Right, but if they don't assume that, I don't get to have this conversation. Make my point. So I do it for a reason, because when we get to far right, what I want them to do is examine the idea of right and left being something other than just names for two existing parties. They don't encompass left and they don't encompass right. just
Oh, I
because
don't
they
think
say
I don't think the
Democrat or
parties.
Republican.
I don't think the parties encompass left or right. I think they're about oligarchy.
Neither one of us has. See, you're the one that's not keeping up with this conversation.
I still
Actually,
haven't.
both of
I
us,
still haven't
both
said
of
what
us
I was
have
trying to say
stated.
yet.
Both of us have stated that the parties of this country are right.
Right,
So-
but
So
okay,
if you,
so
yeah,
obviously-
I agree with that too. If you want to say right being more for bigger government, yes.
When we're talking political theory, that's what we have been talking political theory this entire time. Are you?
no, right means less centrally. But that's not the point. Okay.
Okay, so you're
what were
talking
you
about
saying?
party
Please continue
theory.
so I can understand. No, please continue. No,
All
I'm
right,
not talking
okay.
about parties. I'm saying
Okay.
I don't think
All
the
right.
parties represent.
No, I was
what
talking
they're-
about knock. I was replying to
I'm-
knock.
oh,
okay,
I'll
sorry.
finish.
I'm talking about political
finish.
theory, not party theory.
Well, then let me talk
Democrat
about
Party
political
is not
theory.
left.
Stop and let me tell you what I think when I'm trying to say political theory, because politics fall on a scale. Politics are about, if you get right down to it, people and laws, right? Is that correct? Okay,
Well,
so
it's society
what?
agreements so that society functions efficiently.
right, based on laws, because we're talking about electing legislators and our political leans towards how we want the country shaped. Is that fair?
I mean, laws is a part of it, I guess. All right. Not sure. I'm gonna skip forward a little bit, see if we get back into abortion, because I got so far to go. Sorry, I was just AFK, so hopefully, I don't think I unmuted when I went AFK, and hopefully there wasn't an echo. I want to see if we get back into abortion, because if not, we're gonna go forward. Because right now, like he literally started a conversation about political theory, and then once me and Pixie schooled him on political theory, he's trying to take it to somewhere fucking else. Like, it's odd. So I want to see if we get back into abortion, and if not, I'm gonna skip forward to later when Savage Minnow comes in. I got so far to go in this thing still, and it's not even showing me how long I've been streaming. Oh, over 2 hours already. So, wow, gonna be a long one.
Said Doug,
Oh.
as you know, this guy, the guy that came back,
Now it's echoing because
not you.
I paused it.
all
Damn
right,
it.
yeah, I got you.
All right, now it's echoing because I didn't plug in my headphones. I'm wearing them, but I didn't plug them in. All right, let's see where we're at. I want to see if we go back to abortion. I don't know. I think that law is a part of political theory, but I think that it goes beyond
laws. I mean,
So we should
even
stop
if you,
saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah, I think we're off of it now. So and yeah, I think Pixie's about to leave. So we're gonna go forward to when Savage comes in. All right, it's before that. Because there was like maybe an hour where we was talking about maybe guns or something else. I'm starting to get. I had to take a break from the Mountain Dew. I'm drinking Sprite right now. I need to drink more water. All right, Cerberus is in, but he's going to be quiet at first. Right about here, I think. We'll see where, because it shouldn't take long once Minnow starts speaking. And then we're going to have to read some of the side chat at some point. So I'm going to go ahead and make that to where I can see it, because I want to highlight just how fucking nasty and toxic people on the pro-life side are getting with this conversation.
Yeah. From a stroke, which
It's all gone Pete Tong. What the
Right,
fuck is...
everyone calm the fuck down. I'll let Dog back. As long as he doesn't speak.
Jesus Christ.
How does that work?
Oh my goodness, you're so nice.
You can stay. Just don't talk.
For the last 2 hours, we've been having a lovely conversation about US politics.
you're all a bunch
Don't
of
give a
cunts.
shit about.
What do you mean 2 hours? I've only...
All right, so to kind of set this up, Wildheart, whose channel this is, and I did put the link to his channel in the descriptions. If you enjoy open rooms, he does them a lot. And, they talk about pretty much anything anybody wants to talk about. I guess he does karaoke too. I don't fucking know. But I have been checking out his channel. He does stream a lot, so if you like open rooms, it might become a hot spot. It might become a hot spot. Who fucking knows? That's how these things happen. It happened for me back in the day. But he like Wildheart for a while has wanted us to move beyond American politics, right? So we had the abortion conversation. It got into that weird shit with political theory and law and big government and little government. So Wildheart's like really, really, really hoping that we're gonna move on to a different subject. So be aware of that.
We've even gone 10 minutes. The show can't be going 2 hours.
2 hours.
Yeah, it's been going on for 10 minutes. For now, 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes. Sure.
Wait, Math Pig, why are you awake?
Yeah.
Right?
Really.
Because I've no work tomorrow, and my wee girl's with her mother this weekend.
You said you had stuff you had to get in order. You said you had to go to sleep.
Yeah, but that's grand. It'll be grand. I don't have to get up and be at the train station to 1:30. 1300.
Okay.
I want to translate for Matt.
Don't make me worry about
I
it.
just want to point this out, right, La? It says this stream's only been going 3 minutes. Do you see that? 3 minutes.
That's bullshit.
That's 3 hours.
Look at
No, that's
2 hours,
just 3
2 hours,
minutes.
11 minutes. 2 hours.
Yeah, so I totally just showed like 2 hours of the shit. So.
That's just 3
Where did you get
minutes.
that from? That's bullshit.
I fucking love that pig.
You guys are
I
weird.
just, it could have been 3 minutes, but they've been talking about US politics.
Math Pig's only really made me mad once in the entire time I've known him. That's like a near impossibility if you know me.
For 2 hours, so it might have
I
been.
missed all the US politics talk.
Seemed like 2 hours. Yeah.
I
Look,
love
it's
it.
just Brent
William was
Smith,
on
guys.
fire. William, you're on fire out there.
If you want to know what the new opiate of the masses is, it's politics.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I still think
I just care about women's rights. Like that's really like where I come at it from. And I know that like I'm not, people around here are like, you're not supposed.
All right, so I and to set this up as well, right? So at some point, like once the argument cooled down, a lot of right wingers started to come in. We were talking a lot of political shit, guns, theory, abortion. So Brojo comes in, Cerberus comes in, JG comes in, and they're all three on a right type of ideology here. Especially, they're all three pro-life. I think Brojo's position is probably more moderate than the rest of them. So it's a different dynamic than the conversation we first watched, where it was pretty much me and Pixie versus one pro-lifer, although, Richard had piped in a couple times, but it was mainly me and Pixie against William. Now, William will be coming back in, but right now, William is in the side chat, right? And, oh, man, he pissed me the fuck off. I ain't going to lie. We're going to get there, though.
Let's talk about
I
politics.
care
but you know
about.
what?
I care. I care. I care
Can we
about
give
everybody's rights.
Savage
I care about human rights.
Can we give Savage the floor for a wee minute? Being
Yes.
the only...
I mean, yes.
Oh.
Yes, do it.
Wildheart said yes.
And, we went into a gun conversation. I'm reading the side chat, and the righties are all triggered by my stance on guns and open carry, and so I'm reading that in the side chat right now.
What do you want me to say?
How do you know Savage holds a uterus, and how do you know I don't?
I mean, I can tell you that I have a uterus, and I mean,
Well,
I
I'm gonna
choose to
need
believe people
citations
who
on
tell me
that.
that they have a uterus. Gosh, I don't have the paperwork for my abortion, but like, would that do if I have it somewhere?
Yeah, that'd probably do for citation. I was just kidding anyway. I believe you when you say you have one. Yeah.
As long as the doctor that signed the paper for it didn't have blue hair, then I would accept it.
Jay, don't leave. Jay, don't leave.
Don't go. Please don't go. Babe.
I don't want to go, but it's crazy static.
No, it says someone's trying to enter about the studio. I've never had that before, I don't think.
Savage, did you have something you did actually want to say?
I mean, not really. I mean,
here we go.
There's lots of things that I want to say, but this isn't my platform, and I missed the first part of the conversation.
But apparently is your platform right now.
Well, okay, abortion rights are human rights, and we don't, in any other cases, force people to put their body and bodily autonomy at risk to keep another person alive. So
Absolutely.
now that we're giving fetuses more.
No, no, it's just the way these rooms work out. I was just making that point because I had skipped past it. There was a moment when 2 or 3 people on the right came in, but they were being quiet. Like the gun conversation was pretty much, as far as I remember it, between me and William. Pixie had left. Cerberus was being quiet. Brojo was being quiet. No, that's just the way it goes. Like I said, I pipe in when I feel I absolutely have to, but I'd already had this conversation for a couple hours. So, it would have been probably a lot more fair if I was a lot more active as I had been for Pixie. But at this point, it's very late, and I'm already staying up kind of past my bedtime nowadays. Now that I'm actually getting sleep again, I usually stay up till like 10 o'clock. It's probably around 11:30 midnight at this point. I'm jacked up on Mountain Dew. I've been drinking Mountain Dew all day. I did take my medication at 10 o'clock. We had heard the alarm go off during the stream. Where it doesn't mess me up, it does make me tired, right? So I'm kind of I'm more disengaged, though I will pipe in when I feel like I need to.
Rights than other people, it's going to be a really, really slippery slope. And I'm worried about people with uteruses and positions like I was in. I'm also again worried about where does it stop. And we're talking about like some other laws that might be overturned. But also like, okay, if bodily because the fetus has a right to life. Okay, how about our friend Diana, who's in renal failure? Does she have a right to life? If there's somebody out there that's a match for her, can she force them to give her their kidney? Is that where we're going to go with this? That's kind of it could be argued that. I don't necessarily know that we're going to get that way.
Depends on how far you want to get down Sam Harris's hole,
I mean,
that's a screen grab if ever I heard it. How far down Sam Harris's hole do you want to get? That's.
But I just, like I said, I don't understand why a fetus gets more rights than everybody else.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
What would equal rights look like?
What do you mean?
Oh, equal rights.
What would
terrifying.
equal rights look like?
As far as what?
All right, so she lays out her position pretty beautifully. I think Savage is a trooper, a fighter. Really dug that. Savage is gonna just stick in as long as she does, because I probably would have got pissed and left. And she never gets pissed and leaves. She stays until she gets tired and leave. I would have got pissed and leave. But already in the side chat, it's starting to happen. William, the guy that I was talking to, William Freeman is his YouTube name here. Says, I hear a straw man being constructed by a lady woman. Now we're gonna progress. We're gonna progress through the conversation, but we're gonna regress in the side chat, and that's going to happen in the stream as well.
Oh, okay. If there's a legal precedent that whether the uterine having human was aware they were pregnant or not, intended to carry the pregnancy to term or not, and was murdered, the assailant.
I know I'm interrupting it for you guys. I can't even hear Richard. These damn jets, man. It's been like already 4 days of this shit, and like I think maybe today's like the first actual show, so it's probably like the first actual show today, and then tomorrow they're gonna have like 20 of them motherfuckers. But I've been listening to this shit for like 4 days, and I'm right by the airport. And it's driving me mad.
Assailant can be charged with a double homicide.
Mm-hmm.
So there's already a legal precedent that despite any intent or, I don't know, possible birth defects, whatever, that there are rights assigned to the unborn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that being the case, what would equal rights for both the person pregnant and the one who is the pregnancy look like?
Again, we can't force any person, in my mind.
Cool. Oh man, I almost did it again. Cool. Thank you, Sadie. Because I don't see how you can't hear it because it's so loud. I'm surprised the microphone isn't picking it up. If I still had a Yeti, I bet y'all would hear it.
I can't force a person to put their body at risk to help
Okay, well,
somebody who
when
would
you say
otherwise
force-
die without
Okay,
that.
but a person in a coma is in that same situation. Are you saying that there shouldn't be like the doctor's oath to take care of people? That shouldn't exist?
No, that's fine. But who is the person in the coma putting at risk in order
Everyone who's taking care of them.
That's not putting them at risk, and they're volunteering to do that if that's their
They're
job. They're signing
volunteering.
up to doing that. Yeah.
There's not just like a policeman
if the baby wants his
but voluntarily.
if the baby
You guys are
wants his
talking
body-
over each other, and I can't hear either of
Sorry,
you.
sorry.
Like a policeman agrees to risk themselves for others. That
All right, so already, and I hate to cut Richard off there, but already in the side chat, it's starting to de-escalate, right? So, William just pipes in, nobody's forcing women to fuck except Wildheart on Wednesdays, all right? And that's I'm going to point out a few of these chats, and then I'm going to go full screen again, but it's going to get nasty, y'all. So, all trigger warnings. This is probably going to go for a couple hours still. It's going to get nasty, and William's going to come back in, and I mean, I think he gets demeaning, and I believe Savage thinks he's gets demeaning. It's going to get hard to listen to, I think.
that's part of the job description. Right?
That's not actually part of the job description, but if
you know what I'm saying. Military person, then.
Okay, sure.
We'll just skip by police.
Sure.
It doesn't matter.
I mean, I get what you're saying with that, so that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
William,
So then,
comment.
now,
I'm sorry.
Now, don't be.
Like Midnight just sees that comment in side chat and laughs about it, thinks it's funny. Bro Joe's with his arrows. I mean, you guys probably can't even see it, but there's, Bro Joe does the arrows up. Like, yep, that's a great point. It's gonna digress.
Divine disbelief, and say I'm taking the opposite position because I'm talking about logic. I'm not taking the opposite position. I don't actually have a position on this. I think all of this is irrelevant, and it's going to be resolved in heaven, and all we have to do is wait. But anyway, for now, speaking about just the logic of it.
Just so you know, Savage, you're surrounded by a bunch of fucking fascists.
I've been told that I
God,
should be stoned.
the fucking misogyny that's going on in the side chat,
and the fact that people are like, nobody's forcing women to
really
fuck.
likes William. I
You
think
better
Brojo's
fucking
got a man
believe that
crush.
there are people that are forcing women to fuck. You better believe there are people who are forcing women to fuck. Like,
I'm not forcing them. I pay them.
Are we been outed,
an
Will?
entire segment of the police station that is like specifically for people who are forcing women
I
to
mean,
fuck.
I don't think
Women don't
everyone's
need to be
talking.
forced to fuck because
Everyone
that
calm
is
down.
is
I think
human.
it's never a good idea to speak about a specific as if it's the overall generality. And
Sure.
I'm trying to speak about generalities right now.
Sure.
Richard, can I ask you, should the parents be forced to give an organ if the child needs an organ?
Right,
carry
yeah.
on
Okay, so
after
your
born?
kid is going through renal failure and needs a
Right.
kidney, and you're a match for that kid. Should you
Right.
be forced as a parent to give your kidney to that kid?
Absolutely,
I'm not sure.
100%.
I think that's a personal question. What opinions are going to vary on that? I think, but
So you think that we can force the parent to do it?
Yeah,
I don't know. In some
Because we live in America
places that
where like
might be.
bodily autonomy is a thing.
No, it's really not. No, it's really not. Every law violates bodily autonomy, so that's just nonsense.
What do you mean every law violates
Every
bodily
law
autonomy?
is telling someone
All
somewhere
laws-
what they can and can't do
Yes.
with their body.
All laws are mandated morality. That's what a law is.
There are laws that tell you like, okay, like sure, like
Forced with a gun.
but we still have we still get to do what we want with our bodies. Like that's not like
there's a law.
Yeah, like for instance,
but not
Law is
not always.
just
Well, okay, but let's walk. I'm going to give you, if you're willing, an.
All right, so far it's been somewhat cordial, right? But we have William in the side chat, and William says women don't want to be accountable for what they do with their pussies. And that right there is the pro-life movement unfiltered, right? That's the pro-life movement that has won the victory, that doesn't need to hide their disdain anymore for all you whores out there. That's essentially what their argument is. Like Cerberus Hex's argument is don't have sex. Women don't want to be accountable for what they do with their pussies, is what William Freeman writes in the side chat.
Opportunity to change my mind on this, because legally I'm kind of back and forth on whether it should be a thing or not, because there's lots of good reasons that aren't moral.
Now, mind you, I am reading this in the side chat. I've already commented once about it. I'm going to probably comment again. I'm reading this, and I'm not really losing my cool, which is the new knock. It's the new me. I am going to keep the rein on my emotions, y'all. That's the goal every time now, is to be chill. To be chill.
Moral reasons. Morally, I'm completely against abortion. So
there's Cerberus. Yeah, I think that's pretty much what your argument comes down to. I mean, I'm going to show it all. I'm going to try to show it all. I'm here all day. You know, I'm not doing anything for 4th of July weekend. I'm here all day.
The way I see it is that.
And real quick before we get back into it, sir, you wasn't here like the 2 or 3 times I've given you props. I mean, you're a hard person to argue against. You are. But some of your points I think are really silly, as I'm sure you think some of my points are really silly.
Someone has, except for rape, someone has volunteered to take an action that can create life, of their own free will, and then they create that life and then decide to kill it.
What about contraceptive
That seems
failure?
totally screwed.
What about contraceptive failures?
But she just asked me a question, guys. She just asked me, calm down a second. Everyone else calm down a second.
Well, your question assumes a lot.
Yeah, it doesn't really assume much at all.
It assumes a lot. But we have another quote from Mr. William Freeman in the side chat. Are women too stupid to understand how babies are made? Democrats think so. Like this is the turning of the narrative, right? That's what I'm saying. Like you used to be able to have these conversations. I've seen plenty of them. I've participated in a couple. I did try to stay away from this conversation mainly. I'd rather let women speak for women. But now I don't think we can do that. Like we have to be involved now. If you're an ally, you have to be involved. If you're for individual liberty, you have to be involved now. Are women too stupid to understand how babies are made?
Yeah,
you're still taking the risk because you're aware of contraception.
All right, enough of that. I'm gonna make it full screen and I'm gonna let it play for a second. It's gonna get worse in that side chat. It's gonna get worse. But William's gonna come back into the conversation and bring it into the conversation. So because I'm gonna call him out. Because notice, like earlier, he wasn't making those kind of statements having that conversation with me and Pixie. But now it's a little more unfiltered. Gonna show how you really think. Although he did show us how he really thought in the earlier part when he literally said it's murder, and then tried to pretend like he wouldn't be for a national ban. But I'm gonna let it play for a second.
Failure.
Yeah, but you're not taking into.
But like me and my spouse.
The point is, people can have sex and not want to create life.
Right?
Yeah.
Like
right?
me and my spouse we took action to prevent pregnancy.
Okay. But you still did the thing that could cause pregnancy voluntarily.
Well, yeah, because it's called human nature, dude.
Yeah, we were a married couple. Like, again, like
for anybody. I mean, you don't even have to be married.
It's also
I don't like. Actually,
no,
that's actually not true. The state in which I live in, we actually do have to fuck in order to be a valid marriage.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean,
So
yeah,
actually, according to the state that I live in, no, that is a requirement.
Wait, how would they?
Well, I
How
think
would
you
they
don't have to be married to fuck.
How would they?
That's what I was saying.
That's okay. Never mind.
They wouldn't know, but like in my state, if you don't fuck, you're still legally married, but you can have the marriage annulled if you haven't.
Yeah, no, in my state, you legally have to fuck in order for it
Man.
to
How
be
do
a
they
valid
enforce
marriage.
that?
They
How do
don't.
they?
It's a dumb question. You already know they don't. There's no way for them to do
You
it.
know what? Never mind. That is a dumb question.
William nailed it. William nailed it.
It
He ran
doesn't
away.
matter. It
then he
doesn't
started
matter
talking
because
shit.
it's fucking human nature. Like it doesn't matter. Like it's not. You're
think
not
that-
going.
William has you nailed, Sam. William has you nailed.
Look at Christian communities where they teach abstinence only, and how many students are still fucking. It's usually higher risks of pregnancy and
Okay,
STDs.
But I was giving you.
You
I'm trying
just
give you
don't
an
want to be
upper-
accountable for what you do with your pussy, according to William Freeman there in the side chat.
Well, that's
All right, I'll go back real quick because let's see, where did he say it? Is the side chat not to where it was last night? That does happen. Oh yeah, right. It's right up there. Women don't want to be accountable for what they do with their pussy. So I was commenting on that. All right.
It's actually that is actually the case.
What?
If you're
Are you accountable? Are you accountable for what you do with your penis, Cerberus sex?
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
Yep.
How is that? Because I did take responsibility and
Dude.
we did use contraceptives and we did try to go get Plan B and like we did like take all of the things that we like tried to do to prevent it. So like we did absolutely take responsibility for that. And guess what? Contraceptive failures still happen.
Yeah, they happen.
You
And-
can
and you're
do
still-
all of the things to prevent it and it still happens. People get raped and it still happens.
All those wasted babies and all those socks across America. Too bad we didn't have a law.
Right,
for that.
exactly. Are we going to start saying conception happens when jizz is created in the men's scrotum?
Well, what I was pointing out wasn't even based on conception.
I just think it's all ridiculous.
It's about essentially creating a situation where you're putting a human life in harm's way on purpose.
Yeah, but I wasn't on purpose. Again,
No. You did the thing that can cause it. Right?
Yeah, with all
Sure.
exactly. And I still drive a car every day.
Yeah. You're saying
We
look,
still
yes,
spend
I was-
literally millions a year on car safety and research on car safety.
And the analogy is, look,
I disagree
But we don't tell people you can't drive a car. You can't drive a car unless it reaches this. No.
Okay, quick.
I mean, unless they're legally
quick,
blind.
let me finish here. So the analogy is, yes, I was drunk, but I wanted to drive the car, but I drove really slow, and I had my
That's not the
seatbelt on,
analogy.
and
No.
I had my emergency blinkers on,
That's
so
not the
everyone
analogy. Because I wasn't engaging in risky behavior. I wasn't engaging in risky
Guys,
behavior.
gotta let one each other finish.
Yeah. Sex risks pregnancy. Period.
I mean, not just that, but yeah.
But that's not like the purpose of sex, and you can prevent pregnancy for the
It doesn't matter if it's the purpose. That doesn't change anything I just said.
Okay. What does it matter if like sex creates pregnancy? So what? That doesn't like. Why does that fetus have more rights than me?
Well, it's not actually saying it has more rights. There's no
Yeah,
evidence
it
of that.
is.
What-
Yeah,
what's the
it
extra-
is. It's
what
saying
is-
that I have to put my body at risk.
Because you voluntarily created life. Yeah.
No, I didn't voluntarily create life.
Did
Again,
you do
we
the thing
talked
that
about
risks?
this.
Did you do
I've
the
made
thing that risks
attempts to.
pregnancy?
What was that?
Did you do the thing that risks pregnancy?
I used protection and tried to prevent
Yeah.
pregnancy.
You use protection to reduce the risk.
Again, what exactly do you suggest that a married couple do? Not engage in sex at all?
Well, no, you can go ahead and have sex.
Okay. So so every married couple has to like have children is what you're saying.
Nope, didn't say that at all.
Okay.
Never just
So
said it
what's
once.
the other option then?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What's the other
What's
option?
the other option for me and my spouse?
Snip, snip.
Yeah, well, there is.
Again,
I'm not even sure what you're asking.
Our insurance won't cover that. That was something that like we were like working on trying to save up for. Like what's the
What do you mean? Well, I don't even know what you're asking. The other option. What?
what's the other option?
do you
Because
mean,
we
what's the other
tried to
option?
prevent pregnancy.
Okay.
We used contraceptives and that failed.
Okay.
So what's the other option?
What do you mean? What's the other option?
Well, I couldn't carry a pregnancy to term. I would die.
Oh, would you die?
Yeah.
Okay,
There's
so
a
I'm
very
perfect.
good chance that I could. Yeah.
Oh, wait, define very good chance. Are you talking about the normal risk, or was there
What do you
something
mean?
else?
It doesn't matter whether for me personally, it would have pretty much had like a 75% to 90% chance of dying if I had gone off of my medication. But it was like basically 100% chance that the child would die if I didn't go off of my medication.
Oh, see, I'm fine with an abortion in that case. Right, 'cause the child's going to die anyway.
No. It doesn't fucking matter because
Oh, no, it
being
does,
pregnant
definitely.
is always more risky than not being pregnant. Being pregnant is
No, that's
always more
true.
risky than not being pregnant.
That's true.
To
But
be
you
fair,
also
it's not your
voluntarily do
choice
that.
to have a sex. It's the lady's choice.
What's everyone's choice to have sex unless you're raped?
Again, like that happens all the fucking time. And if
Yeah,
it
yeah.
happens even once,
rape.
then why are we punishing like I
mean?
don't understand why we're punishing those women.
I'm perfectly fine with abortions to rape. See, I was offering the chance
Okay,
to
but
change
you
my
realize
mind.
that like out of 100 rapes that like less than 10 of them are reported, right? Like it's not
So all I hear is a bunch of women are doing the wrong thing.
that's not necessarily the wrong thing. It might
definitely
it might
is.
be the wrong thing in your eyes, but like
No,
you're
definitely
more
the
okay,
wrong
but
thing.
you don't get to dictate laws based on your morals. That's
Oh,
not
yeah,
how
I do.
laws
Yeah, I
work.
do. I get to vote to try to make those laws. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But like
And
just because
enabling rapists to
you believe
continue
something
to
is
rape
right
is
or
a
wrong
terrible
doesn't
thing.
mean that you get to dictate to other people what they do.
Well, that's what laws are. Dictating to other people what they do.
Sure, it's a consensus of the people. But it's not
I mean, we're
just
in a
your
republic,
opinion.
not really.
It's not just your opinion.
Oh, you're right. You're right. But you would vote.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Yeah, and then you would
Exactly.
try to convince people,
Right.
given your opinion and arguments.
Right. And
Yeah.
over 50% of Americans are pro-abortion rights. So
And
like a consensus of the people is that we agree that women should have the right to an abortion. They should have the right to bodily autonomy.
but it's not above 50% everywhere.
I think statistically that more pro-life advocates are
Well,
women,
here's the thing. If
and
it's
more
actually-
pro-choice advocates are men.
If it's actually well enough above 50% everywhere, there's absolutely nothing to worry about because it will be legal everywhere.
Hopefully.
So,
Hopefully,
no
we're working
problem.
on it. There's a lot of places where they had like trap laws and stuff where it's they have to work on it. But yeah,
'Cause the
hopefully
thing
it's
is,
going to take a
anyone-
long
anyone
time.
that
It's going to
disagrees
take a
against
long time.
abortion
We're
that
walking
has-
it back all the way to the fucking 70s. It's going to take a long time. But we'll get there eventually. You're absolutely right. It's just there's literally hundreds of and possibly thousands of women who are going to die in the meantime, who are in situations like mine. In my situation that I was in the state that I live in now, I would have to wait until my life was at risk before I was able to terminate that pregnancy. I couldn't do it knowing, okay, well, here's my statistics on each of my choices. I would have to wait until it was life-threatening.
Yeah,
and that's when you talk about the fucking late term abortions and shit. Okay, late term abortions is not 99% of abortions do not happen late term abortions. Okay, that is somebody wanted that child, somebody was prepared to be a parent. Okay, but now we are forcing them to have late term abortions. This is what it is causing. The laws in my state is causing women like me to go through that shit. That is fucking brutal. When they could just take a fucking pill and go home and mourn with their family.
Then either join together to change laws or move. Like there isn't anything else I can say to you for living in the state you don't want to be in.
That's my purpose here. That's my purpose in speaking out about it is because we need to fucking change it. That's my whole point in not moving because because where I live, there like people don't realize that they're not fucking alone.
Well, people speak like moving is like a viable option for most people.
Right, exactly.
Oh, it
exactly.
definitely
How
is.
the fuck am I supposed to just like up and move? Like
Look,
I have
if
literally
you've obviously not been a poor
generations
person,
of my
Cerberus.
family going back. Like
Look,
7
if
generations.
it's a case of life and death, you can walk your ass in sandals across the state line.
You know, and Cerberus isn't the only one that puts forward this argument. Like, just move if you don't like it. You know, and they're all arguing from a point like, you know, the Supreme Court just pushed it back to the states. They're kind of ignoring what Republicans have been saying about a national ban. on the opposite of that, you have Democrats talking about codifying Roe v. Wade as if Biden would actually do any of the shit that he's saying he wants to do right now. The hard thing about arguing with Cerberus is he always comes from a pretty much a place of cold logic. And already you're starting to see a bit of what I think it's just a silly argument to assume that people can just move. Not only economically, most people don't even have, a majority of Americans don't even have $500 in the bank. You're talking about just leaving your family, leaving the support structure. Now, I'm a person that's moved several times. I've lived in 3 different states. I've moved several times between Michigan and North Carolina in my adulthood until I settled here in Michigan. I don't know, it's been like 15 years now that I've been here, and I haven't moved back to North Carolina. Probably even longer than that. Most people just can't up and move. They're held down by their job. They're held down by their family. They're held down economically to their situations, their support structures that they have. It's just not a viable ask, in my opinion, to say, well, you don't like it, move. How about we not take away the rights of people? How about we not put ourselves in the affairs of women's uteruses and let them make their decisions for themselves?
Okay.
Are you kidding?
Oh, definitely. It's definitely worth it if it's life or death. Yeah.
You're definitely kidding.
What would you rather sit there and die?
People literally die walking up from Mexico all the fucking time. Like, it's literally like people.
Oh, great. We're talking about people coming from Mexico now. Okay.
No, what I'm saying is that like people die doing that who are like prepared for it. You're asking like some teenage kid that was raped by their uncle who doesn't want to fucking tell their mom that mom's creepy brother has been molesting them for the past 2 years. You want that kid to fucking walk to Illinois?
Yeah, if it's that or death, I guess, if they won't do all the other
that
right
kid
things.
will die on the side of the highway, or they will get picked up by some fucking wacko and get fucking turned into like the fucking
great.
sex
Then die,
trade.
I guess. I guess you're just going to choose death.
That's okay. So
Good
that's
job.
what we're sentencing our children to then, who get fucking molested by their relatives.
Are we?
Cool. Okay, you're fine with them just like fucking dying on the side of the highway or getting put into the sex trade. That's really
compared
cool.
to guaranteed death. Yes, absolutely.
Cerberus Hanks, can I ask you a question? If a woman was raped and became pregnant from this rape and was obviously forced to have this baby because of these laws, I mean, you're ruining basically 2 lives there. Would you approve of that?
But I already said I'm for abortion when it comes to rape.
Well,
okay, but like,
well, that doesn't.
We have to fight for that in a lot of places. Like, that's not even like on the books in a lot of places. That's how fucking ass backwards this shit is.
Really?
Yeah.
I think there's only 2 states that are going to have laws that ban it for rape.
If a woman
2 states right now, 2 states that made the laws that went to the Supreme Court. Now it's going to be at least 13 states. At least. And they're talking about making laws to make it a crime if they do go get abortions in states that will allow them to do so. This is fucking fascism 101. It surprises me. I mean, Cerberus, from what I have always gotten from him, he's always been for personal and individual liberty. I thought, I don't know. It's hard to nail Cerberus Hex down.
Absolutely is laws like that. There's absolutely laws like that in Missouri. There's no exceptions. No exceptions for rape or incest. You can get raped by your fucking uncle and you cannot get an abortion in Missouri. That's what I'm talking about. That shit's fucked up.
Okay, yeah. But I'm still trying to get you to change my mind, but you're talking about a bunch of other people.
I don't care about fucking changing your mind. I I disagree with you, but if that's where you're gonna fucking draw your line, then that's where you're gonna draw your line. I don't care.
Wait. But did you hear what my line was?
That you think that, okay, rape or incest, then fine, but like not if somebody who was or if it's going to put somebody's life at risk. But like that's not every situation. And I feel like that would be fine as a line if like actually there wasn't a stigma against using birth control, buying birth control, having access to birth control. If it was something that it was like easily accessible to everyone and there was no problem with people using it, if you weren't going to like get side eye from your mom if your birth control comes out of your purse when you're in high school, like that kind of shit, as soon as we solve those fucking systemic problems that are going to take generations to fix, then absolutely we can say. But I think that it won't require legislation at that point because it'll happen on its own. You know how many abortions I want to happen in the world? 0. I want for all unwanted pregnancies to be able to be prevented. But as long as we have Susie Q getting raped by her uncle brother and still can't get a fucking abortion, like that's not cool. It's not fucking cool.
Okay, but my line was, if the life was created voluntarily, then you're basically just creating a life to end up killing it, and that seems totally morally
you're saying
fucked
in
to
my
me.
situation that I was creating a life to end up killing it.
Oh, really? I said where my line was for where the law.
But that's what that's morally what you're saying for me is that I created a life just to kill it.
Did you?
I mean, that's my question to you. Like, no, I didn't intend to create a life. There was no intention behind it. Like that was.
Well, did you do the thing that creates life?
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, you chose to do it.
There it is.
But again, like there are people who are in my situation all the fucking time. Like
yeah, a lot of people do heinous things. Okay.
Okay. But you just said a minute ago that like you're totally fine.
All right, so I mean, pretty much so far the argument is people have sex, and I don't assume Cerberus X is a theist, but I'm going to assume that most people of the position would be like, we're letting God do their work now. If you get pregnant, you're fucked. You don't live in the modern world where you have a choice, where there's this medical procedure that you can do in a clean, sterile hospital or medical facility. We're just going to pretend you don't have that option. We're going to let God do his work. And we're going to be getting to that part where it's pretty much like, if you fuck, you're going to get pregnant. If you don't want to get pregnant, well, don't fuck.
Fine with people having abortions in my case.
Your terminology, at least as far as I can remember it. Like I said, this, you add this onto the math pick thing. I was in a room for like 7 hours that day, so it all kind of became a blur. Like
yeah.
What you're saying is that somebody who is ill like me and can't like use like multiple types of contraceptives, I guess, or get sterilized shouldn't have sex if people.
Oh, is that what I said? Because I was about ready to say about in your situation, but you wanted to tell me what I would say.
No, go.
And I guess I'm actually surprised that William isn't in the side chat, or it isn't back in the room yet. So we'll just go and look at the side chat again, because I know there's like as soon as like Cerberus started in, and Cerberus can argue his ass off, and like I vaguely remember maybe Cerberus being on the other side of the opposition in a stream with Jay when Jay was talking abortion, but I don't know. I can't nail it down. But sometimes like Cerberus will take a position just to argue it. So I'm not sure if any of this is really Cerberus's position. I'm assuming it is. Maybe it's his position now. Maybe before he had a different position. I don't know. Maybe maybe that vague memory isn't a memory, and that's just my mind creating up something that happens. Human beings do that shit, but that doesn't really matter. I do want to, because the idolatry of William Freeman for Cerberus started like pretty much as soon as he came in, and he would be saying shit like the one I just saw, and I went up, but like Cerberus wins the internet. Cerberus is just warming up. Cerberus and Brojo are logic machines. Open your legs, roll the dice. Close your legs, problem solved. Let me see. Triggered feminist mode. Chick needs a valid argument. Straw man. Rape is a fraction of abortion cases. Fraction in capital letters. Let me see. I don't see any, like, because I remember seeing a lot of, like, really bad shit, like, just nasty. Bitches want a hoe pass. Women consent to fuck. Babies get made. All right. Maybe when I'm on full mode, the chat isn't rolling along because it didn't seem to go very far since the last time I looked at it.
Go ahead. What would you suggest?
Okay, so in the case where there isn't basically, essentially, almost no possibility that the baby's going to survive, abortion's fine.
Okay,
if it's likely that the mother's going to die, abortion's also fine because that's probably going to kill the baby too.
Okay. And again, what about somebody who is in a medical situation where they can't carry a pregnancy? Are they not allowed to have sex?
Well, it would actually be preferable if they got fixed.
Did you just say got fixed?
Yeah, got fixed.
In
What does that
reference
mean?
in reference to my body.
Yeah. So you can't get pregnant if you're every pregnancy you
So
have.
no, basically
is gonna be
you're
a
using
tremendous danger
you're
to you.
using like
That's
terminology
probably one
that's
of the
used for
horriblest
animals.
things I've heard
Oh,
from
yeah.
any
To refer
human being
to my
ever.
body.
Yeah, I used it to refer to my body, so why not?
Because it's fucking disrespectful.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. You can feel disrespected.
Cerberus hex.
Yeah, well, I would prefer for you to not be disrespectful. If you
Well,
want to
I'm
like
not.
actually have, if you want to like actually have like a productive conversation,
Well, I'm not, but
it
you're
would be
free
helpful.
to think I was.
Okay, well, if you want to actually have a productive conversation, it would be helpful to like not refer to like my body in terminology that you would refer to animals.
Oh no,
And
use the
again,
terminology I used to
I
refer
would
to
I
myself.
would love to
Are we not
get
animals?
fixed, as you fucking put
We
it, or I would love to be sterilized, which is something that I've again talked to my doctor about literally just today, actually. But again, my insurance won't cover it, and the state that I live in, the hospital that is the only hospital for like driving distance won't perform it because they're a Christian hospital.
Okay, so I mean, in that case, I would recommend sex that can't lead to pregnancy until you can afford it.
And again, what is sex that can't lead to pregnancy?
Oral and anal, or hand, or boob, all kinds of crazy shit. Just not vaginal sex.
So zero penetration whatsoever.
Like you had to explain it.
Well, I mean, some of those had penetration, but this not
Zero
vaginal
penile
sex.
penetration whatsoever. Is that what you're saying?
No, I named a couple things that have penile
So,
penetration.
Cerberus, you think life begins at conception?
I think life began billions of years ago.
No, I'm still caught up on like the fact that you think that like people
this
who
is,
like
like,
have
weird,
medical
man.
disabilities shouldn't be able to have sex.
Well, I'm
the
just
same way as
well
other
thought out
people.
in my position. I'm sure
You,
that's
you,
why.
so you don't think that I should be allowed to have like vaginal?
I'm fairly certain I've heard
penetration
you
with a
argue the other
allowed?
position too.
No.
All right. So, like, earlier when I said, like, these are just silly arguments, Cerberus. So, like, I don't know. You sit on your fucking high horse, and you think that you can dictate to people what they do sexually, and think that like taking their fucking choice, not to be a parent, not to raise a child, away from them. It's these. I find these arguments really, really weak. But again, notice I am asking, like, do you believe life begins at conception? He keeps using this terminology, and I'm gonna start calling it out a bit more. I'm gonna start trying to keep my camera on, start having my camera on during this shit. I gotta get used to smoking all the time on camera. It's what I do. But yeah, let's continue.
No, I didn't say allowed. I said you shouldn't.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that you
And finally, let me go back up here. If you seen yesterday's stream, the Matt Powell part, I'm totally smoking a joint right now.
You say that I shouldn't do it, but like you don't dictate that like there should be laws against it. Why?
You know what? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, if it's always going to be a risk to the point that you have to have an abortion, I could see maybe someone convincing me that there should be a law that you shouldn't be allowed to have that.
No, I'm asking you. Do you believe that I should not legally be allowed
Well, that's the
to
thing.
have a
I'm
dick
not
in my
sure.
vagina?
I'm not sure. I haven't thought out that position enough to have a position.
Okay. That's what I'm asking you to think out.
Well, so, yeah, off the top of my head, I would say I wouldn't be against the law if it existed.
Because I feel like if we're going to,
But I'm not sure
that's
what the
how far
line
we're
is.
going to have to go. If we're going to say, okay, well, we're going to outlaw abortions then. If we're going to take this logic there, then we're going to have to take the logic all the way. If we're going to outlaw abortions, we got to follow this logic to the end.
You do
to
know
every
that-
possibility.
You
Yeah,
do
see,
know that,
okay, so I
that
think
doctor
I
in
would
court
be
was found a fake when he said that that they they stick this instrument up women's hoo ha.
I understand. What I'm saying is that should I legally be prohibited? That's not the question. I don't give a fuck about a dildo. Maybe I don't like dildos. Maybe I'm not into that. I want the real D. Okay. Should I be legally prohibited?
And real quick, like, it was kind of hard to understand him, and he does what he does and just kind of breaks in. But like his point was, and possibly based on something William is saying in the side chat, who knows? But Dog's point there was that, you know, a lot of these pro-lifers have this conception like every abortion is like this late-term abortion, and they're going in and they're pulling out arms and legs and a real child. And I'm going to continue to ask, like, where Cerberus thinks that life begins. So Cerberus is going to make a claim about like the pro-choice movement that I think is false, especially when it applies to myself. So yeah, we're going to continue.
From having a dick in my vagina.
So that's what I'm going over. I'm thinking right now, preliminary decision, that it should be illegal, but then we should probably also pay for you to be, I guess you wanted me to say, sterilized.
I'll appreciate that. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, and I feel like that would be something where, yeah, if we could pay for people to be sterilized and it was an option for people to be sterilized when they wanted to be, absolutely. But we're not in a position where people can be sterilized if they want to, or where there's birth control that's readily accessible.
Yeah. I mean,
so until we fix those issues where people who don't want to get pregnant aren't getting pregnant, then why are we punishing people who are accidentally getting pregnant?
It seems to me it'd be mostly women in this scenario that would be getting sterilized as well. It's funny how, you know, like I don't know, like this whole arguing to take away the individual, like dudes arguing to take away from the individual freedom of women always just kind of strikes the wrong chord with me. I don't know. This is weird, especially considering like William Freeman is just being a worse troll in the side chat than he ever was in our conversation. We talked about this a long time ago. Like it seems a whole lot of misogyny going on up in here. That's all I'm going to say. Let me unmute. Pull my OBS back up. A long time ago, this stream, right? That's what I was referring to, of course. You know, yeah. At this point, we had already talked about this, and I showed it. And while William was an idiot, he wasn't being disrespectful at that point. But I'm pointing it out in the side chat. He's being disrespectful as fuck. I'm calling it out now that he's in the side chat. You're being a little twat. You was not like that in the conversation we had at this point 4 hours ago.
Math Pig, what do you got?
Well, look, I mean, I think I'm correct. So if misogyny is being correct, I'm perfectly fine being misogynist.
I mean, you're correct if you're assuming life begins at contraception and that a fetus is a human life. Like, you're not saying the word that William was saying earlier. No, whatever.
To me, it's not even about that. To me, it's not even about that.
I mean, he's not Cerberus. You know, my lips say shit that my brain ain't thinking at the time. I do this shit all the fucking time. I misspeak. What William earlier was literally calling it murder, but Cerberus isn't going there, but he's implying it.
From the National Library of Medicine, government website, In the United States, the average cost for contraceptive sterilization is $150 and $586.
Yeah, that's pretty much Brojo's argument. Brojo stays quiet through most of this, I believe. That's like Brojo's argument. Hey, women, chill out. Go get fucking sterile. It only costs like $580. So just chill your roll, yo. You don't have to get pregnant. Just go and sterilize yourself. That's a pretty fucked up argument, yo. Why don't you go sterilize yourself? That's a pretty fucked up argument.
Say that again.
Oh, that's pretty cheap.
Yeah, Cerberus has no issue with it, and they're gonna talk about it for a minute. Also consider the fact that, especially like the younger woman you are, a lot of times they're not going to let you sterilize yourself. Well, you might decide to have children later. You might change your mind. I think Sandy was pointing it out in the side chat earlier. She was denied until she was in her 40s. And I've heard other stories like that. But that's what Cerberus does. Like, Cerberus comes from a place of cold logic, and there's no nuance. There's no gray areas. He recognizes the major gray areas, I guess, when it comes to, like, rape. He did say he's not against abortion when it comes to rape, but now, these red states, they're not going to have no problems limiting, banning it across the board. We live in some fucked up times, y'all.
Say that again.
$150 and $586.
Wow. So you are for like who? Medical procedures and shit.
For who to get sterilized? For women to get sterilized, or for men to get sterilized?
Men are probably cheap.
586 for women, higher. 586. 150 for men. 586
and that's where?
For women.
Go and talk to Paul Camish about his vasectomy story, and I don't know. I wouldn't want to have one.
Head to bed. Night, everybody. Love yous all.
Well, and as I just indicated, Cerberus, you just commented this will be in like 30 seconds. But as I just indicated, I know that. But the argument isn't for men to go get fucking sterile, Cerberus. It's, I'll use some nice terminology. Because oftentimes I'll use the terminology of your side that's spewing in the side chat at the very moment that's going to come in the moment William comes back in. I won't use that terminology. But the argument is, women. You said it earlier yourself. All I hear you saying are women, a bunch of women are doing the wrong thing. The argument is all about women. It's not about men. Yet. I'll bring it in a little bit. Eventually.
Sorry, Savage, to leave you, but I have to sleep.
Go sleep.
Cheers, my face.
Later.
I'm curious.
Later, Matt.
Knock, do you understand my position? Because what it seems like to me, in a situation where there's no, like a normal situation where there's no extra health risks, there's no rape,
that's my
molestation.
situation is a very normal situation.
No. I mean,
Yes.
It will absolutely kill me is not a normal situation.
It wasn't absolutely going to kill me. There was a very high chance that it would.
But a high chance is above 0.1%, right?
What do you mean?
I mean, not that many women die in pregnancy, so the risk normally is really, really low.
Yeah, but that's not for most of the women who are getting abortions. That's not. Otherwise, they wouldn't be necessarily getting.
Yeah, but Cerberus, I was addressing Brojo's argument.
Abortions, a lot of them would go the adoption route, or
I haven't seen any statistics on that anywhere. I've looked.
Oh,
do you have
well,
one?
I mean, like I've sat in the abortion clinics multiple times.
Women die in abortions rather than pregnancies because that's That's
Wait,
a human condition.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. If you're gonna like base it on like, oh, how high risk is the average pregnancy? Is that the average pregnancy that goes to term? Where are they checking that? Are they checking that like at 8 weeks? Like, where's that statistic? Like,
I would guess more women.
Usually, when
I'm
they,
just saying,
when they,
like from personal.
when they
anecdote.
measure risk from pregnancy, it's from conception to birth.
Jay, stop playing with your balls.
Oh, you heard those pool balls? Nice. Sorry.
But where is that being figured? Is that
CDC.
based on percentage of full-term pregnancies, or is that based
No,
on
it's measured-
percentage of women who get pregnant? Because there's no way that they can base that on women who
all,
get pregnant.
All
because
death from pregnancy from conception to birth.
But again, like 75% of miscarriages don't get like reported. So like it's not.
I know we've been over this.
75% of miscarriages aren't recorded in any way. So
but
like,
miscarriages isn't death of the mother.
What is wrong with
no, but that's still
death of the mother is pretty much
The room host wants to talk.
That's still
no, it's fine. Carry on.
I was right in the middle of thinking not because in the normal situation where the risk is extremely minimal.
I tried.
It seems like people are voluntarily doing something that makes a life to then just turn around and kill it. Don't you?
Yeah, no,
I mean,
that's
do you
not
see why that
happening,
seems
though.
fucked to me?
Yeah, but see, the thing is that like that's not a thing that's.
All right, and that's exactly why I'm going to keep asking Cerberus, when does he think life begins? Because clearly from there, he thinks life begins from the moment of conception. And I have to wonder, like, just how a smart dude can be so dumb. Like, I just can't get on that wave of thinking. I just can't. I can't understand how you could even consider that. Especially if you know what a fucking zygote is. Like, but we'll get into it later. What is your statistics that people are using it as some form of birth control? Most people get abortions because contraception failed.
But
contraception failed or contraception wasn't available. Yeah.
Yeah. My position is regardless whether it's used as contraception or other contraception was used, but it happened anyway. See,
I mean, your position is don't have sex. It's ridiculous.
No. My position.
That's not what he said.
Take responsibility.
It's exactly what he said.
That is what he said. He said that I shouldn't be allowed to have. I shouldn't have a dick in my vagina.
Restate your claim.
And he may not be. May or may not think that I should not be allowed to.
Yeah, I mean, in your specific example where you think it's extremely high chance you'll die, right? I mean, that should be.
And I guess I'm wrong because I thought he meant like everybody, but like pretty much his argument is, if you have sex, you're going to have an abortion, or if you have sex, you're going to have it's a potential to have a pregnancy. That's the thing that might happen from sex. So you just got to accept the pregnancy. If you don't want to be pregnant. Pretty much the argument is don't have sex, but I was wrong, and I think I'll call him out for it a little bit. I guess, based on that anyway, he's just talking about Savage Minnow's particular circumstance, but even then, she said it was not a guaranteed thing, and he did tell her not to have sex, and I do believe, like, his argument is essentially, if you fuck, there's a pregnancy, you should accept it.
Obvious that you should probably
do you know how many people are like in a position that are like that?
All those people shouldn't do it. Why would you try to kill yourself?
Okay, so you're telling.
Well, we're talking about abortion. Yeah, you did make that silly fucking claim. Yes, life began 10 billion years ago, whatever the fuck you said. Sure, Cerberus. But we're talking about abortion, and you know what I'm fucking asking you. When does a zygote become a human? When is a zygote alive, its own creature, its own sentient being? But we'll get into it later.
Excuse me.
Like hundreds of thousands of people.
Excuse me.
Like what?
Yeah, I'll tell
they
them all
should
day
do in their
long.
bedroom.
Sir, could you restate his? Could you clarify for me your position again, because I want to make sure that I understand what they're upset about.
My position is, under normal circumstances,
and William's back.
If you're risking creating life to then just to have to turn around and kill it, that's a pretty fucked thing to do.
And what is it that you
that's granted.
Risking life is
having
penile
sex,
penetration into a vagina, and any
busting nuts deep inside them sugar balls
being used or not.
All right, so notice he's coming in and he's blatantly being disrespectful. He's doing what, the Republicans do. But he's responding to me because I did just call him out for being a fucking hypocrite not too long ago about how he wasn't acting like that earlier. So he comes in and he just starts acting blatantly in the stream like he was acting in the side chat for what I was calling him out for. And he said, what did he say? Well, bust a nut inside them cherry walls, I think is what he just said. But this is how it's going to go now. Like, they're a lot more emboldened now that Roe v. Wade is taken down. They can get more and more disrespectful. And I've noticed that just in the general discourse on the conversation as well. It's become toxic because they're lavishing in their victory now. And while the other side of it, we're up in arms about it now. So shit is escalating, y'all.
Yeah, contraception doesn't matter to me in this situation. Like, you can try to avoid it, and that's good. If you were to have an abortion, if it would be your choice, please use as much contraception as you can.
Sir, can I jump in here real quick, ma'am?
Contraception comes before the abortion, honey.
Yeah, no, I agree. I hope so.
Ma'am,
hope so.
Excuse me. Are you
talking
implying that? I'm sorry, sir. Whatever you prefer. I don't know pronouns. So here's the thing. Are you implying somehow? Are you implying somehow that women are not aware that by having sex they're risking getting pregnant, even if they use contraception?
Okay, are you saying that like me and my spouse shouldn't have sex because
I asked you a question. I didn't make a statement. Could you address the question I asked?
Okay, restate the question again. Sorry.
Is it your opinion that women around, let's just focus on the United States, do not understand that if they have sex, that they could get pregnant even if they use contraception?
That is correct. Yes.
You think they don't know that?
Oh, that is like a very common belief where I'm from. I'm from the country, and we were taught basically that like no contraception works, and then we don't get taught about like actual percentages of like how contraceptive does work.
Wait, hold on. Let me ask you. You said they teach you that contraception works?
Yeah, basically, if I could finish what I'm saying, that people end up growing up with zero understanding of contraceptives and what the risks are. So once they learn that actually that contraceptives do have like some sort of like they do actually work.
So women are ignorant of the consequences of sex.
Finish my fucking sentence.
Could you make it?
Yeah, it's funny. Is he the son of Mr. Batman? The whole time during this conversation, that fucking raccoon with the fingers doing what it's doing, it bugged me. Like, I've talked to this dude before. I recognize that avatar. It wasn't this name. I'm thinking, this is just like a guess. Based on the conversation I had with the guy, I'm assuming it probably over in Smokey's rooms. Back when I was going into Smokey's rooms and doing my thing, that would be my guess. But like the whole time, I was like, I have talked to this motherfucker before. Like that avatar was just like, I've talked to this dude before.
They automatically believe. Let me fucking talk. Then they automatically believe that. Oh, okay, that means that I can't get pregnant at all if I use this. Then that's and they don't understand that that there's a failure rate.
I love the narrative here as well. Like, it's all women that are responsible for these abortions. Let's not talk about the men that pressure women to get abortions all the time.
No, sir. No. Are you talking of rape? Not
pressure.
No. You're infantilizing women.
Yeah,
you're
husband can get a Smith for $150.
I'm talking.
William, you're the one who's infantilizing women.
Why you guys?
No,
are
I'm not. I think.
I clicked the damn mute button. I did. It's gonna come. It's gonna come. I clicked that damn mute button. So explosion. And I didn't get to finish my statement once again. So I'm going to reiterate it here a little while because they didn't let me finish. They just fucking exploded. So they were trying to say I was making like women weak when I was just simply stating the fact that men coerce women into sex all the time. They use their power and their influence, and they coerce men into sex or women into sex all the time. Shit, they do it with men too. What about the men that force their girlfriends to get abortions? But I didn't even get to finish my sentence because fucking right wing, they can't handle that kind of shit. It's got to be black and white.
Think that. Wow. Hold on, I'd like to defend myself.
It's got to be the woman's fault, right? And that's how I pointed it out earlier, and I'm going to point it out again as we go into this. It's always the woman. It's never the man.
To the claim, I want to defend myself, if I may.
So
I want to defend myself. I actually think that women are very. I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say, Knock. I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. Okay? So I believe that women are intelligent enough. I believe that women are intelligent enough to know that. I believe that women are intelligent enough to know that, you know, by having sex they're risking pregnancy. I really refuse to believe that you think that women are so stupid they don't know this when even my children know this.
No, Cassandra.
Are you kidding me? Especially men. Oh my God, the men who like do not understand, like, just because your girl is on the pill doesn't mean that she like can't get knocked up. It's actually
right, but they all know. They all know what sex
men in
does.
my area do not understand anything about birth control, and they think if she takes a pill, that I can't get her pregnant.
One leads a pregnancy regardless because
Wildheart, yes, consent to sex is consent to the consequences of sex.
Consent to
sex. Consent to sex is not consent to pregnancy.
Consent to
no. By your logic, Wildheart, by your logic, people that overdose on heroin, okay, it's not their fault. They just consented to the heroin, not the overdose.
Fuck away heroin. We're talking about sex now. We're talking about
dog. You need to get checked out. I think you've had a stroke.
We're talking about
taking actions and then having to accept the consequences.
100% guarantee
it's not consent to staying pregnant.
Condoms and the pill.
We're talking about women wanting a hoe pass.
They say
no, that's not what we're talking about. That's what I'm saying. Is it's not.
No, we are talking about women wanting to be excused from accountability for their actions.
Right.
It's more than just women.
All right. Again, you know, to Service's credit, even though he'll continue arguing and kind of ignore, in fact, I'm pretty much the only one that's going to be calling out this kind of shit. Or let me get closer to the mic. I'm kind of standing in AFK. Service doesn't partake in that bullshit, and it's starting now. So women, trigger warning, all that good shit. Might get hard to listen to at moments. Service never interacts with that element of it. I don't recall, but William did, and he just gave you an example of what is to come. Hoe pass, all that shit. So, yeah. All right, I'm gonna go and turn on my air conditioning and fill my soda glass.
There are a lot of men who are in favor of abortion rights.
I'm not talking about them. They don't have control of your womb. You do. Close your legs.
You're gonna say something.
Well, actually, you at this point have as much control over it as I do. That's what has been determined now.
No, actually, the states have that right. I don't.
State has just as much determination with my womb as I do.
I can prove that you're wrong. That men do not have equal say in abortion.
They have equal say in whether or not I can have an abortion.
Did you let
they
don't talk, Savage?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, go ahead, Wildy. Go ahead, Wildy.
Really? Could they travel to another state and have you get an abortion?
Again, that's illegal. If I do that, I will go to jail.
So what? You can still
that's
get
illegal.
One,
if I do that, I will go to jail. And if I help somebody else.
All right. So what? Doesn't matter. You know, doesn't matter that, you know, the government can now dictate to you what you do with your fucking body. All right, let's go. And yeah, it's you know, it's gonna get bad. I'm gonna comment on it.
Else do that, I will go to jail. We'll
Men still
both go to
can't do it, but you can do it.
It's against the law.
Yeah, it's against the law. That's not going to physically stop you.
Okay,
Hey,
that's
Minnow.
what. Again, we're talking about like laws are supposed to prohibit people's actions, and that's
Well,
what
no,
the laws
I'm just
are
pointing out
to
how
do.
men have less
Sir,
control than you do.
Wildheart was trying to get in real quick. I just wanted to let
sorry.
y'all know. He's watching.
I heard British and I just thought it was dog. Sorry.
No, I was just going to ask a quick question. Do you think that the parents of a baby should be forced to donate an organ if the baby needs it after it's born?
Yes.
Yeah, he already
What if-
answered that, but I
What
disagree.
if it's an organ that they need to live? What if it's
Hold
like
on,
their
I'd like to answer that question too. See, I've had this one already thrown at me, and here's the thing: what you're doing in the analogy is you're saying that a person who had no control over the illness should be responsible, when women have much more control over their pregnancy.
How so?
It's a simple. No, it's
Because their legs function in ways where they can close them, and they choose not to because they want to fuck.
Well,
again, we're
So, I mean, we're two base arguments now. And this is what I'm talking about, the emboldenment of the pro-lifers now. Now they can say what they've always really been thinking. You know, to Service's credit, like this entire time, I disagree with his position. It does come from a place of logic. And usually with Cerberus, you can tell, like, he's thought out his arguments. That's why I said earlier it's hard to argue against Cerberus, even though I highly disagree with his position. You know, he doesn't, at least he doesn't partake in what William is doing and what they're doing in the side chat. And I do want to take this moment and say what's up to the new folks that are joining us. I saw Sprad Paranormal said hello, and hello Divine Sorcerer. Iron Charioteer, what's up? Yeah, we still got, man, I think I left around 4 hours and 45 minutes of the stream, somewhere around there. So we still got a ways to go, y'all. I've been streaming probably like just about, I think I started at noon, maybe a little before noon, so about 3.5 hours already. It's a long one, y'all, but I think it is an important one. It is an important one because it highlights two things. It highlights you can have that real conversation, which Cerberus is having, but then you also that other more disrespectful, the modern Republican conversation of let's be as disrespectful as we fucking can, and through it all you have this element of it's all the woman's fault. Close your legs. I mean, you're hearing it from William directly.
Or you're discounting the fact that like a good amount of abortions are women who are raped.
No, that's actually a tiny fraction.
Actually, that's not true. That's not true.
We can pull up the statistics if you want.
Right.
Sir, you got some stats?
Statistics
I can look them up.
reported rapes and go look up the statistics on how many rapes are reported. And if you really
If they're not reported, you don't have statistics to justify them.
If you really want to know, you can go.
Like that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. If they're not reported, then you don't. No, we know they're not reported. So you can't have statistics on them, but we know they're out there. So these people are William. These people, because that would imply like Cerberus and Brojo are dumb. I think they're very smart people. William's a fucking idiot.
Sit in the office when they do the abortions and counsel those women, and you can find out from their own ears how many of them were raped, and a lot of them didn't fucking report it.
I'm sorry.
A lot of them, it's because it was their mom's boyfriend, or it's because it was somebody in the family.
When the hand is done clucking, it's your turn.
Or it was somebody that they don't want to fucking report because they don't want to deal with the fucking fallout with their family or loved ones.
What was the question asked?
Why are women doing so many wrong things?
So,
like getting raped.
No.
See, and it's moments like that I can't tell if this is a Cerberus Hex troll. Again, like I said, I vaguely remember maybe a possibility of hearing Cerberus argue from the opposite side of this. But it's comments like that because that's like the second time he's made that comment, and I don't think that he truly believes that. I consider you to be a smart dude. I don't think I would hope you're not that misogynist to believe that this is all a matter of women doing the wrong thing. Like, dude, we had the sexual revolution in the 50s and 60s, man. That was fucking like 70 years ago at this point.
No, by not reporting it.
Worldwide.
Again, why aren't they reporting it? A lot of times it's like it's somebody who is connected to their family.
Do the wrong thing. I get it.
Okay. And what do you suggest somebody that tells their mom, "Hey, mom, your boyfriend raped me"?
I mean,
and then their mom says,
very emotional.
"Don't talk about it. He's the one who pays all of our bills. I can't fucking handle it."
Cerberus,
you go walk to the police station.
Cerberus, you're a guy that
And then
knows
the
facts.
police go talk to your mom, and your mom's like,
Remove. Will, I asked you a question. I didn't get an answer to that.
I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't hear you. What was it?
Do you think the parents of a child should be forced to give an organ if the child needs it to survive after it's born?
Okay, so let's go with kidneys on this one, okay? That way, if you give one, the child and the parent both survive. Okay, so with that one, if the parent had nothing, and this is two parts. I'm going to answer. It's a two scenario thing. If the parent had nothing to do with the illness at all, then no, absolutely not. They shouldn't be compelled. But if the parent took a risk with the child's health, let's say trying a new medication or just something that they really didn't think about, hey, I'll give them all this, whatever it is, Clorox. Maybe they heard Trump and gave him Clorox. Then yes, absolutely, they're responsible for the situation. And yeah, I think that there's argument that it would be just to compel them to get rid of an organ. But if they're a real parent, you won't have to persuade them or force them. They'll be willing. That's my answer.
Right. I'll think about that. Sorry, everyone. Carry on. Also.
Good on you.
I'm just wondering how you mandate that. If that's your position, then like how do we draw up that legislation?
Wait, you
How do
asking
we
me?
regulate
I'm the one that
mandate
said they had to do it.
That legislation can never be drawn up.
That's what I'm saying. Is it's a legitimate
Don't say the early bird catches the worm. I just want to make sure you're okay.
Morally, it can never be drawn up. That is just absolute nonsense. Well, your answer to that was just ridiculous.
Right. Can you hold both of your arms out in front of you at the same length? Just right now. I want to make sure that you haven't had a stroke or anything.
Nah, show you cock.
What I'm saying is, if that's your position, then you're going to have to like find a way to like regulate that and mandate it. Then, if that's going to be your position, that it should be regulated and mandated.
I'm not sure. Are you talking to me? Are you talking?
No, I'm talking to what if that's what he says. It should be regulated. It should be regulated and mandated that if the parent had something to do with the illness and this, that, and the other, then okay, how are you going to regulate and mandate that? And how are you going to enforce that?
I'm not sure that I understand what your question is, because if you're trying to use that as an analogy for abortion,
no, I'm asking your position. I'm not asking any analogy or anything. Your position, if that's what should be mandated in your position.
I'm asking you what needs to be mandated.
Your position.
What are you saying needs?
The thing that you just said.
What is my position?
You said I feel.
I commented on that earlier, Gur, when you said it'll be a few moments. I'm like, yeah, to Gur, a few moments is like an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Feel like it should be if the parent is somehow involved in the illness or whatever, put the child at risk, et cetera, et cetera.
The way that it's already handled, it's investigated, and the parents are punished if they've poisoned their child.
Okay, but like, what about in my situation where like you would say that I was
Someone
creating
poisoned
a life
you?
that I was putting at risk? No, but you were saying that I was creating.
Well, you did know the risk. You took the risk. I mean, it's just consent. You did take the risk. You deal with consequences. It's life. You don't get a special hope pass.
The consequences of that were that I had to go through an abortion. Exactly, I did deal with the consequences.
He snuck that one in there fast. He straight up just told Savage Minnow. He just told this adult woman to her face that she doesn't get a hoe pass.
No, you
and notice that I am not losing my fucking mind right now. I think kudos to me, man. Kudos to me.
Took the life of an innocent child because of a mistake that you made.
I disagree with that. But again,
well,
like,
you
that's
would, because
my
it hurts
position.
to admit it. It hurts to admit it. I get that, but you're gonna have to admit it at some
No, it
point.
doesn't hurt. Like it was physically painful to go through
I gotta
it. It was
change my.
emotionally painful to
I
go
gotta
through
change my
it.
battery, Wildy. I'll be back.
But the fact that I like made that decision was the correct decision for me to make. It's not that I don't have any like qualms about
I mean,
that.
he didn't say necessarily in your situation it was the wrong
Savage,
choice.
you know, you're saying
Well, I mean, he
exactly
did
what
say that I
said.
like created a child just to murder it.
You're saying
And
exactly what I said.
Well, no,
but
he
I
said you
just
did the
keep
thing
getting
that would
put
create a life. You took
backstage
the
for
risk.
some
You knew what you were
reason.
doing. And then,
yeah,
then you ended
exactly.
up killing it.
The very small risk. It was a calculated risk, and I did actually deal with the consequences of that. And the consequences of that were that I had to have an abortion. Like that.
Yeah.
Those are the consequences.
Yeah, you did all the things that led to having to kill a baby. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. But that doesn't make me a murderer.
And great for her for calling that out. And thank you. You know, just a fake pat on the shoulder for myself. I should be able to keep myself together in these things. But for a long time, I wasn't. But kudos to Savage right there for calling that out. Because, and this is what I said earlier, and I'm going to say it again, Cerberus. This is a clear example of it. While Cerberus isn't going as far as William went in that first conversation, right? When William called it murder, he's implying it, and he's saying the same thing. Like, you decided to kill a baby. Like, you know, and again, I'm going to continue to ask, you know, when does this life thing exist? When does this baby start? Because to me, that seems to be the question we need to fucking answer. Not we're gonna take away from free individuals a choice about one of the biggest choices of their lives, if they're ready or not to be parents, if they should be parents, if they need to be parents.
It led to me having to decide between my life and the life of the child.
Well,
It led to me having to make a decision
Can we
about
change topic, please?
I mean, if you wanted to, but like this is what I'm here for. So.
All right. No, don't carry on.
All right, and you know, Wildheart's just he's got a kind heart. He really does. And this entire time, Wildheart, like I pointed it out once we skipped forward to this part, Wildheart has been wanting to change the subject for hours now. But she was like, no, that's why I'm here. And he's like, all right, cool. You know, he's kind-hearted, and you could just tell, like, man, I want to talk about something so fucking bad, something else so fucking bad.
Yeah, you're happy with it.
I mean, yeah, like I absolutely, I took a calculated risk that potentially could end up in me having to decide the termination of my pregnancy. Absolutely. Yeah. Which is a potential life. I will give you potential life. I personally, I don't think that it matters whether you call it a life or a potential life, but like that's from my standpoint. I don't. To me, it doesn't matter where you consider like conception or whatever.
Oh
life
yeah,
begins
I
at
don't think it
conception
matters
or whatever. To me, it
any
doesn't
of the
matter. Yeah.
I take it doesn't matter where life starts either.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't.
See, and that's the one thing, and I disagree with Savage there, just like we're going to disagree at points. I did earlier with Pixie. I think it's a vital part of the conversation when life starts, when it becomes it's a life form. Again, we will get into it later. I know Service earlier, like, when did we get into that? Like, we will get into that later. And I'll expand upon my thoughts as we do so. But I think that that's a vital part of this conversation. Now, a lot of leftist activists they argue a legal argument, and they argue pretty much against pregnancy. That's going to come into it. I am not somebody that thinks that late-term abortions should be made public, but we'll get into all of that, right? You know, some lefties will argue that. I highly disagree with them, and I think they do damage, and you know that extremism gets utilized against us from having a legitimate conversation about abortion. But that's my opinion.
You don't see the moral dubiousness in.
You don't see the moral dubiousness in telling people not to have sex. Like that's.
Oh yeah, when it could kill them, like at a rate that you actually find scary.
There's like a very
like
small there's like a less than a 0.1% chance that it could end up in pregnancy. Yeah.
And I'm not sure, SPM. I didn't hear skank, but I wouldn't put it past William. I really wouldn't. But I didn't hear it myself.
That's a calculated risk that we took. Yeah. I think that a lot of people would. In fact, I think that we see evidence of that every day when we see people who are, have illnesses that are going into abortion clinics because they have to.
I mean, do you really think it's morally dubious to tell people, hey, if you're actually scared that this can kill you, how about not do it?
I mean, if it's like a 0.1% chance, yeah. I mean, like seriously, me engaging in
like just not have sex, man. Like that's, I don't know, that kind of goes against most people. I mean, the vast majority of people's like human nature. Like some people are asexual and they'd probably be chill with that, but they're like less than 1% of the population probably.
and sex has less of a percent has a less possibility in ending up that way than it does for me to fly and end up in a plane wreck. Like it was just a freak fucking accident. Like it was, yeah. Like okay, then tell people, you know what? If you die in a plane wreck, that's on you because you went up in a plane and you knew that plane could crash. If your family member died in a plane wreck, I have zero sympathy for you because they made that decision. They put themselves at risk.
Yeah, well, I would be sad for them making a bad decision, or ending up to be a bad decision.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's just I think that anybody who follows your logic can see that it's when you follow it.
Really, well, follow my logic. What's illogical?
You end up in a place where you can't morally dictate that to people.
So
how do you determine that? Exactly.
Well, again, like we'll talk about that. Like, okay, your moral position. How do you dictate to me? You couldn't come up with an answer whether or not I should be legally allowed.
No, I did. I said it like twice.
Okay, so sorry. What was it that I shouldn't be legally allowed? I should be legally prohibited from having sex.
Yeah, if pregnancy for you is going to lead to a.
So like, let me get this right, Cerberus. You're not okay with a law that says people have a choice to get an abortion, but you are okay with a law that says certain people, in certain circumstances anyway, can't have sex. That's cool, man, I guess. Maybe. Almost a little too Matt Powell-ish for me, but you do you, boo, I guess. Man, I'm glad you're not a majority of people. But, I mean, you're part of that silent majority that seems to be winning.
Really high risk chance of your death makes it so you
Yeah,
end
but
up having
again,
to kill the baby you create. Yeah.
But even with contraception and stuff like that, then I still shouldn't be allowed to have sex.
Yeah, you know, just like we ban people from drunk driving one block. No, don't do it.
Okay, but we don't like ban people from driving though. And again, people have a much higher chance of getting in a fatal car wreck than they do in my position, getting pregnant and having to deal with that.
Yeah, I don't see how that ruins my position.
Because people like me still exist. Like I don't like.
Yeah, I don't see how that.
You're saying that you're saying that somebody shouldn't be able to have sex because there's like a less than a 1 in 1,000 chance that it could end up in a pregnancy that they would have to terminate.
That they would have to terminate because it would likely kill you, or you're worried about it likely.
But they would have to terminate. I said they would have to terminate. Yeah. Yes, not an optional termination. That
you're playing Russian roulette.
It was a mandatory termination.
You're playing Russian roulette with like 299 empty barrels.
Yeah. So again, I think anybody who's listening to this that hears you say that you should mandate that a woman who has like less than 1 in 1,000 chance of resulting in a pregnancy that would have to be terminated shouldn't be allowed to have sex. Yeah, I think anybody who's listening to that would realize that that's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, until they
that we can't
themselves.
tell. Oh, you have this medical condition, therefore you're not allowed to have a penis in your vagina, and legally you're not allowed. Okay.
Yeah, and here's the solution to fix that, so then you can. Yeah.
Well, again, I would have a different position. Again, let me finish. I would have a different position if contraceptions were readily available.
I have a question for Minnow.
Oh, they are readily available.
They're not readily available.
All right, so the constitutional lawyer that is William Freeman, the constitutional scholar that is William Freeman, I guess he has to walk home from work because you're going to hear crickets.
Available. I just told you. I've been trying to get sterilized since before I got fucking pregnant.
Hey, Minnow.
How long have you been saving? It says it's only $500.
Again, it's not only $500 because I have to leave and go stay in a hotel.
I know that's so. It's
It
so
is
far.
not allowed at my like the whole network system that I'm in does not allow sterilization because
Minnow.
it is a Christian network.
Minnow.
I would have
whose
to go
rights,
stay in a hotel.
Whose rights are being whose rights are being infringed on with the versus Wade decision?
What's the whose rights are being infringed on? Mine.
Who and why how? Okay, you alone?
No, not me alone.
Women.
Well, then who?
Anyone with a uterus. With a
Technically, it's not.
functioning uterus.
Technically, it's not an infringement of right. If it's a right,
They have the
law-
right to
the law
choose
making
what
it
they do
illegal
with their
would be the
uterus. They
infringement.
have the right to choose whether or not they take a pill. They
have
have the
the
right to
right to
choose whether
take
or
a
not
dick.
they have a medical procedure.
They have a right to choose whether they engage in sex.
They have a right to choose what they do with their bodies as long as it's not hurting anyone. Yes.
Oh, to spook you
Right,
in the
but
external chat.
killing a
I am.
baby
I
is
just wanted more
objectively
babies.
hurting someone. Yeah, go ahead.
Again, whether or not it's a baby is it beyond the pale. They're deciding.
It's not an adult.
No.
It's not a like again. We can go back and forth here about like whether or not it's a
No,
person
we
not gonna like fly that bridge. and it
You're
doesn't
very
matter.
limited in what you can do with this.
Basically, Hitler.
Well, the baby is sort of triggering words. This is the wrong term, but
No,
just
that's what
say
you said.
defenseless
I'm not
human life.
triggered by it.
said
I'm just
that-
saying
Well,
that
I'm not worried about what's
what's
palatable
You're trying to
to
use
them.
it to like emotionally manipulate.
No. It's better.
Did you hear what Cerberus did there? You know, saying baby's a trigger word. Now, and it is because it's not true. You know, it's not true. It's all right. A baby is a living, breathing human baby. All right. But he says instead call it a defenseless life form. Fuck Cerberus. Fuck.
Because it's equally not palatable, but it's much harder to argue against defenseless human life.
No, it's not. If you'd actually answer the fucking question when you think that it becomes actual human life.
It's again.
All right, if you want to call it, I mean, that's all I'm. That's all
that
I'm saying.
human life
is
doesn't
it-
have more of a right to life than I do.
No, it has the same.
Right,
It has the same right to life. It has the same right, and you're trying to deny it that.
No.
So you admit you're trying to deny it its right to life.
No. No,
Yeah, no, you
I'm
are. You
denying
just
its
did.
Right. No, I'm denying its right to feed off of me. To be a parasite.
So you're going to
of mine.
kill it. You're going to kill it because you made a bad decision.
Yeah,
It
that's
will die
our
as a
whole argument.
result. It will die as a result. I made a decision that it will die as a result.
That's like if I lock you in a
because
room
I'm
and starve you. So does that absolve me? If I lock you in a room and starve you, I'm not actually touching you, but you are dying because of your situation. But I can't be held responsible, right?
Again, you locked me in the room, so like that's.
Yeah, and you had the sex.
Okay, dog. The early bird catches.
Like, literally comparing a woman having sex to a murderer who kidnapped somebody, locked them in the room, and murdered them. I don't think that that's a comparison. I don't think that's a viable comparison at all.
The worm. Say it.
So isn't that life responsible for creating itself then?
How does life create itself?
I mean, isn't it responsible? Isn't that life responsible for attaching itself to my uterus then?
No, it
If
had
wouldn't
no
have
say in
attached
it. You
itself to
did
my
that.
Uterus, then we wouldn't have to.
You
deal with
did
it.
that. Yeah, you put a dick in you.
I didn't do it.
You did. You said you
did it.
put dick in you. You put a dick
I
in you.
didn't.
I think I'm about to speak up soon. I told you. I told y'all it gets bad. Demeaning. It's demeaning.
I didn't attach the egg to my uterus.
Your body did.
I didn't give that zygote permission to attach itself.
You
to my
gave
uterus.
a dick permission. Why are you missing this? You have accountability. You created the situation.
And I
is
took
one of the most horrible
accountability for
things I've ever
that
been a
when I
part
went
of.
and had an abortion.
You can be
Well, then
offended,
your
but you
life's
can't
not that
argue the
hard.
reality.
I'm not offended.
I was
can get a clip
I was
for
not
150
offended.
Who? Knock was offended.
I've got to
okay.
stay in a hotel. Oh no!
I didn't say I was offended. I said this
No,
is
I mean
horrible.
like that's what I would have to do.
No, you
Yeah,
said it was
like,
the worst thing you've ever seen. Or
I would have to
something.
go.
Yeah, I missed it because they were talking, so I didn't hear it. But yeah, I just came in and I'm like, based on what William just said and what I've heard up to this point, like this is just fucking horrible. I mean, it's degrading. I mean, Savage is is sitting there taking it and arguing and standing her ground against it. And mad props to Savage Minnow. But what the fuck? This is why I titled this the abortion conversation is beyond toxic. Exactly why I titled it the way that I titled it.
Go stay in a hotel.
The browbeating that you guys are trying to attempt to do to Savage is absolutely
What are you talking
horrible.
about?
We just don't advocate for murder. I mean, killing innocent human lives.
You put a dick in. I mean, oh my god, like the shit that's going on right now.
That's just extreme.
That's. I mean, anybody who watches this is like, oh, okay, like.
That language.
Anyone that can come and convince me
What do you think, Wildheart?
that it isn't a voluntary action, outside of rape, and then you're going to end up killing a baby.
So
because
again,
of it.
you're saying that it does happen.
If you can convince me that that's not a fuck situation, I'll change my mind.
Should be allowed, but also
This
we're
might
going
seem harsh.
to put in
This might seem harsh,
place
but
that
much
still
like
prevent them
US
from being able to get it.
politics, I don't give a shit.
This isn't U.S. politics.
This much. I mean, much
I
like
mean, it is right now, but yeah.
much like US politics.
Well,
It's
yeah,
human
but
rights,
the general
but yeah.
conversation isn't. But
yeah,
Roe v.
no,
Wade is.
I said much like US politics. I don't give a shit about US politics. I don't give a shit about abortion. to be
Yeah,
honest.
you
But
have that.
shouldn't-
Yeah, I mean, you have that luxury.
Well, I was gonna say, I mean,
You don't care about it.
But what about all the women who are affected by the rulings of abortion? Wildheart.
Carry on.
Like I get it. I mean, it is coming from a privileged standpoint. Hey, you know what? This topic does not affect me, but it does affect a lot of women.
It does, and
It affects men too.
Well, that's true. Yes, it does.
It does. Men should be way more responsible than they are.
And I yeah, it's been good.
So
Carry on.
I got another question that if you could answer this for me, it might also change my mind. If it's let's say the artificial womb is created tomorrow, and a procedure is made that has absolutely actually zero risk of moving a fetus from the woman to the womb, would you be comfortable with having no more abortion?
If you could remove a pregnancy from a person with a uterus without it being an abortion, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, would you be comfortable banning abortion then?
Sure.
Then how can it be a right?
Well, it's not that. Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If it was a right, you would still be against banning it.
No, again, like you said, it's zero risk to the
Doesn't
the
matter.
person with the uterus.
It doesn't matter if you think it's a human
Ha-
right.
but
you
having
should-
a pregnancy
you should
is always
think
a risk.
People should have the option because it's their right.
All right, so I'm being quiet. Damn Jets. I disagree with Savage. I mean, Savage has her opinion. I have mine, and I disagree. I think that people should still have the right to choose if they're ready to be parents. I mean, they're still going to have to take care of that child, even though they're not going to have to go through the pregnancy part in this hypothetical scenario. And for me, pro-choice is for me, the right is the ability to have that choice to make responsibly as early as you can make it, as early as you get the information and you make the decision, you can come to that decision. The choice for me is the right. So in that situation, I completely think people should still have the choice. I think it's immoral to force children to be born into situations that are not going to be healthy or good for them. To be born into a situation to where the parents might not want them. I think that's immoral. And if we live in the modern world and we have the technology to remove it before it becomes a human being, which is why I keep asking the question, Cerberus, when do you think life begins? And thank you for the subscription, Divine Sorcerer. Thank you. When do you think life begins? Because for me, that's the fundamental question. But again, I'm not going to overtalk Savage, and I'm going to allow Savage to do her thing because I think that's important in these conversations. I spoke on it earlier in this stream, in the stream that I'm watching. I hate it when it's just a sausage fest and you got half the room saying how a woman shouldn't have her rights, and then the other half, you know, they're arguing the right argument, but it's all men. Like, let's hear from the women.
That's a good point. You know, you might be right. You might, yeah, you're right. It maybe should be their right, I guess.
Okay.
There you go.
Cerberus Hex, can I just ask you one question?
I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I'd have to think about that.
Yeah,
What
but,
gives
yeah,
the
but
right of a
think about it
fetus?
longer hard, because one situation shows that it's not a right, and the other situation is needlessly killing a fetus when they could be saved.
No, what gives a fetus a right to feed off another human being?
Right. That's my position as of now. Yeah. But
Depends on
this
the
is, we're talking about a hypothetical situation. But
You
yeah.
want the heroin, but you don't want the overdose.
Oh, okay. I want to answer
love it.
Dog's question, even though it's Dog.
You want the heroin, not the overdose. Like, William is brilliant. Like, this dude, this constitutional scholar, let me tell you.
In a situation where it's voluntary, the voluntary action that led to that is what gives it the right. In the situation where it was not voluntary, then no right would have been given.
Wait, just for clarification's sake, when we're talking about fetuses, are we talking about like an actual baby or somebody who was somebody who had a conception from a one-night stand just last night? Like, what are we talking about? Because
we're talking about all situations.
All of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah.
Because here's my thing. Anytime, like, if somebody were to go out tonight and have sex, consensual sex, and then they take Plan B, is Plan B the same thing as an abortion according to pro-lifers, depending on what pro-lifers sure?
Yes.
Okay, because
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Plan B myself.
Really? Because I mean, I'm nominally a pro-lifer, and I don't think it is.
I mean,
Okay,
I tried to get Plan B when it happened, when we had the birth control failure, and they wouldn't sell it to us.
What? Damn, that's fucked up.
But I don't think
they're definitely going after, like, you know, contraception, abortion as well. They're definitely trying to ban that as well.
Well, but the reason why I ask is because a lot
I
of
don't know what it's
pro-life-
called, like the pill abortion, whatever.
Yeah,
it is.
well,
That's absolutely banned where I live. You cannot have the pill abortion.
There's a difference between an abortion and contraception.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's definitely a difference there.
Yeah, I misspoke. That's why I try to clarify myself.
But the reason why I asked is
misheard.
because a lot of the pro-lifers that I know, see, they have either said or some of them just imply that the moment that a person conceives, you know, like the egg is fertilized, that's the moment it becomes a human. And I'm like, so Plan B is the equivalent of murdering a child.
Well, yeah,
It doesn't
and
make
we've
any
had that
sense.
equivalent to that tonight, and the terminology. All right, and like Gur's trying to get to, you know, what I've tried to dug out through the whole thing. Like, I know where William stands. William believes life begins at conception, and he's already stated that he wouldn't believe in pill abortions, you know, Plan B, none of that shit. We know that the evangelical right in certain states have already had a lockdown on contraception. So even though they couldn't ban it outright, I think that they'll probably be able to now. They could limit the supply. But I've been trying to dig out, like, when do you think fucking life starts? And why do you think it necessary that every single person have every single child that comes along? I don't understand that thinking. And I asked it earlier of Cerberus specifically. Like, dude, you must be from this, like, very big place of privilege and never seen just abject poverty. never been around people that mistreated their children, didn't want their children. It's very black and white, but it's not. It's a whole lot of gray. But again, we still got so far to go. I think there's over at least an hour of actual playtime for me still to cover. Like, I knew this was going to be a long stream. I knew it was going to be a long one. That you guys are using is along those lines. You are calling it a baby. You are, like that's it for me. Like
I'm calling it a baby. Cerberus didn't.
Yeah, I said you should call it a defenseless human life.
He went along those lines.
I said it doesn't matter.
Yeah. But the thing,
human life, that
doesn't matter.
That's
but
I
that's
think
the terminology.
calling it a baby and calling it a
terms.
defenseless human life are both just like a ploy to get sympathy, and like
It's
Yeah,
not.
you can play with the words.
you're literally just trying to pull up people's. You're
It
making an
definitely is,
emotional
but it's-
argument, which isn't an argument. So
Well, it definitely is, but it's also accurate to the situation.
But I mean, you guys are using a lot of different
again,
terminology.
like I said, it doesn't matter.
You're basically implying
Right.
that
It doesn't matter what
like,
words.
right there,
Same
right
thing.
from the very.
It's a lump of gum.
Wait,
my
Doc's been
fucking
quiet for
God.
most of the time. Let Doc talk.
Yes, please. Like, so you guys have been sitting here and you've been using this terminology. You're implying murder. You're implying like this is some great travesty and people shouldn't be having sex. And sir, you did insinuate not just for Savage, but like, people shouldn't just have sex, right? Like, this is nonsense. I mean, he infers it from the overall argument, but I was wrong. I thought he referred to it specifically, and he was specifically talking about Savage, so I was wrong there. I acknowledged that earlier. People can go into consensual sexual relationships, not want to have a child, and you could utilize such a thing. Like, I don't
Utilize
see
birth control.
I don't see it
it.
as a baby. I see it as a medical procedure that you can, you before a life is a life, you can make a decision. That's how I see it. But you guys are putting it in these terms, and you're also putting it along the lines that it's always the woman's fault. Well, the woman just needs to close her legs. Stop putting the penis in your vagina. And it's disgusting.
So dehumanizing.
It is. And it takes away. Let me finish. I'm almost done. I promise. I'm almost done. I promise. It takes away from the fact that a lot of times, you guys exploded the last time I said this, you didn't even really hear what I was saying. A lot of men pressure women to get abortions. Not just abortions, but also the pressure of sex.
Women to have sex.
A lot of women don't want to say no because they're afraid of how the man's going to react because we are fucking men. So you guys try to make it this,
where did they lose
this
choice?
narrative. Like, how dare you? Oh, I should show the side chat again after this because, like, everybody gets triggered about that shit. Have sex as a free person. This is a very nuanced conversation.
No,
you guys are not
that's
being
not
fair
the
with
argument,
Savage
dude.
at all. And William, you're
that's not the argument. No,
I don't even want to hear you.
Husband.
That's a straw man. That's not what I said.
Go put the dick in your asshole.
Lovingly
bitch.
available.
No, that's not what I said, sweetie.
However he wants it. That's also what we're taught here.
So I got to have my rage moment. I got to have my rage moment. It only took 5 fucking hours.
That's not what I said at all. What I said, and I'm pro sex. I'm just saying own the consequences. If you're gonna have sex, you need to know that there's a chance that you're gonna have to raise a kid. That's all I said. Fuck all you want.
Decision about whether.
Yes, it's called a choice. Don't fuck or fuck.
And I made my choice. Exactly.
You've also been saying
we're taking away
you're the one that put the dick in the pussy. Like, it's been disgusting.
yes. You let a dick get in your pussy. Nobody else did that. You did.
It's like the far right just blatantly unafraid.
Are you asserting that someone was raped?
What if somebody
it doesn't matter. That's what I'm asserting that it doesn't matter.
What about the penis? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, look, I already said I thought men were equally responsible,
Consent
but
to
men aren't
sex
the one
isn't the same
walking
as consent to
the
pregnancy.
uterus into the
No,
exactly.
I agree with everything you say, Knock, but women in England are a little more tougher to get than what you think they are. They are not that easy.
I don't know what
you do have.
I don't know why Knock is assuming women are weak-willed.
Wait, well, shit.
What?
I left. I had a question for him.
I don't see Doc.
So, Cerberus is taking along that line. No, I'm just stating fact. I'm not saying women are weak. I know a lot of women that beat that ass. I'm stating the facts of reality. Women come out all the time and talk about the pressure of having sex, afraid to say no. We've had the whole Me Too movement, where employers take advantage of their positions of power. See, everything, Cerberus wants to see everything as black and white. And you want to imply that I'm saying women are somehow weak because men take advantage of them. Well, some women take advantage of men. Men take advantage of men. Women take advantage of women. It's the reality that exists. Also, to Savage Minnow's point the entire time, a lot of rapes go unreported. A lot of them. It's not all black and white. When you look into unenumerated rights, it seems pretty clear to me. The Supreme Court just took away rights from human beings, individual liberty from human beings. Now, we have progressed in providing individual liberty to people, even though the capitalist system, I would argue, denies us economic liberty. But when it comes to social justice, we have gotten better. We have so much far to go, but this just pushed us back 50 years.
He's assuming that women are weak. Well, there's a woman that's not.
Are you denying the fact that women are? Are you denying the fact that women are pressured into sex all the time? Like what?
No, I'm not denying that at all. I'm not denying that at all.
Yeah, I'm talking to Cerberus.
Women can be pressured into sex.
I'm talking to Cerberus.
Yeah,
I'm not talking.
Absolutely, men and women can be pressured into all kinds of things.
Exactly. Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Being pressured isn't the same thing as doing it, though.
Exactly. And in England, they are. You have to at least buy them a drink.
Well,
at least.
I had a question for William, but he left.
Well, look, I'm not exactly where Will is, but I'm close. Why do you ask me?
Or take my.
I mean, I also live in a state where like marital rape is like not considered a thing. Like,
oh my, Savage, I have to ask you, if you don't mind answering, of course. Sure. What state do you live in? If it's in the U.S.
It is in the U.S. I haven't come out about it until recently, but
okay,
I am. People can figure it out, but yeah.
Because my God, like I live in Georgia, and I thought Georgia was fucking crazy as hell, but Jesus,
we're bad. We're very bad. Yeah.
I mean, dear God. So the state in which you live, they're like, oh, if a woman is forced upon by her husband, we'll just say, hey, it's implied consent, I guess.
You married him, therefore you consented.
That is so fucking bizarre to me. Like, God, what? Shit, wow. But anyway,
that's why I think that it's such a systemic issue that, like, if I do feel like if we want to absolutely rid the world of abortions, there are so many things that we need to do before that. And if we do those things before that, just because like people are like mostly people who don't want to like go through that procedure because it's a pain in the ass in general, we're going to eliminate abortions. Like it's not even from a moral perspective, but like the systemic issues that need to be dealt with. If we deal with those issues, that's how we get rid of abortions. But just banning abortions doesn't stop abortions. It just stops abortions from happening safely.
And I would be for anything that would lower abortions.
Except for maybe you're pro sex education. You're pro contraceptives being allowed.
Definitely.
You're pro society in some ways pressuring people to take birth control.
Cerberus, are you
because where it is now, people are societally pressured not to take birth control.
Are you for like Plan B, Cerberus?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Okay.
Do you think when girls reach puberty that we should ask them if they want to go on contract?
All right, so that point is interesting. Germania finally got an answer from Cerberus. By that answer, do you support Plan B? We get somewhat of an answer to the question of when does life begin? Because clearly, if you begin at Plan B, well, it's not a human life at conception. So then the question does become, at what point does it become human life? Now, we haven't answered that question yet. But there's a clear indication that the question is indeed important.
Contraceptives.
And hey, Uncle Beck, it's getting a little better. I'm being more consistent.
I don't know if you should ask them. I think it's actually a parent's decision.
So you should put kids on contraceptives, whatever they're 13, whenever they hit.
Yeah, I mean 13, 12, 14, whatever age it is for them, right? I don't think the child is equipped to make the decision, so it would be up to the parents. But yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I would be okay if we were in a world where like we on a systemic level could prevent pregnancy like that. Absolutely. But we're not at a place where we can do that. And where we are right now, just outlawing abortions, unfortunately, isn't going to prevent abortions. And that's the problem, is that like the quote unquote solution that has been come up with, it like they're reversing Roe v. Wade. That's not going.
That doesn't ban abortions.
Exactly. It doesn't stop abortions. It just stops.
They're not trying to stop abortions.
It stops safe abortions.
Yeah.
Well, no, some people are trying to stop abortions.
Right. I'm talking strictly about the Supreme Court.
The way that we do it.
That's what I'm saying. The Supreme Court is not interested in stopping it.
Yeah.
They just don't want to get. They don't want to touch.
All right. Sorry, I had the headphones off for a second talking to my daughter because she just got home, but I just put them on that, and it seems to me that the Supreme Court is interested in stopping it. It's why they threw it back to the states so it could be stopped. Like William, the constitutional scholar, constitutional lawyer that's still walking home because you can still hear the fucking crickets. He's an idiot.
That shit.
Yeah. And I think that's, we all kind of agree on that it's like the issue is a systemic
issue. It's a state's right.
But do you agree that we need to increase access to contraceptives? And
what's the problem with the access now?
Again, I still have been waiting over 5 years to get sterilized. Like, can we circle back to this?
Yeah, there's other forms of contraception, right?
What?
Yeah, there's other forms of contraception.
Yeah, I was on we had a contraceptive failure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's going to happen no matter whether they're available or not.
But William, you do agree they should be available,
the whole 3 years that we were together up until that point, and the thousands of times that we had sex until that point, it did. It prevented all of those times. Like, so
it did its job for the most part. You can't be mad at that. It did 99% of what it was supposed to do. Okay.
I'm not mad.
So I don't understand. You had access. You still took the risk. You ended up getting pregnant. That sucks. You got to raise a kid. I get it.
I mean, I wish that I would have had access to Plan B when we did have a contraceptive failure.
Or to be fixed. Like if you didn't have to wait in line forever to get your procedure. Which I'm fine with that. I think that's great. Yeah. I wish more people would get fixed quickly.
Again, I don't think that using the term "fixed" is going to help.
I'm not concerned about what you think about the term.
What I'm saying is that if you're concerned that you want more people to go through that procedure, then like changing your terminology might help.
William,
I don't care if they do or don't.
You just said that you wish more people would do it.
Right, but I don't care if they decide not to. That's fine too. I don't care. But I would prefer. I think it's better.
Okay, well then, if you think it's better, then you should maybe use different terminology because that might help. Again, it's like saying baby instead of fetus, or like that's
right. No. I understand you want me to
do it. Your terminology.
I don't care.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that you just said that you wish more people would do it. If you do wish that more people would do it, then your verbiage disagrees with that. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not trying to push that on anybody, and I'm not gonna proselytize it.
Ma'am,
How would you know that if you don't give me a chance to respond to all the things that you're saying?
Because you had already contradicted.
So that okay, well then you don't need
Being
me for this.
the
Continue to
logical
tell me what I
intelligence.
think.
I think that you're hypocritical.
All right. She shouldn't be back for a couple minutes. I'm going to do this again, which you'd barely even see her come in. I'm going to do this again because, I closed it out. I can't do it again. I wish I still had it. Let me search for it. Because I did this at the very beginning. Because I want to keep this tied. You know, a lot of this mentality. Now, I don't think Cerberus Hex is a theist or a Christian by any means. But I don't know. Can't remember us ever talking about that. But I don't think he is. But a lot of this mentality comes from the Christian right, the Christian nationalist right. So I want to pull this back up. Let me, if I can find it again. I X out of shit and I shouldn't. All right, so 1 second. I think I just went to YouTube and typed in abortion is murder and found a preacher. I think that's what I did. There he is. There he is. All right. Let me get it through the intro. I mean, this is really where this mentality comes from, and I don't get it. I think some people on the pro-life movement have come to a moral place, and I think Cerberus X is one of those. I find a lot of his argumentation to be really silly in this, not to really make much sense to me. But at the same time, I think that it is for him a moral decision to be pro-life. I think for the vast majority of pro-lifers, it's a religious decision. And I say that because of shit like this. So, won't take long.
This is a scientific issue and a deeply theological issue. So I'm not trying to make political statements. I also am very aware that I got to walk this strange space, and here's what I mean by this strange space. So I'm going to speak to everyone here, so follow me. I need to, with all the boldness that the Holy Spirit will grant to me, tell everyone in this room that abortion is a murder. It is the murder of a human being. I'm going to have to say it. I'm going to show it to you in the Word. I want to prove it to you with science. I want to just lay it before you and say abortion is murder. And it's a holocaust like the world has yet to see. In fact, just to put it in perspective, Stalin was guilty of murdering 40 million of his own countrymen, Hitler 30 million human beings, and the United States, since Roe versus Wade, not globally, but the United States has blown past both of those brothers and have made them look angelic as we have slaughtered wholesale 55 million little boys and little girls.
That's where a lot of this mentality comes from. Motivation factor, the major funds behind the pro-life movement, behind the pro-life marches, is evangelical. An evangelical agenda. They want to control women again. And we cannot ignore that. We needed a little break from the dumpster fire. We're going to get right back to it. But we can't ignore that. This is all a major play for control of women again. It's a regression backwards, and it should not stand.
Like that's all I said.
William, I get feeling people will be really bigoted against my culture.
William, out of genuine curiosity, William, are you okay? Do you support like Plan B?
Not really, no.
Oh, why? Out of curiosity.
Because I want to be consistent.
And so, taking Plan B, would you say that's murdering a child, or like how would you define that?
It's extinguishing a human life.
Okay, so the moment an egg is fertilized, it's human life.
Yes.
So, do you think that people? Sorry, am I
wait.
No,
interrupting?
no, no. Go ahead.
Real quick,
That's fine.
real quick, because
That's my
I'm
main
always
question.
curious about this position. Was it
Yeah.
not human life before conception? Like,
No.
aren't sperms human life?
No. I mean, it's
Which part are
it's
they not?
organic. It is alive.
Real quick, I mean, by that logic, sir, and I think we will go into this a little bit. And I had mentioned all those cum-filled socks across America earlier, but by that logic, then we should be regulating the choices men make with their penises.
But it's not
it's human.
capable of. It's not capable of being a human. No, it's not a human.
It's not human.
But
at
it's
all?
murder.
It is not a human. Listen to what I'm saying.
but
It
it
is
is
not
human.
a
It's
human.
murder if we exterminate it or terminate.
No, he's talking about sperm.
Yeah, it's not murder if you exterminate sperm. I've wasted plenty.
Mm-hmm.
See, I think this is just a cultural thing.
So,
Where
my next question is if there's somebody who's like,
What is that, like a heartbeat, divine source, or something like that? I'm not a heartbeat guy. I think it's I don't think you're a human being until much later than that. I think people should have plenty of time to make a responsible decision on whether or not they're ready to be parents. And they're not taking the life of a human being. They're taking the life of a zygote. I know a lot of people argue for like the heartbeat, but I think that there's plenty of time. I think we can give 18, 20 weeks. I mean, what most states had already pretty much decided on. I haven't really figured it out. Like I said, I pretty much stayed away from this. I haven't figured out where my line is. I'd like to. I think I would assume my line is much farther along than Cerberus Hex's line, but we will be getting into it. We still have. Man, I still have at least an hour. I think that I'm in this conversation. So, shit, I'm still gonna be streaming for a while. Been streaming 4 hours all day. And I'm still going to be streaming. I'll be streaming right up till I start cooking dinner, I'm sure.
like on life support and like they don't want to like put up the fight anymore and there's zero chance of them making it, is it then immoral to let them go off of life support?
Are they able to consent to it?
Let's say no.
No, then no, it's not your choice to make.
Okay, so somebody should be left on life support indefinitely, even if they're like in severe pain. And
I think if someone has power of attorney of them, that person can make the decision.
What about the person in question, though?
Yeah, if the person
power of attorney,
the power. So if somebody has power of attorney, then they can make that decision for them.
it's part of the contract. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I don't know if Will disagrees with this. I think the law lays.
I announced this at the very beginning of the stream. I should go ahead and announce it again. We'll go on back up here for a second. Tomorrow, I'm not sure what time I'm going to start, but I'm going to be streaming for most of the day. I've already warned my daughter I'm boycotting the 4th of July. If she wants to do 4th of July, she got to do it somewhere else. If she chooses not to, then more power to you, sister. Fight the man. Don't allow these freedom. Don't celebrate freedom when freedom's being taken away. That's my thing. So I will be having an open room, probably starting. I'll probably prepare an early dinner, start it after dinner. So if you're not celebrating the 4th, or if you're at home, if you're drunk and you come home from celebrating, it won't be about that. We'll talk about a lot of things, and I definitely don't want the abortion conversation to take up the whole fucking open room. But if it does, it does. But we can, if you want to continue the conversation a little bit, maybe it can happen tomorrow. I know Marty wants a part of it already. She already told me, so I got you, Marty. Marty's definitely got a spot, y'all. All right, so we'll get back to it.
Lays out a pretty fair scheme for this, which is power of attorney can do it, or barring there is no power of attorney and you're unconscious and probably won't become conscious, your immediate family can make the decision. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I mean, in general,
I'm just saying, like, you're okay with that family making that decision, but you're not okay with the family making the decision for.
Yeah,
for
you're not
fetus.
okay with the actual person in question making the decision about their own body.
Right. Yeah.
Well, they're literally unable to in that situation. That's the difference.
Right. That's where the
So it's a
family
poor
member
analogy.
requires it.
Both situations. They're
Oh,
literally.
well,
Yeah,
okay. Well,
and
do you want to leave it to your family whether you can have an abortion or not?
Sure.
Why not just leave it up to the individual who has the
I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with that, but also like again,
Because
like
there's
that.
another life involved that has no say in it and cannot consent, and the combination, well, the activity that the sex put them in this situation. The child's life is no less valuable than the mother's.
Right, but it's also no
Under the
more
law.
valuable. It's also
Oh,
no
I'll be right
more.
back.
It's not more valuable. No, it's under the
Right.
law. All lives
And,
are
and what we're
equality is
doing,
mandatory under the law.
and what we're doing in the U.S. is we're giving that fetus more rights.
Absolutely
Then-
not.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
no, because the fetus. No, ma'am. You had the choice when you got pregnant, unless the
So weird
case
that
of
you keep
rape.
calling me ma'am. I'm sorry.
You'll get used to it. I'm Southern. So here's the thing.
Yeah,
You
it's
made a
fine.
choice. So you made a choice to have sex. We can agree in that. Again, I use the analogy. I like to get high, but I don't want to overdose.
You know, it's kind of funny. He has no issue just enforcing ma'am on Savage here, right? But he doesn't like it when people just ask them to use their pronouns. I can assume that from William here. You know, like the hypocrisy of these fucking people. It's disgusting.
But I know if I shoot heroin, there could be fentanyl in there. There could be something in there. I could overdose. So when I agree to take the drug, I am agreeing to consequences that may happen. That's all I'm
Okay,
saying.
and does that
And
also
sex is no different.
that also applies to like somebody who is taking a pill that's like prescribed by a doctor or whatever? That they know that they
Absolutely,
could-
yeah. If you're dumb enough
you know
to
that
take
you could
whatever
become
somebody
addicted to
prescribes you,
it and
yes, I think it's stupid that people trust doctors for whatever their ailment is. Here, just give me a pill. Tell me exactly how this is going to help before I take it. Tell me what the risks are, all of that. If all that's explained and I consent, sure.
Okay.
But again, none of these people that are getting pregnant are unaware that sex causes pregnancy.
No, but again, like we said, a lot of them are unaware of like how birth control works and stuff like that.
Well, again, that doesn't take the consent to sex is what we're talking about. It's whether you.
Consent to sex isn't the same as consent to pregnancy.
It is, and again, it goes back to my analogy. You're
No, it's
consenting
not.
to the activity that creates the problem. The overdose comes
Again,
from when
thinking,
I take the
thinking
drugs.
that contraceptives are going to prevent it.
Okay, but wait a second. Very strictly, technically, it is not consenting to pregnancy. It's consenting to a chain of responsibility. Right? You're accepting a chain of responsibility.
Damn, man. I mean, Cerberus Hex has an extensive periods of thought every single time he has sex. He has to consider all the ramifications. You know, like I'm gonna be truthful here. I mean, sometimes my dick get hard and I just have sex, man. I don't go through a process of you know, maybe I'm gonna have a kid. I don't. I use contraception. I don't have long philosophical conversations with myself on the ramifications of this human act that I'm about to perform. Again, the sexual revolution was 70 fucking years ago. And in the modern world, it's a world of options.
I mean, that's
Yes.
what you're trying to get at anyway, Will.
That is a better way to say it.
I
Yeah,
will
that's a
agree
much
with
better
you.
way to say it.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right. So
Yeah.
again, if you abort the baby, then you're not being accountable for your responsibility.
I mean that is taking responsibility. That is what I.
No, it's not. No, you can't do that to another person's life. That's their body. You don't have a greater right than
How
they
does
do
that?
to their body.
How do they have a right to put my health? at
Because the
risk?
body in your body is not your body.
I mean, it is, but anyway.
So if you're having a baby that's a boy, does that mean that you now own a penis?
While I'm forming that shit, yeah.
So then you're trans while you're pregnant. If you're pregnant with a boy,
No, that's again.
you're a
do you understand what trans
whatever it's
means?
called.
Trans means
No,
that like you have a gender that you're
Okay,
assigned at
hermaphrodite.
birth. and then you have
Hermaphrodite. There it is. Hermaphrodite.
Yeah.
I was putting the two gods'
no,
names
again,
together.
a hermaphrodite refers to.
So the point is, it's not your
genital?
penis. It's not your body. It's
No,
not
it
your
is.
DNA
It
inside
is.
you. No, that they have their own genetic
partially.
code. That is another person.
Okay. Again, that person still doesn't have more rights than
And
me.
you're
It
still
doesn't-
looking for a hoe pass.
But
Oh my
it still
fucking
doesn't
God.
get more rights.
Still looking for that hoe pass. Sperm has DNA. Like, what the fuck you talking about, dude? You know, Richard put that argument forward a lot better earlier, and he was a lot more respectful about it when he did so. You know, and this was why, like, yesterday I talked about this dude a couple times, and I usually referred to him as the douchebag, the idiot, degrading, demeaning. Now, he is the Christian in the group. When he came on to Math Pigs, or no, I'm thinking of JG, but I'm pretty sure, you know, he's Christian. He's the Christian of the group. I don't think anybody else in the room is actually Christian. But I think we all think 420 atheists is sleeping at this point. I think it was this stream that we thought he was. No, maybe yeah. I think it was this stream. He does live in Australia. I mean, shit, it was late for me. So I don't know where I was going with that. So we'll just get back into it.
Rights than me. You can't force me to give up my kidney to a
No,
fully grown
we're just
person.
No, 420 answered my... Like, 420 heard me. So this is proof, like, you know, I can speak to the past. I just spoke to, like, 2 days ago. 420 fucking heard me. And he's like, nope, I'm not sleeping.
Ask you to be accountable what you do with your pussy. Come on, get with it.
I was accountable. That's why I had to go through an abortion.
Okay, so you kill for convenience. You've admitted that. But that doesn't make it right.
You think that was convenient? You think that
Apparently
was
more
convenient?
than raising the child.
I love when God.
I mean,
when people get out
I
of
wasn't in a
vagina.
position where I could be raising a child, so that like wasn't an option for me.
Did you consent to letting someone put their penis in you?
That's not consenting to raising a child.
I was just
Did
going
you
to
not
say,
know?
consent
No,
to
but-
sex is not consent to having a baby. Like, where are you getting this from?
Their
William?
position it is. It's basically
It's just no, but
it's not, and it's like
common
my fucking
sense.
God.
If you really
yelling
don't
at me.
know that how babies are made, I can take a few minutes and explain it.
Again,
William,
like contraceptives are a thing. I keep coming back to this. Like contraceptives are a thing.
This is it's kind of why I don't understand Cerberus. So I can understand you, William, being a religious person, having this idea that if you're gonna have sex, you're agreeing to a fucking baby. No, like some people just want to have sex, and some people don't
people
want
wanna
to
get
have
high.
a kid. Some people don't want. Some people wouldn't be a good fucking parent to that kid, right? Like,
Junkies
but I
don't
guess,
wanna
I guess,
OD.
I guess Cerberus's explanation is just don't have sex, and that's just
That's
like
also
what?
not an answer.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I say fuck all you want, just own your shit.
Yeah, really, my position was don't
And
have
I
sex
did, yeah.
if
I
you're
did
going to
take
be in a position
responsibility.
where you're absolutely going to kill the baby, right? If you're going to use that term, baby.
It's not a baby; it's a fucking clump of cells.
You're a clump of cells too.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's again, whether or not like it's a person, it's literally
so
like doesn't matter.
That you're trying to
I
escape the
have baby
definition.
pictures of my daughter, yo. I have baby pictures of my daughter, and then I have an ultrasound picture. They're fucking different.
Right.
It's the same person inside. It's a picture of the same person.
It's just
You look
an
different
appeal
now than you did when you graduated high school.
Wait, William, do you think an abortion is?
I look pretty much the same, actually. If you look
Do you
at
think
me.
abortion is the
sorry.
same thing as killing a child?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Say again.
Is abortion the same thing as killing a child?
That's what he thinks. Yeah.
Is it ending an innocent
Yes, he
human
thinks
life?
it's murder.
Just
He thinks
yes
it's
or-
fucking murder. He's already said it.
Can you just answer yes or no? Is abortion
Well, I have to
the
make
same
sure
thing as-
because people try to mix miscarriage into that, and I want to make sure you're not doing that.
No, not miscarriage. I'm not talking about.
I mean, like, that
accidentally
makes
the
killing a
act of
child.
taking a human life in utero.
Miscarriage would be God's the murderer, right?
That's God, exactly.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Only if
that's,
you're religious.
Yes, beside the point. Okay, so if you went into let's just say a coffee shop, and on one side of you had somebody who is convicted of killing a child, a 1-year-old, and you have the other person on the left-hand side of you that had an abortion. What side of the coffee shop would you go to? The one who actually
Wherever the
killed
guy
the
that
child?
takes my money is.
No. Think about this.
He
Would you
thinks
ra-
they're equal. He
would
thinks
you-
they're
do
equal.
you
That's
think
his
they-
stance.
that they're
No, I
equal?
don't think they're equal. I don't think they're equal. And I'll tell you.
Let's expand
Can I-
upon that.
No,
Okay,
no.
so
I'm going to
please
explain
tell
my
us.
answer now.
Please
I'm going
do.
to explain my answer.
Yes.
If that's okay with you. Okay. So to qualify my answer, no, I don't find them to be the same level of guilt because there is a lot of bad. Hold on. There's a lot of bad information going around, and it's the difference between first-degree murder and manslaughter. There's a lot of people that don't really understand that that is a human life that they're killing, and they've heard.
All right, let me unmute. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of bad information going around, William, and you're on the wrong end of it. Unfortunately, whatever the fuck you watching, dude. I don't know. Whatever incel site you're on, I don't know.
This garbage from people that spout this shit forever. So in them, they've been sort of, indoctrinated to not value that life. So I don't hold them to the same. It's more manslaughter than murder.
Okay, so you would rather hang out with somebody who had an abortion than someone who actually killed an actual child outside of the body.
No, they're both children, but one is been sort of obfuscated with bullshit for so long that people have been misled.
So you would rather hang out with somebody who's more delusional, basically?
Some people can learn. Some people are in.
Oh my fucking god, those goddamn crickets! And they're not. They're driving me crazy again. But they were It was driving us all crazy. I think we do comment on it at some point. Them fucking crickets.
Their indoctrination is too deep. But if you're to the point where you're looking at the child, there's no way that you can deny that you're killing a human being.
Sorry, that's a good point. Where are the fucking crickets coming from?
I love his accent made it
Oh,
sounded like he was
sorry.
saying human being because that
I've
is
been
very
sitting here
accurate. It's
going-
about the size of a bean.
No, you ruined it. I've been sitting here chuckling quietly that someone just keyed crickets this whole time.
Yeah, I think it's William. No offense to William, but apparently wherever they are is a lot of crickets.
It's me.
Trust me, I get it.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You said, I thought it was an effect or something. Jimmy Rizzo, I'm not letting you on.
No, yeah, I don't blame you there, Wildheart. Jimmy Rizzo is a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I will let Red Fang on.
I like his brother Frank. Frank Rizzo is my favorite. Oh, what's Red Fang?
Everybody kept talking to Red in IRL.
What
People
up?
call me Red. And everybody had
That's the man
whenever
with the
they were
one-armed
talking
hand.
to you, and they were like, "Oh, Red, blah blah blah." I was like, "What?"
You ought to just change your name to Red Arm.
Or Bluetooth.
Let me throw fire on this. Red,
What's up?
Are you for murdering babies?
Yeah, Red Fang. Do you support murdering children?
I mean, I'm glad that we're all at
No,
least
I
recognizing.
do not support murdering children.
Oh, cool. Me neither.
Okay, there's another man telling women what they can do.
Abortion's completely different than killing
Sexist.
a
You're so
child.
sexist, Red.
Also, I love that people are like, "Oh, if you're pro-choice, you're in favor of killing, or you're in favor of abortion." Like, no,
Right. I'm not
I still don't want
pro-murder.
people
I'm
to have
pro-choice.
abortions.
That's the key
I don't
word.
want them to.
Yeah.
If they have to do that, that sucks. Okay,
I like some of the
Can I
choices.
can I do just a quick soliloquy? I promise less than 2 minutes. Okay, and it's just
soliloquy.
Okay. Okay.
I love it. Soliloquies. Yeah.
Okay, so you know those finger stash tattoos, those ridiculous ignorant finger stash tattoos. I think they're terrible. I think they're awful. I could go on for 10 minutes about how I think that they're just downright wrong. They're wrong for the tattoo industry. They're wrong for the youth of America. If I see somebody who has one, I am automatically judging you. If I find out that like you now realize that it was a mistake and it's something that you have to live with, like I'm, maybe gonna still like judge you a little bit, but I'm gonna like appreciate that you learned your lesson. Okay. If one of my friends tells me that they are planning on having one of these, like I am going to sit them down and like try to talk them out of it, like discuss their other options, like beg them, like think about your future, think about like what is going to happen down the road, like think about everybody involved here. And like, really, I really don't want you to do this. I'm really going to try and stop you. But when it comes down to it, I don't have the right to prevent them from going and getting one of those stupid ass tattoos on their own fucking body. I can say, you know what? I'm gonna deal. I'll help you in the fallout. Or I can say, you know what? When you realize your mistake, it's on you. Like we're done. Okay, I can say that, but that's my choice.
Right.
Whether or not to get the tattoo, the stupid fucking ugly ass tattoo, that's their choice.
Right? Exactly. You should be trying to talk them out from having sex that could lead to a tattoo.
In here, dear God.
Well, but I think that was what was happening, though, Cerberus.
Regulate whether or not they do it.
Like we've had more
terminology-
education than ever. We've had more contraception than ever. Abortion numbers were down lower than they had been forever, dude. I mean, it seemed like with the trend, abortion was not going to really be a factor. But now what you guys have, it's been weaponized, and it just doesn't make it much sense. And the only reason this is happening is because of a religious political agenda. And I think you understand that.
Really? I think the arguments in the was there were 3 different affirming opinions in the Supreme Court. I thought they were all sound logically. I don't think it had anything to do with religion.
For real?
Yeah.
You don't think that like the evangelical lobby is behind the pro-life movement? None of that?
No, they didn't cite that as any of the reasons, and the reason they gave was perfectly logical.
Yeah, I see the reason that they gave as being perfectly political, but
has
not necessarily.
I don't.
religious.
It could be political too, but
the reasoning.
be political.
Wait a minute.
because
The
it's
reasoning is they
the
can assume
government,
to know what the founders think, right?
to know what the founders think.
That's I think the whole concept of like, oh, we should base it on what the founders would think. Sorry, like the founders were kind of dicks. Maybe we should like base it on like what the people who live here today.
I mean, the whole notion is ridiculous. I think they drag this over from their fucking Christianity because, they still follow the mind of a man that died 2,000 years ago. They think he's like some kind of fucking immortal thing that still has this influence on the world. There's no way possible that our founding fathers could have ever imagined the world we find ourselves in today. 1. 2, most of them were shits that thought owning human beings were okay and women not having any rights was absolutely fine. Don't see how there are these great dudes that we should be just, trying to reconstruct the way they fucking thought. I'm sorry, I just don't see that.
You think?
Yeah, that's why you amend the Constitution. That's why that process exists.
It's nearly impossible, though.
Really, like every generation.
come back.
Yeah, I don't know why they overturned it.
Every generation's done it, so I don't know what the problem is.
Amend the Constitution?
Yeah.
Every generation.
Well, yeah, maybe not the millennials, right? The millennials didn't. I mean, you're a millennial, right? Knock, are you just slightly too old to be a millennial?
I think I'm on the cusp, actually.
Because I was to say, our generation.
How old are you?
Our generation sucks.
44.
I missed Spackle.
Yeah, you're now a millennial.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm cusp Generation X and millennial. I can't remember. I looked into it at one point. I can't remember.
I'm on the
also
cusp
like in
of
one of those weird
millennial
places.
Generation X.
They also changed it. Like there was like a shift that happened, and like people who were like, "Oh, I'm such and such," and then like 10 years later, it was like, "No, you're not called that anymore."
No, you're right. I'm thinking of a constitutional convention because I'm thinking like it only happened twice, but no, we're saying amendment. I'm thinking of a different thing.
Oh yeah, constitutional conventions are really rare.
Yeah. I was thinking something totally different. All right, I stand corrected.
There were quite a few times when they were going to happen, and then Congress, decided to go ahead and do it on their own. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that happened today, it'd be
I'm not a
fucking
constitutional expert by any means. I'm just somebody who's had an abortion.
To me, it's
who's willing to speak out about it.
Says.
Because also one thing.
Well, and the thing that hasn't been spoken in this conversation, and is the precedent of right to privacy, and that's another thing that's going to be attacked. And there are also in those opinions, I know you've read it. Then I'm sure you've read Clarence Thomas's opinion that they're going to definitely start attacking rights to privacy, and gay marriage is up for grabs.
Yeah. I get it from Clarence Thomas.
Well, I mean, you just literally said that all three opinions, or maybe you might not have been talking about Clarence Thomas. All right, but and Clarence Thomas is quiverful, extreme fundamentalist. So those fucking jets. I forgot my point. Those fucking jets. All right, never mind.
Something else that I don't think
the other opinions though didn't accept that same reasoning. But I know where he's coming from, because his whole argument was the right to privacy across the board. It can't be a right, because that would be legally insane.
But people are already taking up that mantra, not just politicians, but the base. These things. This is a very slippery slope. I think that right now you're getting what you want, but I think that this is going to end up backfiring. I think that this. All right, I remember what I was going to say. So I will be having a stream in the future, because what I had said about the precedent of right to privacy, I think we'll get into it a little bit, but I'm going to have a stream on those Supreme Court cases that led up to Roe v. Wade, and because that is a vital part of the conversation. I just don't think a lot of people are having, and the implications of that could be disastrous for individual liberty. This is once you give somebody a freedom for 60 years, I don't think you just go and take it away. And especially when the numbers are going down, like, actually getting sex education in schools. And we have so much farther to go, but we've had so much resistance, especially in the South. Like, I remember my sex education in high school. They stuffed it out to the trailer nobody wanted to be in because it was hotter and shit in North Carolina. And it was like 1 week out of the entire year. And they basically just told you don't have sex. That was our fucking sex education.
That same. And then when it was like, oh, well, like this pill can prevent pregnancy. It was like, oh, you just take a pill and you can't get pregnant.
With education, I mean, it was getting better. Right now, what you've done is you've taken away
I missed one.
right.
Whatever.
So for the last,
they are rights, and this and Roe v. Wade was based upon precedent for right to privacy. The initial question is: does a woman have the right to medical privacy to make those decisions for herself? And Roe v. Wade ruled that she did. You have taken away that now, and there's going to be. I mean, this. I think it's the beginning. It's not the end.
Okay, I got a question for you, Doc.
So,
do you think people with mental illness should be barred from having a gun?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. But I mean, dude.
Okay.
Don't they
have the right to
idealist
privacy
and shit?
Do they have the right to privacy or not?
Funny, that would be twice now that an abortion conversation was derailed by a gun conversation. It seems like, the very same people that argue against abortion, call it murder, are all for guns, a tool to murder human beings.
Yes.
No.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You don't have the right.
If they don't have the right to privacy, then that's how you could bar them from having a gun.
So the thing with mental illness is it's about capacity.
Like when it comes to a gun, I'm not sure.
They have been deemed. They have the mental capacity to own a gun, or they've been deemed not
Yeah,
having
but
that
if they
capacity.
have
That's
the
the
human
difference.
right of privacy, how are you
It's the
going to
same
actually bar
as
them
you're
from having
saying
one?
about you're okay with a power of attorney, right? Someone has deemed that person is not capable of having their own power of attorney that's given to somebody else. Why are you okay with that, but you're not okay with somebody saying that person is
I
not
think you're missing my point. If it's a human right, privacy.
obviously?
Yeah, if privacy is a human. Well,
Sorry,
wait,
tell me to check the private chat.
Privacy.
Well, you're saying human right. We're talking
Capacity.
constitutional rights. I think there are different things.
no, the Constitution doesn't give you rights. The Constitution protects you from the government from abridging your rights. The Constitution doesn't
Constitutional
give you the
law
rights.
protects your rights, though. Yeah, and Cerberus has done this before. I can't remember the issue. He'll often cite like the United Nations thingy on human rights. I can't remember quite what it's called. I did read it like the first time he sent it to me, which I think he might have only sent it to me like once, but like several other people sent me it to the trolls. The trolling of it didn't stop for a while, but the Supreme Court can only rule on constitutional rights. That's kind of the point of it. Now, human rights, I would say that the Constitution definitely doesn't cover all of human rights. It doesn't, and as it is being like displayed on full tilt now. We're literally seeing the Supreme Court take away a human right, a right to have a decision on whether or not they're going to be a parent, a right to have a decision on whether or not they're going to carry out the pregnancy of their from being raped, from being taken advantage by a family member, by a friend of the family, for making a young and dumb decision when they're 14, 15 years old. And he really thinks he loves her, and she really thinks she loves him, but, you know, they don't know that they don't even really know what love is yet. And I grant you, you know, in the past, technology wasn't what it was. It probably wasn't as safe. There was probably a good reason why they banned it, because it wasn't illegal at the beginning of the country, but they probably had good reasons to make it illegal when they did. We have advanced as a society now. We have advanced technologically. We have advanced with our medicine, even though the capitalist system can make it very hard for some people to get that. It is a different world entirely than the world that happened right before we started our genocide of Native American peoples. Truly started that American Indian War. It's a different world. It's a different country with a different set of problems on the plate. But when you're dealing with the Supreme Court, you're dealing with a constitution that is archaic, that is really hard to change. Speaking of amendments alone are not easy, especially when you have the partisanship in today's politics that we have. But I went on a rant there. Let's get back into it. Yeah, it looks like there's still a ways to go, probably. You know, I remember leaving, you know, it said like around 4:45, 4:47 on the live stream. You know, streamer tells you how long you've been live. And I remember saying that when I finally left at about 2:15, 2:20 in the morning.
Yeah, but they don't give you the rights.
No, they protect them.
Yeah, they just protect them. Human rights are inherent.
Assuming you already have them, that's the point.
Yeah, the assumption
Now,
is you have them already.
Those are like specifically, human rights, not American rights. There are rights that are afforded to
I know, but
Americans.
the whole point is, but my thing is,
no, you're using
They're
terminology.
different.
We're talking
different.
about, you know, established constitutional law. When I talk about Roe v. Wade, I'm not talking. I'm talking about the precedents that was built upon for other right to privacy cases, but also then all the cases that built precedent since Roe v. Wade was overturned. You know, like the press. This is a federal court reaching out for power. I mean, that's exactly what it is. It's if this isn't a rogue court, I don't know what is.
How did they gain power?
Well, yeah,
with this?
you
But
got a
that's
kangaroo court
that's
that
off the
just
track. How are you
overturned
going to
a
enforce a
basic.
See, you completely dismiss it, but this was only one of many moves, really blatant moves that they've made recently. I spoke of the striking down of the gun laws in New York, an attack on liberal society. We've talked about how they just ruled that teachers can lead prayer in classrooms. They just ruled for the football coach to be able to lead prayer on his football field, and you know they're making this very religious push. They want a theocracy. They want to destroy the separation of church and state. Like, and we're talking all those things I just mentioned happen in a matter of like a 2-week period. Like, for fuck's sake.
enforce the law that mentally ill people can't own a gun if they have privacy rights.
Well, you
Oh, with
require
the-
all guns
obviously it was
to be
stopped by Trump.
registered. And if you want to own a gun, then you're giving up that right to privacy.
I mean, I don't think anybody should have a gun. So, I mean, this is like, I
well,
don't even want to go back
that's the
into guns
standard.
right now.
Then we could say you're
You're
giving
in
up
that
the right to
limited
privacy.
capacity of having to show where your gun is and etc.
Yeah, I was saying, well, if you can if you can say taking certain actions is equivalent to abridging your rights to privacy, then why can't you then also do that for abortion?
Because you don't have to have a license to have sex. Like you don't have to go like buy sex.
Yeah, but we can make you get a license for an abortion, and you also don't need a license in most places to get a gun.
Yeah, but you should. You shouldn't be. It
I don't
shouldn't be
know.
able
So
to
that's
get a
an
gun
entirely
without
sex
having
is
to
the
purchase
most
it from
basic
someone.
Okay, can we
Yeah.
Well, if it's actually a human right, which it is, as far as I'm concerned, requiring a license seems absurd.
What is it that you think is a human right?
Adequately defending yourself from people bigger, stronger, more capable than you.
Okay.
And this means
Do
buying
you
a
need a gun for that?
Yeah,
Sir,
for
do you
lots of
really,
people it
sir,
is.
do you really need a gun?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I know you're about the same size as me.
That is so believable.
You don't need a gun.
Well, I've already had to shoot people.
So this book that I keep holding up, this is I read this as a novel. It's a sci-fi dystopian novel, and I read it like laughing because it's a YA horror, and it's based on the concept that like the abortion debate turns into a civil war, and they actually end up like ending the civil war by finding this like Dr. Frankenstein who can like do like basically transplants with whatever like mix and match, right? And so they basically say that no child, whether it's a child in the womb or a child up until the age of 18, is a full person. And so if your parents want, they can just send you off to be rendered for parts.
What the what book is that?
But you can't touch them in the womb. Not while they're a fetus.
This baby
Can I
cries
just
too
say,
much.
but
But
Let's
if
lick
it's a
some glue.
teenager, you can have it rendered for parts.
From a
And that's why I say we gotta pick out every eventuality of this shit. Like, it's,
from a country that has made 6 Sharknadoes, I'm
I
sure
mean, it's
I'm
dystopian
sure
fiction.
Hollywood.
If that was
Oh yeah, no problem, Wildheart. And hey, thank you for having the conversation, man. It was wild. It was wild. It was a wild time. I'll definitely be joining some more of them.
Wow, basically half of all
aborted
teenagers would be killed.
fetuses with guns.
Exactly. Is that where we want to end up, guys?
want
If we
babies to
outlaw
own guns.
or if we outlaw abortion, we might end up just like sending off all of our
We
teenagers
want
to be
all
rendered for
babies
parts.
to own guns. I get
I
it.
still don't. Then again,
I see the picture now.
what's the name of that book?
It's called Unwind by
babies should
Neil
have
Shusterman.
guns.
It's actually the first part of a trilogy, and I haven't read the rest of it.
All right, yeah, it kind of reminds me of like Don't Look Up, right? Like it's obviously making a point there, right? Like so you can't touch the fetus, but you know, they're not really human until they're like 18. So once they're born, we can do whatever the fuck we want, and that's clearly an analogy for right-wing thinking, in my opinion.
But like, I kind of want to read the rest of it.
Save the fetuses, save the babies, but not save the children going to elementary school. Nope, don't care about life too much. Then they care about the guns.
Yeah,
whoa.
Yeah, I don't know.
Midnight abortion.
If you're
yay or nay?
pro-life,
I didn't
go
hear
ahead and
you,
read
girl.
it. It's not going to convince you to be pro-choice. I don't think it's good. He kind of tries to convince you to be pro-life, but like it's not a very convincing argument.
Okay, good. What did you say?
Midnight, are you
Midnight, should people
pro-choice
have-
or pro-life?
I'm pro-choice.
Okay, you might be a little bit frustrated reading it. Just FYI.
Peace for murdering babies.
So Midnight, you support murdering children.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up with that
Say it with a
shit.
straight
I
face.
love that.
And again, right there, like the way Cerberus Hex says that, it's for murdering babies. I cannot tell if Cerberus Hex, it's very, knowing Cerberus Hex, it's very possible this entire conversation was like a troll or whatever word you would call devil's advocate. You know, I believe Cerberus just likes to fucking argue, especially with me. I think he kind of, if he sees me in there, he's like, yeah, it might get a little juicy.
I love it.
But it was a fun read.
Because I don't normally say it's murder. I say it's killing, and then I ask whether it's justified or not.
Well, that's
Could be
fair.
murder.
I'll give you
I'm
that.
pro.
Cerberus.
I am pro. Keep the fucking way from women's minds and let them deal with their own bodies.
Wait,
You know,
wait.
so
Yes,
they
you
are-
stay away
they're
from
not
put down the
alive.
dog.
Wait, you're
Why-
pro.
Novel
why
concept
following
here.
Okay, I can't yell. You're pro what? You didn't specify. Doug.
Yeah, I'm pro not bothering with women and their bodies. It's their choice.
Yeah.
Let them
I'm
crack
pro.
on.
Stay the fuck out of it.
Yeah, dog, please stay 10 foot away from all women from now on. If you believe that.
Doug, are you still drunk? I don't know.
He's got
I'm
an
sorry.
accent. Don't be hard
I
on
don't
him.
know. I'm
But
sorry.
anyways, so
I feel like I'm
Midnight.
being mean.
Midnight. If a
Are
person,
you-
Good
I'm
word,
on-
was it like 4 in the
I'm
morning
on
there?
medication that from stroke, so it makes me sound a little bit.
no, you're good, dog. So
There you go.
Midnight.
But, you know, I have a stroke.
Okay.
I had
Whoa.
a stroke,
Okay,
and I suffer, and I'm still suffering from that stroke. But I'm still going to
Yes.
speak my mind, and
You should.
women have the right to be who they are. Why should we?
I
you know,
support.
why should
the-
men? Fucking
I support Dog's
control
freedom of
who
speech
they
because
are?
he says what I agree with. So Midnight.
Let's finish Dog. Let's let Dog
Okay, you're
finish
right.
what he's
Okay.
saying before.
Yeah, I think I might have skipped over it, but it still might happen. But at one point I asked William, and I think William will come back. Maybe not. Maybe William's gone. So I must have skipped over it. One time I asked him about, or it came up, like when he would use his gun or some shit. Probably in the gun conversation I skipped over. Like he literally said that the moment somebody raises their hands and starts to fight him, he has the right to shoot them. And it just blew my fucking mind. I don't know why, I'm thinking of that right now, but I was thinking of that. Like, I wish I didn't skip over that part.
Before we speak over him.
Go ahead, Dog. You're right.
We don't control women. They got their own minds. We talk like they're fucking. They're nothing. We talk like they're like biblical. Like they are in the Bible, like they're shit. But I know women rule the world. They multitask. They do everything. They own men.
I gotta be like
We are
William and say
slaves to
translation.
women, to be fair, I think
That's
I
ironic.
believe women are quite clever.
Well, look, if women control the world, then this is all their fault.
To be fair,
Not today. Like I still got a lot of this shit to show. I guess. we'll see how long I got to show. But as soon as it's done, I got to start dinner, and tomorrow is the open room. I'm sure we'll definitely be talking this again tomorrow. So yeah, come in tomorrow, service. I'm sure though, you'll be out shooting your guns and celebrating the freedom you just you support taken away from women. I'm sure that you might be a little busy tomorrow.
I think that, like, for the most part, like, the base level of, like, women's rights, everybody on this panel is kind of, like, seemingly realizes that, like, women should be, like, entitled to choose whether or not that they could have sex, and, like, they should be, allowed to.
I have a quick question. If women rule the world, are they responsible for the
I'm not so
patriarchy?
sure.
Can you persuade my wife that women should have sex? Because
William's gone now,
they
so I
should
guess
be
you're
allowed
right.
to choose if they want to have sex.
I'm 58 now, and she's
No, he's still in the chat.
Well, she's 58. Well, she's 59, and she's sort of against it now.
So okay, so midnight. So if somebody becomes pregnant, should they have the right to terminate that pregnancy?
Yes.
Thank you for speaking for me.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I appreciate Dog's answer. But yes, midnight.
Yeah, so I mean, we haven't even gotten to like the point of late term abortions and your claim that like the pro-choice position is that the entire pregnancy is for question or whatever. Like, if you're pro-choice, you can't be against just having an abortion at, say, 9 months. We haven't even gotten into that part yet. So I definitely got like a bit to go still.
I believe God. I mean, sorry, Doug answers for me. So I don't need to answer.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. And now, Cerberus, I think, would probably disagree with that, from what I've gathered.
Yes.
It all depends on the situation. Like I said, I think it's all killing. But it's not, I don't think it's always justified.
What would be a situation in which it would be justified?
In a situation, like say, two off the top of my head, the chances of the baby dying is like an immense amount. Like 50-50
right,
or something.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Or the chances of the woman dying is just insanely high.
Okay, so you would say that it would still be killing, but it would be justified killing.
Yeah, it'd be justified killing. So it would be murder.
What about a rape victim?
Yeah, that's actually one where I have the most trouble. But I think it would be justified. I default to justified because I'm like teetering. I find arguments on both sides to be convincing, so I just go.
Of course, it's convincing because it's an unwanted child from a woman.
Well, no.
Right.
God damn, that fucking jet was like right above my apartment. My whole apartment shook. I can still hear it like 10 seconds later. Holy shit, man.
To be fair, he said
he said both sides.
Yeah, both sides.
I don't know how it can be convincing on the other side that a rape victim got.
Well, here. So the argument I find somewhat convincing is why would you kill someone for the actions of someone else?
Well, why would you want a pregnancy from someone that abused you?
Well, I mean, assuming the woman probably wouldn't want the pregnancy, but means sometimes I guess they do.
But then you're allowing.
Would that make it wrong to abort it then?
You're allowing that rapist to re-victimize that victim for
And
the next 9 months in a whole new, even more invasive way.
Right, but
that's
that's why I'm in between, but I'll default to
look.
It's justified, or it should be at least allowed.
Can I just go back to an earlier point where you said both parties? I mean, one party is the rapist.
Well, also you were saying that women shouldn't be allowed to not report their rapes. Is that like they should be legally required to report a rape? Is that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I would prefer it if they were legally required to report a rapist.
What if they're not in a situation where they would have support where that would be safe, or that's
yeah, that is definitely.
I mean, I don't know,
because that's for most people who are raped
victims
who don't report it. That's why.
I know there's going to be a cutoff line where I'm going to jump over and say that okay, then I wouldn't want them to do it.
Okay, but how
I
do
just don't know
you?
where the cutoff line is.
Okay, but if you don't know where the cutoff line is, then how do we legally mandate it?
Oh, I mean, we would just make a law. I mean, most laws are messy like this.
But how would the law be construed though? Like
Right, like how do?
protected?
Yeah, what's the law? What do you think the law should be?
I think the law should be. Let's see. I mean, it's going to be worded vaguely, right? Because most of these things are vague.
No, that's the thing
Oh,
is that we need to be
Right, this
very
is very
specific
oh,
in the
I
law
know,
so
but
that
you're
it's
never
not
you're
vague.
never going to get a specific law.
Yeah, but
It's not
that
something
could
No,
also
but that's
go
my
down to a
point, though.
dangerous route because people have called
You're
for
going
fake
to
rapes.
you would get a
So
law somewhere probably along the lines of, if a person under reasonable circumstances of reasonable mental attitude or something like that thought that their life was genuinely in danger, then they wouldn't be required to report it. And then that what constitutes that
Life in
would
danger
probably
has got nothing to do with it.
calm down a second. What constitutes that would probably have to be hammered out in a courtroom.
No, it's
over
got-
a series of
life
of
endangerment has got nothing to do with it. We're talking about a woman who was raped and is basically forced to give birth to a child she doesn't want.
What are you talking? I'm talking about reporting
And
a
she
rapist
never
now.
asked for through in a state where abortion is illegal.
Right. What I'm
She was
saying is that
forced,
like
she was raped,
he's
pregnant
saying
from
that
a
he's
rape
saying that they shouldn't be forced necessarily to go through that if they have been raped. And my point is that like not all women who are raped are in a situation where they're able to report that. That's why so many rapes go unreported, is because they're not in a situation where that is a safe thing for them to go and do. And so for them to say, oh well, in the chance of a rape then you can't, but it has to be a reported rape, that's disadvantaging the vast majority of women who don't report a rape, and it's usually because of that it's not a situation where it's
Okay,
safe for them to do so.
Let me make the
Or
strongest.
often, I shouldn't say usually. I don't know the.
Let me try to make the strongest statement I'm sure of. People have a moral obligation to stop rapists.
Sure. Absolutely.
People not reporting rapists when they know they've raped someone is wrong.
It's not so black and white, though. I mean, you're talking about you're talking about a trauma that a trauma that people have to get over. The average time for people to report these crimes is decades, not months.
But none of
Like, is
They're
it
not.
safe for their
Difference- hang
mental
on.
health to do so?
The difference there, though, is that's people who can't do it. That's fine. They're
Bang on.
traumatized. This is people who are capable but don't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
I mean,
like
if
if
they're-
somebody's
People who
witnessing a
aren't
rape, I
capable,
agree.
Then they're not allowed to have an abortion. They don't like
Oh,
because
nothing to
they're
do with
not in a
abortion.
situation where they're capable of reporting that rape. Then they're not allowed to have an
I
abortion.
was gonna pause it a few minutes ago,
Yeah,
but
they
I
should
forgot
be
what
allowed
I
to
was
have an
gonna say.
abortion. Absolutely.
But it sounds
Oh,
like from Sir's position.
Well, I think she's asking me.
state
Yeah,
laws
if
in these
they can't
states,
even come out and
especially-
say it was because of a rape, then yeah, no, it wouldn't be. You couldn't consider it justified.
Okay.
Because you could the law can only go off what it's aware of.
So
Yeah, but the law is well aware of the fact that the majority
So,
of rapes go unreported.
in your mind, that abortion would be fine then.
Yeah, if it was brought about by rape, yeah.
So why is abortion in any way wrong in your mind?
Because I don't think it's always justified killing.
Killing
You
what?
keep saying
I
killing.
mean,
A living
what,
thing.
what are we killing exactly?
I mean,
A living
you're
thing.
saying it's
A potential
killing,
life.
It's not killing.
Killing is the
Right.
ending of a living thing.
So basically,
Well,
cutting down a
I
tree
think
would be
this
killing,
basically
right?
isn't a life.
Yeah, you'd be killing a
You
tree.
kill a tree. Yeah.
Okay, so but when you say killing
Using
a living
papers.
thing, what do we mean by living? Are we talking about like sentient beings or just things that
Not dead.
not dead? So,
I mean, we could
This-
flesh it out more, but do we need to flesh it out more?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Serv and I like agree on a lot of things. We just like disagree on whether or not
it's
women
not
should have the right
alive either.
to
Yeah,
have an
we're
abortion.
only disagreeing, I think, on what's considered justified and not.
Okay, that's fair enough. So if
And I feel like I could come over to your position if we could get where like birth control is like actually a thing that is readily available and not frowned upon and not it doesn't have a stigma attached to it, and like I said, like that we when kids reach puberty
All right, so again, like with Cerberus, and there was so much wrong there. I was gonna totally say something, I forgot it. Smoking all that weed, but again, there we had this thing. So we've determined that he doesn't consider life to start at conception. But again, he's back to, well, it's murdering a living being. We haven't established yet when it becomes a living being in the conversation. In this entire conversation now that's been going on since Savage came into the room, a solid hour and a half probably.
But
automatically put them on birth control and things like
even
that.
if birth control was accessible by one.
And every once in a while, I might you might hear a slight echo. Where'd I go up there? I took them damn headphones out there, hurt my ears. So you might hear an echo for a minute, but I'll try to remember to mute.
100% of the population, the right should still remain with the one who's pregnant, though, whether they continue the pregnancy or not. So to me, whether birth control is accessible or not is irrelevant.
Yeah, see, I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. Like, again, this is where I get like people on both sides mad at me, but like,
let me ask you
I
the
definitely
same
agree
question
with that.
I asked Savage Minnow, because this is the question that got me. Was it let's say today an artificial womb was created, and to go along with that was a procedure that had zero chance of harming the mother, but you could remove the fetus from the woman and put it in the womb. Do you think then, in that situation, abortion should be banned?
No, because at the end of the day, it's up to.
Again, we've already addressed that answer, Cerberus. I mean, you keep saying that answer. It's the troll answer. You know what I'm asking.
The person hosting the fetus.
I'm literally not asking when did life start. I'm asking when does life start. Know the difference in words, my dude.
To decide
yeah,
or not.
I feel like at that point abortion wouldn't exist.
I think people
Like
should have.
Well,
like
it's like a hidden question.
Anyway.
It's like a hidden question of, do you actually consistently believe that it's a right or not? Right. And when I answered that question, I said abortion would always be at that point pointless, because all reasons to have an abortion would be negated. So why would you ever allow anyone to kill a fetus if there's never a good reason?
The only question left
so
then
that convinced me that it wasn't a right.
Would be are you forcing the woman to continue the pregnancy? Does she have to carry it to term?
No,
if you could remove it,
but we still can't force a woman to yeah.
Are you going to force them to be a parent of it?
You're forcing them to be pregnant. It doesn't matter whether you're forcing them to be a parent or not.
Well, I mean,
You're
if it's an
forcing them to be
artificial womb, right? Like, so it's taking you out, so you have no harmful effects.
Forced
I don't know.
pregnancy and forced birth is just bad.
Yeah, I have a problem with forcing women to be pregnant, and that's why I feel like, sir, that your argument is a non sequitur for mine, is because it's what I have a problem with is forcing women to be pregnant.
Yeah, my whole thing is you take on a chain of responsibility, and I don't think abortion is an answer to the responsibility question always.
I mean,
it's not always an answer. No, in fact, it should be a last resort.
You keep referring to this living entity, though, and that's what I want to like hammer out. When does it become a living entity, right? Like, so most abortions,
life started
don't
billions of years
occur.
ago.
I mean, most abortions occur as fast as they usually can, right? It's very rare that they go very far. So when does this thing become a living entity? I mean, am I guilty of killing a living entity if I take out my liver and I stomp on it while it's on the fucking ground? Like, I don't understand.
We don't.
I don't see that as a living entity. I see it as a collaboration of cells that might become a living entity, but at that moment, it's not.
Doesn't matter.
Well, I wouldn't normally say a part of a living thing is the living thing itself, but let's go. I'll go down the road with you. killing a liver can be justified and it can be non-justified.
I'm curious, how can it not be
What
justified?
does that mean?
Well, I mean, killing someone else's liver, for example.
Oh,
So again, I bring that up, and you might have noticed Savage saying it doesn't matter, and she's pretty much said the same thing every time I bring it up. And the thing you should take away from that is that pro-choice people have different positions, right? And we're going to get into it. I think we're starting to lead towards the question of late-term abortions and everything, and me and Savage may know we have different thoughts on it, and that's just apparent. But for me, this is a very vital question, one that Cerberus clearly doesn't want to answer. He's giving the same troll answer in the side chat that he's given every time I brought it up in this stream.
somebody else says that's not a part of your own body.
Yeah.
What's that?
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm still not
I said if
okay
I
with
rip my
forcing a
own
woman
liver
to
out,
be
though.
pregnant. It's
You know,
not.
I just want to understand when this living entity thing
Right,
is.
because that's rape, Minnow.
I understand, Minnow's position
let me tell you,
isn't
it's
that, but like I've been trying to ask, and
I'm
because you don't
preconception.
use the word baby or the word murder, but you imply these things like this living entity. Like most people are having an abortion as soon as they find out and they can go get the procedure. It's not when this thing becomes like I spoke of that ultrasound picture. I can look at that picture. I see my daughter, right? But at that point, we had made that decision to be parents. Right, you're talking about something that just isn't what you're implying that it is.
You asked a question and then said a bunch of other things. I am preconception. I think.
Well, I mean, I let y'all
billions of years
talk
ago.
a fucking lot, though. Yeah.
Okay, Cerberus, here's another
Yeah, but I thought you were
scenario
wanting to get
for
an
you.
answer from me. I didn't know you were
Here's
just
another
asking questions
scenario
and then
for you.
talk more.
Were you finished? No.
Going back on not.
Because you
Going
haven't
on
Some
on
people
not
think
saying
that we should
he's
be
a
rounded
proud
up.
parent.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to
Some people
represent
think
the
that, yeah.
position.
I've been told that, or stoned.
Like this. Wait, when is it justified or not? Like, it's a medical procedure that's made safer when it's legal, and it's going to be a medical procedure made a lot less safer now that it's illegal, especially in a lot of these states. But I mean, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand. Like,
It's safe for who? It's
the
certainly not safe for the
terminologies that are
child.
being used just don't really represent the facts.
This is an argument against all prohibitions of like everything people want to have or do.
Well, no, I'm going to answer Chris and Mary's question.
You're just arguing for guns.
I
again.
answered it earlier. It's a
They
lot of
do
people
go
told me
to.
that
They do go to prison for. Well,
They
for
can't be
murder,
called
basically.
safe because 100% of abortions result in death.
Okay, but he's big. He's big. He's not saying it, but he's talking about one very specific thing that's not that, though. Will.
Well, no. All right. Here's another scenario for you.
I don't appreciate the false equivalency.
There's a couple who want their children. They're a married couple. They want a child and they try. And
that's awesome. Oxy.
Obviously, through medical science, they can tell that in the womb that the child will be disabled forever and not live long.
What's wrong with disabled kids?
Born.
No, what's wrong with disabled kids? They don't deserve to live.
They don't get adopted for
that.
one. If you
just
want to
saying,
give up a child
they
for
do
adoption
too.
and it has a
They do get
disability,
adopted.
no, they don't.
They will not live long. They will live. They will live a couple of years.
If you even insinuate
Sometimes
one
a
more
couple of
time that a
hours or a
disabled
couple
child
of
is of
months,
less value, me and
it
you're
will
gonna have
cost
special
hundreds of
words.
thousands of dollars and put you in
Absolutely not.
poverty for the rest of your life for that child to live in absolute agony for a matter of hours and die in your arms. Yeah, that was my option. That was my option. So fuck you.
Okay, so you're a fortune teller as well. That's interesting.
How did
You know that that's the case for every disabled child?
Okay, look, what do you?
No, that's what I was facing.
So, Will, I gotta ask you a question. What
That's what I
are the
was
chance?
thinking.
Like, let's say someone comes up to you and they look pretty fucking crazy. Like,
All right, so you're seeing what is his fucking name? I can't remember the dude's name. He's pretty insignificant. I've been in a couple conversations with him. They usually go to bigotry and homophobia and transphobia rather quickly. Irenas. His name is Irenas, I think. He's coming in, and he's got that name going on. He's not going to ever say anything, I don't think. And eventually, I think Wildheart notices and kicks him out of the room. But Wildheart's not even there yet to notice.
Like they're probably going to hurt you. What's the chance you have to have of that happening before you do something about it?
Hold on. What's the chance I have? Wait a minute. Someone's coming up to me asking all crazy like they're going to hurt me, right?
Yeah. What's
the rest of it?
What's
And a side note, I remember actually thinking not too long ago, like maybe we're rid of William for the night, but we're not that lucky.
the chance of them hurting you that you can then act upon? Like what level? What's the threshold?
When they actively, well, I mean, for me, it's when they actively make contact or draw a weapon or draw back their fist like they're going to strike me. Anything that is a threat of imminent like harm, I'm going to put holes in them.
I agree with that.
Threat.
Why not throw hands with? All right, I'm gonna have to rewind that because that's that part I was just talking about not too long ago that I was hoping I didn't skip through. So, oh my God, let's hear that again. Because I mean, we used to say this thing here on this channel, and we got it from the Non Sequitur show. It was hashtag bitchmade, right? And if this is not the definition of hashtag bitchmade, I don't know what the fuck is. So let's go back. Let's go back just a little bit. I'm at 410:53. We're going to go back to 410:17. And we're going to hear that again.
Hold on. What's the chance I have? Wait a minute. Someone's coming up to me asking all crazy like they're going to hurt me, right?
Yeah. What's
the rest of it?
What's the chance of them hurting you that you can then act upon? Like what level? What's the threshold?
When they actively, well, I mean, for me, it's when they actively make contact or draw a weapon or draw back their fist like they're going to strike me. Anything that is a threat of imminent like harm, I'm going to put holes in them.
I agree with that.
Threat.
Why not throw hands with them though? Why would you kill them?
Well, I mean, it depends on the situation, but
You're going to kill a human being because they're going to punch you? That seems like overreacting.
Well, it's a subjective opinion, and it's too late when they've made the mistake.
I don't know. I'd raise my hands. I'm not going to try to kill them. I've often talked. I remember a time growing up in the Bible Belt, North Carolina. I used to talk like this. I don't talk like that no more. But I remember growing up in North Carolina around a bunch of good old Southern farm boy racists. And one of the things they used to love to say, I'm going to get back into my Earl. I haven't done Earl in a long time. I haven't really brought out the Southern accent in quite a long time. So one of the things them Southern boys used to just really love to say, because they hated them black folks. They just couldn't stand black people. And they talk about them gangs and how them cowards, they just shoot themselves and not throw hands like a man. That's what the good old Southern redneck North Carolina bitches I grew up with used to fucking say. But now it's like everybody's that way. Like, fuck, man, you gonna raise your hands to me, I'm just gonna start blasting. Now, maybe I just grew up in a different era. I don't know. But to me, that's some bitch-made shit. Motherfucker.
Well, that's your choice. I don't play that shit anymore. I've been jumped by several people at one time. That's not being a bitch.
Why am I always in the middle of the situation?
Wait, yeah, let's Severus finish.
That's absolutely not being a bitch.
Well, no, I was just checking how consistent he was. Right, he's going to wait for 100% chance. I'm not sure how he's going to determine that it's 100% chance.
At a high risk to my own safety.
I mean, if somebody's
but how do you determine what's the percentage? Like, what the chances you're going off of? Right, because you told her, so you're a fortune teller now. Right, so I'm putting you in a similar.
Girl, I haven't done it in a while, so it's kind of off. I haven't done it in a while. I have to have to break it out more often because I haven't done Earl. Like I used to do Earl, and I just I wasn't feeling it right there.
For situation where you're going to have to go off
Right,
some
because she
level
was
of
speaking in
line.
generalities for all. I mean, like for all
No, she
disabled
was
kids.
not. No, she wasn't doing that.
I was talking about my specific situation.
She literally said it was her specific situation at the very beginning of her answer.
This was tacked on to Dog's statement about it, where you look inside of an ultrasound and you see the child's disabled. That's what I was referring to when we got entangled in this. Because just because they seem like they might have a disability, that doesn't. There's no threat of that child's disability killing the mother in most cases.
Okay, but
Well, I'm not saying
let's say
something like,
statistically,
you know, spinal
real quick.
or something like that. I'm saying
trying to probe this,
a
dog.
child will
1 second.
die within
Dog,
a few days in pain.
wait a second, dog.
So, well, if statistically, like based off previous information, we've gathered a bunch of information. They see the fetus in the ultrasound. They go, there's a 99.9% chance that this kid's going to live 5 days and be in constant agony. Do you keep it? Well, it was up to you.
If it's my child,
I know that's a tough one.
Yeah, I don't know that I think the best
basically.
I think the
Not
best I
exactly,
could do is okay. So it's the best I could do would be what they do for terminal patients too, which is try to make the baby as comfortable as possible. That's the best I could do.
And for me, the way to make that life as comfortable as possible was to not let it live in pain and suffering.
Yeah,
I
don't know. My disagreement was with Dog's. What I took as an implication that if they look in there and they see a deformity of any sort, that it was an excuse to take. I don't want that one. Let me try for a different one. That one's got a weird leg. I don't want that shit.
We can go up that chain for Down syndrome kids, for FAS kids.
I made it to a point where a baby would live to a couple of days from birth in agony. That's what I meant.
Okay, well, that's a much harder situation. So I apologize if I got upset, but I took that as you implying.
This was just a couple nights ago. I was bored last night, and he was having Wildheart was having a stream. I was thinking about going into it. Eventually, I laid my ass on the couch and watched a Formula One documentary on Netflix, and that pretty much put me to sleep. So that's what racing does to me. It puts me to sleep.
Just because a child had some sort of disability of any kind, it was a valid. Okay, all right. Well, I didn't know. That's my reaction to that.
Looking at going into crippling debt more than the debt of my actual house.
Oh no, debt's not. No, debt's not.
And again, I'm terrible at looking at the chat. I look at it in like glimpses, right? And I'll read like a sentence or two, and then I'm kind of back to, I'm very super hyper focused. Always have been. The point that to Cerberus X that I've gathered and since I met Cerberus X is to push the buttons and the limits and to see how far he can go. Again, mods, like I always try to back up my mods, feel like if you need to do something, feel like but let him speak, but if he's going overboard, a timeout might be called for. I don't know. I'm not reading nothing. I just see little glimpses of it.
To be considered. It's human life versus money. I'm sorry, dear. That's not a consideration.
No, I understand that, but that was what I was facing. That I was part of what I was going to have to go through in order to let that child live for a matter of hours in absolute fucking agony. And just because that's not a consideration for you, whether or not that child would have a situation that was
that's between you and your doctor in that scenario.
Whether or not that child would have a good situation to grow up in is a consideration for a lot of fucking people.
That's between you and your doctor.
It may not be the consideration for you.
Not
but
anymore. Not anymore in certain states, is it? You and your doctor have no. Saying the matter now, it's it's law that
right.
That's not what the.
It's not between me and my doctor.
If you understood the law, this would be a much easier conversation to have.
And Halsey makes a good point.
if you understood the law, this would be a much easier conversation to have. It says the constitutional scholar, constitutional lawyer, walking home. I don't hear the crickets anymore. So you know, he must have made it home.
What
babies have nerve endings within a few weeks. They could be feeling pain well before they're even born.
Yeah, I think that's a given. Yeah.
Yeah.
So is the point of
How
the
much pain do they need to exist in, and at what level before it's okay?
Right.
Well, to be fair, this is where I do feel a little bit of a moral gray area with late-term abortions. Even though most late-term abortions, like 99% of them, are done out of medical necessity, when they're not done out of medical necessity, just because I decided not to go through with it, I do feel some. Yeah, I doubt it happens hardly at all. But for the sake of argument, I would say that it does give me
As
some
much as
moral
this has
gray
been on the
area.
news, don't you think we would have found at least one example of it happening if it was a thing that was actually happening
to be honest,
in the hundreds or thousands? No.
To be honest,
it doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen in America. Other countries don't have restrictions against it. So, all right, Miss said that, and a lot of countries do have restrictions against it. Canada's one where I don't believe they do, but I still think it's like a very rare thing. It's a very rare thing across the board. But it is specifically restricted here in America, and other places it isn't specifically restricted. But even when it isn't specifically restricted, it's a very rare thing. I mean, Canada's one. I've had that conversation with Randolph Richard.
I got a question.
It doesn't happen in Canada either.
Well, yes, there's something I want to point out. Though. If you think,
Especially
wait,
schools that pull arms off babies and pull legs off babies.
Wildheart has to something.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Love of the gays. You either have to change your name or leave.
Oh,
it's up to you.
What's wrong with loving gays exactly?
Yeah.
Right.
He is.
I get why his name is that, but it's like the name itself. I don't.
I don't get it.
I think he was trying to.
Still don't have I don't know.
There, like Service, you. I think you're stating that you understand who Irenic is, and that he is homophobic, and he's making a homophobic statement. But your argument is that the term itself isn't bad, so the fact that he's being homophobic intentionally doesn't matter. His intention doesn't matter. That's kind of fucked up.
Blatantly homophobic.
Yeah, I think he was trying to trigger us.
He's doing it as a piss take.
I guess that makes sense. Okay.
Right.
I just want to point out that if you think abortion is a woman's right, you have to be pro late-term abortion.
Again, I feel like it's one of those things where it doesn't.
Oh no, I get it. Do y'all's thing. The first time like me and Service really had it go round, it was cray cray. It got cray cray. Sent the troll army after me. And the whole Callan's raging cock comes from all of that. I know how he can be. Trust me.
If you can ban it,
happen.
it's not
to be
right.
consistent.
We don't have to ban it to stop it from happening.
But hypothetically, though, talking hypotheticals.
And banning it doesn't stop. Like banning it has nothing to do with stopping it happening.
But again, the hypothetical principle, though, it still remains.
No, go ahead, girl.
Well, I'm just saying because I believe that when somebody becomes pregnant,
that is another thing. He does have like multiple accounts somehow, some way. They do it with Callan's Raging Boner as well. So I think that he's got Callan's Raging Boner's accounts, but I also know of somebody else, at least one other person that does as well. So yeah, they got that troll game. They got that troll game.
They have the right to terminate that pregnancy or go through with it. But at the 9-month mark, even though it's, let's just say 0, let's just say it's 100% not going to happen, that they will abort it. still following the logical framework, it's like, well, I don't know, because at that point they can feel pain, the fetus that is, or the fully developed baby that is, can feel pain, and they could easily, well, I don't know if I would say easily, but they could be born and put up for any other option other than being a tag along for motherhood. So
I don't
that
see
does
why.
become
I
it does
don't see
become a
why it
gray
would be
area for me.
elective at that point, because here's the thing: at that point, like, abortion is more painful than childbirth. So, like, why would you not just like give birth and then like
Right.
give it up for adoption?
I agree that it hardly
Because I don't
ever
think anybody's
happens
doing that. Like,
unless it's at a
So why do
medical
we need it
necessity.
in law to go? Who is it that's
Right.
pushing in law to try and get it extended out to? I mean, and but based on the arguments though about the child not being able to live on its own. I mean, I think Serb said it earlier. Or somebody did that. No, it was Richard. They said that could be up
But,
to
like,
17 years old.
But my point is that, like, we don't need to legislate against it because it's not like it's the procedure
limitations
itself
are
and everything
needed.
involved in it is already prohibitive of it
Okay,
happening.
well, Savage, let me just ask you this, just to make sure we're on the same track. If, say, a woman who is 9 months pregnant decided, not out of medical necessity, but just because she wanted to, end the pregnancy, would you say that's morally okay according to your framework of opinion?
I feel like if she made that, like, there has to be some type of like mental
For the
issues
sake
that
of
are
argument,
going
we'll say
on.
there's no mental issues. She just decides, nah, I don't want to continue
But
this.
like, why would she choose to
It
go
doesn't
through the
matter.
more
It's
painful
a
procedure?
hypothetical. It's a hypothetical.
But what I'm saying is, by the sheer nature of that decision,
Answer the
there has to be
question.
something else.
Real quick, and this is where we're starting to get into this issue. I think she is following the thought experiment. I just don't think she wants to answer it because it's a hard answer, and that's why. I'm just when it comes to pro-choice activism, I do think some people take it too far. I'm not saying that she does, but I think there does come a clear time where you have made the decision to be a parent, and that embryo in you is now like a child, and it's got a little more developing to do, but it's a living being at that point. And for me, that's the important question. That's the question I've been asking all night.
Okay, about this, she just doesn't want to have a kid now.
Yeah, she just decided after 9 months of being pregnant, she decides, I don't want to go through with it. Should she have the right to end that pregnancy, which would kill the actual fully developed baby?
Should she have the right to?
Yeah, is
Right.
abortion a right
That's
or is
the
it not a
opinion.
right?
Yeah, is it a right or
Sure,
not?
but it's not going to happen.
Oh, again, this
Okay.
is a hypothetical. That's the whole point. It's a hypothetical. Doesn't
So
mean
it
it
is
happens
happening.
in reality. It is
I
happening.
mean, I
and
have
it's
the right
hypothetical.
to go cut my leg off, but it's not going to
But
happen.
should you have the right to kill a fully developed baby? That is the question.
See, that's it. That's a morally gray area for
I
me.
agree. That's what I'm saying. That's
It can't
exactly
be
the
if you
point.
think it's a right.
Why would that be morally gray?
All right, so, and this is where I think some people definitely go too far with it, for sure. Late-term abortions should only be allowed for medical necessity. That it's vital that this thing happens, and then hopefully you can save the child. And I think most parents in that instance hope the child would be saved. But it's vital for it to happen because the mother's life is at extreme risk. It's she's probably going to die if she has this baby. I think at some point, pretty early on, after you make the decision to become a parent, you consciously do start to see that as a living creature. And then we do have that moral argument come in. So when is it murder? The word that's been used. And I think that's the question that needs to be answered. We shouldn't be taking away people's rights. We should be allowing late-term abortions and extreme cases of medical necessity. But that's the conversation we should be having, not the taking away and stripping away of rights. Let's make sure people are able to make the responsible decision as early as possible. Not strip away their rights.
Because I feel like it's a fucking right. Yeah, like that's the thing.
my point.
I disagree.
It's like
all right,
we should have the fucking right, but like also like
But also
she's got
it's killing
shit
them
going
actually.
on that like people probably need to
no.
fucking step in and take care of her if that's what she's trying
Right,
to
but
do.
you put yourself in a box now.
Well,
you put yourself in a bit of a box.
Look, Knock, if you're going to argue that it's not a violation of the woman's right to make her keep that baby, then you're arguing for forcing women to be pregnant.
Yeah, see, and that's where I have the dilemma. Yeah, absolutely. Because I don't feel like we should have to.
And to me, I think that they like to take it there because so often we do make it just completely this legal argument, and a lot of people try to stay away from that moral side of the argument, but I'm not one of those, and I don't think we should. And I don't think that that pro-choice means anti-pregnancy. I think pro-choice means pro having a choice on a pregnancy. And like I said, you do start to humanize it once you have decided to become a parent. That's my position as a pro-choice advocate, and the pro-choice advocate that I've been pretty much since I gave up right-wing ideology. And I've said that several times here on this channel. For me, it's always been a moral issue. And I am morally in favor of abortion to a certain point. And I definitely think it's immoral to force people to have children that are not prepared for, that they don't want, that they're not mentally stable enough to take care of, financially able to take care of. Those are choices that they would make. To be, being ready to be a parent, I think is an important choice that we now have in the modern world. That's just me.
To force her to be pregnant. Yeah.
And how dare you tell what a woman what she can do with her body, Doc?
Right. And the whole point of that is, the right-wing activists will try to put us all into that box that we all think along those lines of people that have different thoughts when it comes to what pro-choice means. But we don't. And you can't say that I can't see it as a right if I don't believe, like Cerberus stated, if I don't believe in late-term abortion, if I don't think that you should just have, it's 8.5 months and you should be able to have the right to end the pregnancy. No, I don't agree with that. I don't think you have that right. At that point, I think that it's clearly a living being within you. And at that point, I would agree with William's atrocious ass that it's murder. It's not from conception, but from the point that it became that viable creature. The point that you humanized it. The point that you understood the responsibility that you were stepping into. And I'm terrible at reading the side chat, so, I'm not sure. A lot of people might disagree with that if you're on the pro-choice side.
That's what I'm saying. I do feel like
can
I
great. Answer?
Yeah, let Rage answer. I'm curious. Yeah.
So for me, it's not about pregnancy. It's about, and I've tried to ask the question and people just ignore it. When does this become, when does this become, as Serb has put it, because for me personally, it is a moral issue. And at some point this becomes a sentient being, and it's still relying upon the mother. Sure. But it is a sentient being at that point. And that's what I've been trying to determine this whole conversation, and nobody's ever fucking answered it. They just ignore it. Because for me,
whether or not it's
for me, it does become an issue of killing off a living human being at some point.
Oh, that's at birth.
Okay, I did answer that.
It becomes a sentient, like there's neurological things that happen in the brain where like we basically like become awake. Yeah, that's.
But I mean, I disagree that at birth I don't know. I think it's, I don't know. I think it's a human being before birth. That's my position.
I think that there might be like a determinate where it's like maybe a couple weeks before birth. But I'm not a developmental doctor, but yeah, I think that that's absolutely something that could be determined. Yeah.
No, have you ever masturbated?
Yes.
What does that have to do?
Yeah, you heard it here.
No, tell us more.
Knock does not think abortion
I
is
still don't
right.
think that it matters, though.
Every basic secretion of masturbation is 88 billion potential lives. Does that make you a murderer?
You're comparing oranges to apples, dog.
Yeah. Well, no, so for me, late-term abortion is morally wrong unless it's a medically vital thing. If it's going to protect the mother's life, for me, it's more morally justifiable.
How is it human
I
right?
think it's wrong. In my mind, I think it's wrong. Whether or not we should legislate against it.
How can a human right be wrong?
The human right is to make a decision
my morals
as quickly and responsible as possible. That's why
what determines
the
human
argument.
rights. That's not.
And there goes Serb just conflating it again. How is a human right gone? Like, no. For a certain period of time under the Constitution, Southerners really felt like they had a human right of owning black folk. Like, the fuck are you even talking about? The argument's always been like, when does this thing become an entity? When should we start stopping
that's not the
abortion?
argument.
No, it's the argument. That is the argument.
Is it 12 weeks? Is it
women.
22 weeks? 36 weeks?
What's a woman?
When does
no weeks?
Like for me, I want people to have that decision. So nobody wants to have the real conversation. Because if you go around saying it's okay to abort a 9-month-old fetus, you lose everybody. You become a monster in their eyes. I mean, the extremist William, who thinks that it's a viable human being and you're murdering something at the moment of conception. I think Cerberus is probably along a week. He's definitely for Plan B, but he won't answer the question when he thinks that number is, that area is. And a lot of pro-choice activists, they do this, and I'm not trying to come down on Minnow here, but you're ignoring the most important question. Because here in America, it's never going to happen. You're never going to have the freedom to just abort a pregnancy at 9 months. Most people aren't going around getting abortions after 5 months. There is a moment when this thing does become human to you. So there is a moment when you are choosing to kill a human being. Now, that moment is subjective to every person. But if we're going to really focus on it with law, either taking those laws away or making those laws able to stand, we've got to come to that determination. Or we'll never come to anything. It'll just be this. And they've got the power with this. They got all the power now. All the power now. They just took it away. We have to be honest in these conversations. Yes, people at some point are recognizing that's a human being in there. I mean, it doesn't seem that hard to me. Because you've heard it already here in this conversation. They will utilize that against you. To substantiate the stupid-ass fucking argument that number is at a week or two. Or in William's case, day number fucking 1. But I don't want to be killing living human beings. So for me, it's a determination. When does this thing become a living human being? Because when it's a clump of cells, It's not that.
Science
I agree with that.
Science has given us a medical
I mean, we're a
determination
clump of
time
cells
that
too,
is
so
normal
what?
and it's okay.
There was a legal determination
Right
that
on,
was
Sparky.
made based on like
We're not
if a woman is murdered while
Wait,
she is carrying a child that
and real
she
quick,
wants to raise.
and real quick, that's
and
like
I-
the fifth time I've heard
that's-
that bullshit. Like, yeah, when I say a clump of cells, Midnight, I mean a literal clump of cells. You know, like,
Okay, well,
a
let's
human being.
Again, you go on clump of cells. I'm going back to masturbation now.
Dog, dog.
88
Wait,
billion
wait,
sperm.
let's pick it
dog.
apart for now.
Every
Dog. So are
masturbation.
you saying
put
that?
into a
Are you
tissue.
saying,
What is wrong
dog?
with that?
Are you saying that sperm is the same thing as a 9-month-old fetus?
A 9-month-old fetus is a baby. It's basically a bare
Yes,
baby.
He's going to tell women what to do with their body
A
too.
9-month-old
That's
fetus.
what I'm saying.
That's
I feel
exactly
like
what-
Okay, I'm
people
a mod.
legislate it
Why?
because
It's
if
at the
people
time.
are going
I'm
to
a
do
mod.
it, like,
See,
it's
is what
not-
you're doing.
and if
dog.
they do, I'm
Look,
going to fucking judge them. And you know what?
Okay.
So what? But like,
Everyone's
We're
pro-life.
talking about, you know, we're talking about.
I think everybody's
what is life? What does
favor
it
of,
mean?
like-
Dog. What the
You're all
Rage
Republicans.
What Rage
I am
brought
a
to the table
Republican.
was a 9-month-old fetus.
I'm
was
a
in the
registered
womb,
Republican.
And then you brought
Well,
up
Knox
sperm.
farther
You
right
brought
than
up
you.
jerking
A
off into a
9-month-old
fucking
He must be
sock.
fetus
right.
is
Okay.
basically,
Look. It's 2
basically a
a.m. where I
bear.
am. I can't yell. Can we do one at a time? Okay, because apparently I'm a mod now. Okay, so
No, we can't.
Fuck you, Midnight.
We
Get
talk
outta
about
here.
a 9-month-old. It's still in the womb baby, and dog wants to
9-month-old
talk about
fetus is
masturbation.
basically
Yeah,
a
exactly, Cerberus. That's what I'm saying. Is like the rage and myself were talking about a 9-month-old pregnancy, and then dog brings up jerking off into fucking socks. Like it's the same goddamn thing. It's like, how do you connect those two?
I mean, I get how you connect those
I
two.
don't. Please
I connect
please
them,
enlighten me
you
because
know,
I don't
what
see
is
the
life?
But
equivalency.
it's
I'm
it's
connecting
still
it. What is life?
The soft, cozy cotton womb.
right. It's
Jesus Christ.
but my point is that it doesn't matter. It doesn't.
What is
It doesn't
life?
matter.
Okay, so if it doesn't
Yeah, but
matter, then
alt-right
you're
Doc
okay
over
with
here is
my
going to force you to be
hypothetical
pregnant.
earlier.
Yeah,
You can't,
don't force
Then
me
you're
to be
okay with my
pregnant.
hypothetical earlier
you
that
can't
it's
compare
okay
a
to kill a
9-month-old fetus. Well,
Okay.
I know. I fucking hate that. Like, yes, I understand. You know, technically, I am a clump of cells, but I'm literally talking about the primordial goo of the first day or two. You know, because remember, William's position was like day number 1, right?
Again,
fuck's
just
sake,
because
Dom.
I think something is wrong doesn't mean that I think that we get to dictate it by law.
What I mean by wrong is what should be dictated by law or not.
Finger stash tattoos.
Yeah,
would
we
be
agree.
illegal
We
in
agree.
my
That should be outlawed.
utopia.
I don't think there's such thing as a 9-month-old fetus
Okay,
anyway.
but I want to
think
pick this
a
apart for
fetus-
Knock.
A fetus ends at about
Okay,
20 weeks.
All right,
right?
take a lap, dog.
Okay,
A
Knock.
fetus ends about 24 weeks. So
Okay,
then
I don't have
it's-
mods.
Then it
Do-
becomes a human being.
Doug, mute please, so Serv can do his thing.
Knock. What is a being? Like, what's the definition of a being to you?
All right, so
Being.
please don't overtalk me.
Sorry.
I have my headphones off because I think I'm talking too loud with my headphones on. They're noise reducing headphones. I don't hear shit. Right. So I think I'm like screaming, or I feel like I'm screaming. So for me, like it becomes a point. Like, you know, I'm all for people having a choice. And being as responsible as you can. So like, you find out you're pregnant. Now, some women don't even know they're pregnant until like 12, 14 weeks. Like, you know, I mean, so
Some women keep having periods, so they don't find out.
yeah, I want to give enough time for people to
They're
have
just
a
like
response.
fucking sick as hell.
Like, I don't think we've been allowing just like abortion nonstop right up to birth, right? Like we've been having this discussion. For me, it's, you know, I think people have a right to choice. I don't, you know, it's not really an issue of pregnancy. I think people should have the choice to be like, am I ready to be a parent yet? Am I going to be a good parent? Am I going to be able to provide for this child? Amongst other things, like the serious things that we've been talking about, rape, incest, all of those things. There's so many different levels to this that need to be considered. And for me, it's always been, what can I accept morally? And morally, at some point, that thing in there, it becomes a little person, and that's when I would say, well, then morally, I don't want to kill off this, as you've been putting it, this living being, but I don't see it as that before it becomes that. I'm not sure of when that point exactly is, but I definitely think that there's enough time to allow people a responsible decision to make medically for themselves.
Okay, but was there a definition of being in there somewhere?
That's why I gave.
And that's like the infuriating thing about Cerberus sex, and you guys are experiencing it personally in the side chat, I'm sure, is you answer his question concisely in a very long-winded way that I do, right? And he was like, you didn't answer my fucking question. It's infuriating.
I think
Yeah.
Savage.
Somewhere,
Christ.
I think that he did kind of give a messy definition of what a
But
foggy, hazy definition
Of what a
what it
being is?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Well, I must be dumb because I got nothing out of that. I mean, I understand everything he said. I don't know how to render a definition of being from that.
I don't know, something that might be experiencing thoughts, something that's developed that
something that has thinks and feels.
Yeah. I mean,
someone who
I
has
don't
an
know, I don't know
opinion
when
on
that
things.
point is, but at some point that point happens, right? And that's, for me, that would be the cutoff line, if we could ever determine that point. But it seems to me that's not the argument we're having. It's, well, life begins at pretty much conception, right? Like it's this living being from the very first moment that you make that decision to have sex, and that's just ugh.
Well,
yeah, I'm fine with like making that determination of saying like once it can think and feel.
You got a man and that egg. Is
But I'm trying
Then
to pick
you're-
this
then
apart
you're hurting
with Knock
something.
here.
You're
Right?
hurting
I still didn't get the definition of being, but that's okay. Maybe we can skip by that.
Something that thinks and feels.
As best I could.
Yeah. Something that thinks.
Can I really interrupt and try and just make it easier?
Oh god.
Right.
Go
When
on.
when a woman gets pregnant, it's up to her whether she wants to have an abortion or not. Done. End of story. You've been talking about this.
Wildheart and Savage Minner are the only
Yeah, we
people
know
in this room
that.
that think it's a right. Okay.
Just the woman's. The fetus. It depends on the woman. If the woman doesn't want the fetus to be dependent on her, she gets rid of it. End of. Done.
Okay.
Story over. Can
Okay.
we
Back.
Yeah, you and I are the only ones who think that though on this panel. So it's,
Unless they're a 9-month-old
Okay.
fetus.
Okay. Knock.
Here's a
No,
fun
if,
fact
if,
for
if, they
my
everyone.
can
God.
survive, if they can survive outside the womb, then let them survive outside the womb.
Okay, I'm still a mod.
Done.
Okay, good sir.
Done. 2
Go
minutes.
ahead.
2 minutes. Done.
Okay. Good. Okay.
End of
Knock.
argument.
So, would you want to? If that's where you want the cutoff line to be, if that's where it actually would be, if you could determine that, wouldn't you want to err on the side of caution? Yes or no?
I would want to err on the
Fair.
side. I would want to err on the side of giving people enough time to make a responsible decision.
Okay, but then
And,
it's not about if it's a being or not. Then,
huh?
then it's not about if it's a being or not.
Well, I think that there's enough time before that happens. Plenty of time. Like I said, like you're not 5 months pregnant going and getting an abortion. It's just.
Well,
not
I
something
know,
that's
but
happening.
I'm trying to pick apart with you where it is that you think that abortion then is not a good thing. Right? Because you said it's about I don't want to kill living human beings.
I think that it doesn't matter.
And again, I literally answered that I don't know when that specific cutoff is. But I definitely, like I said, most people had made the decision. You don't see people going out, and even laws that had abortion laws didn't really have laws permitting you to go out and have abortion at 5 months. So we could say 5 months, although I think that's probably early. There's been reported cases of some human beings actually have memories of being in the womb. Now, that probably happens. Those memories are probably from like a week before birth, possibly 2 weeks at most. But it's I said thoughts earlier, but it's not even thoughts because you don't really, like Savage pointed out, there is this thing about birth where you do become consciously aware. So it's more about when for one, like for me, it's the moment is when you humanize it, when when you have determined that you do indeed want to be a parent, you want to have this child, you're going to the doctor, seeing the doctor regularly. To me, that's the moment when you have humanized it. But when the law should look at and err on the side of giving free adults a chance to make a responsible decision. And I think I've made that very clear. But it kind of goes against what you want to argue pro-choice is.
Where I think that it's not a good thing. It matters where the pregnant person thinks it's not a good thing.
Well, maybe, but I mean, I'm trying to get to where knock is. I'm trying to figure out.
Well, yeah, like me personally, I think it would be the individual woman and what they would determine it is, or if that question could be answered scientifically, and we could have a consensus, which doesn't even happen on like what we should have consensus about, like climate change, shit like that. It would never
right.
happen, so. Then it would come down to the individual. But like you had made the statement, like I couldn't believe it's a right without believing in these just adamant late term abortions. I'm like, no. At some point for me, it does become a
William,
living
a 2-year-old
thing.
is not dependent on just that woman. That's not.
Sorry,
that's not how that works.
I shouldn't put that on anyone. I shouldn't put that up. I didn't want to interrupt. Sorry, carry on. That. Sorry.
But all this up until you started
he's
saying
wrong,
that, you were making arguments like you can't force women to be pregnant. You're making all these arguments. And
well, I never said that. Wasn't never really my argument. I was
you were
talking. And again, I show that I never made that argument. In fact, the entire time I was asking the question, when does this life start? Cerberus Hex was claiming that abortion is a choice of taking life. And he's saying it's unjustifiable killing, making it murder. So he's not coming out and saying murder, but he's implying it. He's implying it the whole time. And I have tried to get a definitive answer from him when his moment is. Now, I gave him my moment. Like, I gave him the best answer I could give on when I think that moment is, right? But all he's given me, and he's still giving me in the side chat, is life started 3.5 billion years ago. Sometimes it's like 10 billion years ago. Who fucking knows? Yeah, it's infuriating. It's fucking infuriating. I ain't gonna lie. About Supreme Court.
That's my argument.
I barely. And I'm like totally jacked up on Mountain Dew. But we should be getting close to the end. Yeah, I should be dipping out before too long. We're near that 4:45 mark. So.
If she doesn't want something living off her organs, then she shouldn't have to have something living off her organs. That's it. End of.
Okay, but you've already said that.
I barely spoke up at all through most of this. The times I did speak up was like, why are y'all browbeating Savage here? Like that's pretty much what
because
happened.
every time she made an argument like that, I went to the logical conclusion of then you can kill 9-month-old fetuses or babies.
No, but if they can live outside the womb, then let them live.
Right, because all those arguments say late-term abortion is okay.
If they can live outside the womb, let them live outside the womb. If they can't, then it's the mother's choice whether she. Then
abortion isn't a right anymore.
Wait, Cerberus.
My point is that it's not going to happen.
Try something.
We don't.
Okay.
Legislating it into being illegal is not the way to avoid it from happening.
Yeah,
well, that might be the case, but I'm worried about is it a right or not? And if you
go.
Well, the thing is, we're striving for
whether
rules
or not
that
they have the right to. People don't do it.
We're striving for rules that we want to be in a preferable world. So if somebody says I don't like slavery, but the other person says I do like slavery, you can't just say, well, that's just subjective. You can't just say, well, okay, you own slaves, but I won't. Like we're striving for rules that dictate a society in which is preferable. Wildheart, my question is, though I 110% agree with you that pregnancy is up to the person who's pregnant. If they want to terminate that pregnancy or go through with it, it's completely up to them. I agree with that. Where it does become a morally gray area for me personally is the late term.
She won't go to prison, William. She'll get her kid taken away from
So,
her.
so if a woman is pregnant 9 months, and now I will grant you that 100% of the time, at most 99% of the time, at minimum, if a woman decides to go through with an abortion at that point in the pregnancy, it's usually out of medical necessity. But for the sake of argument, we'll just say that the woman decides, I just don't want to go through with it. At that point, it's like, well, but it's no longer just a clunk of cells.
If it can
Was
survive
that
outside
when
the
non fetus comes into play?
No, the question was for Wildheart.
Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, I muted myself. All right. So I had it unmuted. Hopefully you weren't getting too much of an echo. So Gur gets it. Like, Gur understands what I'm saying. And I think you're going to find that a lot of people that are in the middle on the issue are going to espouse similar things, that they're okay with abortion to a point. Because at some point it does go beyond this legal argument and it does become a moral argument. And that's the point. Like, people shy away from that. And I don't think that we should. I think it's something that we should face. Because I think we win that argument. Make them tell you when it's a living being. You see, Cerberus Hex refuses to even go there. It defeats all of his argumentation. The only thing we've gotten from Cerberus this whole time, whether it be in the side chat or in the stream here, is that it's not the first couple of days because he's cool with plan B. That's what we've gotten. And he's okay, you know, with rape cases and extreme cases and shit like that. Don't want to misrepresent him. But outside of that, don't want to get pregnant, don't have sex.
No, go ahead, Wildheart, please.
I actually have to take off here. Like, I meant to actually take off like 2 hours ago, but it is it is like straight up 1 a.m. where I live. So.
She is taking off, and I'll be taking off soon as well. It's past 2 a.m. where I live at the time. And again, I have to give Savage Minnow mad props. Yeah, there was points of disagreement, of course. People are going to disagree and have different opinions. But she stood in there. She took all the bullshit from William. She took all the bullshit from Cerberus. She handled herself well. She represented her position. Mad respect. But we'll finish this thing off because I do believe I am leaving soon as well.
Arguing about abortion.
Thank you guys all for being like relatively polite. And I mean, like I said, I disagree with some of y'all's verbiage, but like, it's.
I mean, I've
enjoyed this.
I had
Savage.
something.
Like, you're cool. I like you.
Yeah,
all right.
I had something to say a while ago about the whole like pro. What was it? About the whole
10 hours later, and then
I'll listen while I'm getting ready for bed. Good night, guys.
Did you really have to do that?
Yes, I did.
I mean, I know you.
So, Wildheart, what was your answer to my question?
Okay.
Midnight, go get a spray tan, bitch.
Ow, that's just mean.
Yeah, come on, man.
Right,
man.
Let's kick it up a notch. Let's say a woman gets raped, can't mentally deal with it until 9 months and goes, no, I can't. No rape, baby.
Okay, mother doesn't want it, gets rid of it. That's it. It's easy.
He's the sole pro-choice position standing.
Wildheart. Okay, like
I need a woman on here.
I get your POV, I really do. But at that point, for me, again, it's just like, well, okay, we're no longer talking about a clunk of cells. We're no longer talking about a developing fetus.
Yes.
We're talking about something that is like just a few weeks shy of being an actual like baby living outside.
I get
the
what
womb.
you're asking. If it can survive outside the womb, let it.
Okay, so
it should be born.
If it can,
it's up to the woman.
If it can live outside the womb,
Wildheart,
should
we're
the
talking
woman
about
be forced
certain
to have that
American laws.
pregnancy?
Wildheart has fallen.
You're
He's
awesome.
no longer abortion is a
Okay.
right.
Okay.
He's now
Okay.
pro-life.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to say this. Putting Doug backstage will never not be funny. Okay.
It's always fun.
Yeah, I didn't see it, and I'm not sure if y'all are seeing this shit with some weird shit with just dots. I don't even know what the hell that is. Unless unless somebody got. I've never seen that before. But no, yeah. You guys do your thing. Like I'm notoriously bad at looking at side chat, man. And I definitely, I've got like, my hard slur rule is, just like immediate. But you guys use your discretions. If I see something I don't like, I usually try to speak about it, or at least put my opinion. I'll never tell you guys what you got to do. I usually make you my mods because you follow me. You follow me for a long time. At one point, I erased a bunch of mods. Sometimes I have too many mods in the chat. Earlier, like it was like not enough mods. So not I'll, unless I see definitely. Try to put up with as much as you can, but if you need to, do your thing.
Fucking funny because he's done that. Like, I agree with most of Dog, but Jesus Christ, I can hardly understand half of him. But anyway, that's a dick move.
I mean, I know he has a stroke, but
I'm a Manchester United fan. He's a Scouser. That's just gonna happen.
Yeah, screw him.
Yeah,
wrong football team.
Fuck him. I don't give a shit.
Okay. Anyways, am I making sense to anybody else? I mean,
I understand you.
I'm not saying you agree, but as long as you get the point, you don't have to agree with the point. But
and I do pretty much like I'm gonna be. Yeah, I'm leaving any moment now. Just a little bit more, or a little bit more. So a few more minutes. We'll see, because I think it's pretty much over. I've been streaming for a long time. This was a great conversation. Shout out to Wildheart. We'll let it go for a few more minutes. I knew this was going to be a long one, and I'm over 6 hours, so I didn't really, like, when I first planned this, I was like, I'll watch a little bit of that second part, but the second part, I mean, shit, we did it all.
So what is the point? If it can survive outside the womb, then let the baby survive. If it can't, then it won't survive.
Holy shit. You commie cocksuckers deserve to die or some shit. Whatever the fuck that just said. Yeah. All right. You guys already did it. Wow. I do, I haven't determined if I'm communist yet. I'm definitely socialist. But I do definitely think I have leanings of like that. Of course, I love the idealistic idea of communism. I think so, not too much off there. But I think that you don't understand what communism is.
So if the baby at this point at 9 months can survive outside of the womb, should the woman be forced to carry it outside of the womb, and then be done with it and wash her hands of it, or should she be legally, morally justified in just terminating it?
I got you.
That's my question. Yeah. That's where I run into a gray area for me personally.
Like, why don't you just hide?
They got that troll game too. I have an idea who that might be. Maybe. Sir, bringing along some friends. Are you bringing along some friends, Cerberus X?
Hire a sniper. The baby's head when it first pops out.
Jesus Christ, sir!
You can't force that mother to give birth. How dare you?
That's the opposite way around. No, because it would be able to survive. No, that's the opposite way around. That's the wrong way around.
Look. I wanted to.
Should be forced to carry it.
If it can survive outside the womb, then
the woman should be forced. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
There is what is it when you force labor?
Induced labor.
Induced labor. You could do that, and if the baby survives, then fine. If it doesn't, fine.
It's easy for you to say, "Well, you're a cis man." Imagine being a woman and saying that.
That's why it's her choice. It's not my choice. It's her choice.
We're all fascists in here, except for Wildheart. He's the least fascist because he's okay with it. He'll let her get rid of it, but except for that last little bit. tiny bit at the end. No, can't do it. Fascism.
He backtracks.
It's easy.
I'm joking.
It's easy.
I mean, overall, yes, it is easy.
If the woman doesn't want a thing living off its organs, then she has the right to get rid of it. It's simple.
Wildheart, it's easy.
We could have done this in 10 minutes.
Yeah, but
5 minutes, 2 minutes.
Wildheart, even if it's viable outside the womb.
3 fucking hours.
Wildheart, hey, even if it's viable outside the womb, that whole entire time it's still living off the woman.
Yeah, if she doesn't want it there, then
yeah, get rid of it, scramble it up.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Fuck that baby.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, Wildheart. I know I'm pro-choice, but you also have to consider the psychological effects that it has on a woman making the choice.
No,
guys, come on. You know that Wildheart's just trying to change the topic. He's just exhausted with this whole shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's going on.
His argument is too lazy to be genuine.
No, it's not that. Wildheart is his channel.
No, that is my argument. I do genuinely believe that. The woman should have the right to choose. If it's a fetus living off her organs, she doesn't want it living off her organs. She should have the right to choose.
So in the ninth month, you can kill them up until.
No, if it can survive outside
as well.
I've just said it again. 30 seconds.
Okay, that was mean. That was mean. I'm sorry.
I wasn't in here. I was out.
Okay,
remember, I just came back in.
Wildheart, given medical technology, survival outside the room will eventually become day of conception.
Right, that's fine then.
So then you think abortion at that point should not be allowed?
Abortion, no, because if it can survive outside from the day, just don't have it.
Yeah. So no more abortion. So it's not a right. It's not a woman's right to have an abortion then.
No, I disagree with that. Because
actually, that's a pretty solid point because you can't give someone a right. They would have to be a natural right.
Yeah, it's either intrinsic to them in all situations or it's not.
It's a right if it's living off her organs. If it's not living off her organs, then it's not a right.
Rights aren't conditional like that.
Circumstances.
Yeah, because if it's her right to kill her baby, hold on. Let me just go. If she has, Wildheart, I'm gonna say if you believe in what you're saying is a right, that means it's a right even if there's other options. It means it's a right just because.
Yes.
So I just want to keep you consistent with what you're saying.
No, it's a right for a woman to choose whether she has something living off her organs or not. If it's not living off her organs, then it's.
I agree with Wildheart.
Get in.
It's a symbiote.
Yeah. Okay. No. Let's go with that. Wildheart. That's fine. Yeah. So even though. So you would be okay then with them having an abortion even if the zygote could survive up until becoming a baby.
Well, if something was in my body trying to survive as a symbiont, then
I don't love you that much.
That was wait. That was the one time he was on topic.
Was it though? Was it?
I think it sounded like it.
It might be. I don't know.
I'm saying it because when I have a body, then if it's from day one, if it can
Okay.
You know, I think I've already answered that concisely myself. It's a pro-choice decision that brings a whole lot of benefits to it. Now, once you regulate childbirth too much, it does show that you can bring disadvantages. I think China showed that with their extreme laws. They went from overpopulation and now they're kind of having the reverse trend go along with their population. But you see specific advantages to abortion and what it's done for society. They like to focus on this murder aspect. But in order for it to be a murder, it needs to be a being, and Cerberus asked me to define being. I tried to do so as best as I could on the spot. I could look up like a definition of it, but I wanted to try to describe what I was talking about in reference to pregnancy and human childbirth, which I think is pretty relevant to that definition since we're speaking about that. And the definition of murder, like killing another human being, right? what you intend by saying the things that you say, this living entity. But Cerberus will not answer that question. What is a being? You know, or when does it become a being? And still, like, I see Puff has tried in the side chat, but you know, Cerb just doesn't want to answer that question.
Okay, how's a baby like a symbiote? That makes me think of Venom and Carnage.
Okay.
Fuck you, Wilder, you fucking monk cunt.
Jesus Christ, dog.
Dog, you have a chance. Go for it. Go before you get kicked again.
I love you, man.
Oh, so fuck him. He's a twat.
Okay, Tog, are you here?
Yeah, I'm about to leave.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, what is going on with your avatar? Are those hands?
Fortunately, in Britain.
Which means, at long last, we have come to an end. Wild conversation, Wildheart. Wild conversation. I highlight a lot of my conversations. Sometimes I highlight ones I probably shouldn't. Definitely wanted to make sure I highlighted this one. I think it was interesting. Disturbing at points. William. You know, my channel, I can say what I really want to say, what I wanted to say like 1,000 times last night and didn't get a chance to. You can go fuck yourself. Cerberus, you're infuriating, but you know that, and the troll antics never stop. Thank you for that. Awesome. Your pal there, awesome, cool beans, yo, cool beans. Yeah, interesting stream today. Tomorrow we're going to have a 4th of July stream. It's going to start, I don't know, 5, 6 o'clock. Probably more like 6 o'clock. I'll probably make dinner around 5 o'clock. And run an open room right up until the moment I'm going to go to bed. Because I ain't celebrating American freedom, which I've always kind of had a, you know, like 4th of July for most of my life was, you know, alcoholic day. We were, you know, but I'm not going to celebrate this illusion of freedom when it's so blatantly being taken away. So I'm going to have an open room. We'll see if anybody shows up. I know Marty's going to be there. Cerberus, if you get done shooting them cannons, you can come on in. I'll be going for a while. Just don't come in as Colin's Raging Boner or Callan's Raging Boner. Don't do that. So I won't let you in. Come in as Cerberus. All right. So, I want to thank you guys for watching. It was a long one. Had over 20 people through pretty much the entire thing. At one point, we were up to close to 30. And that's getting better. You know, I'm doing this more. I'm getting a little more consistent. I want to have better content. This conversation was awesome. It was infuriating. It was disturbing, like I said, sometimes disgusting. I think a perfect example that pro-choice advocates, we range in thought and opinion. Perfect example of pro-life advocates getting nastier and meaner. And again, you know, if you want to deny the religious connotations, I think I still got it up. We'll watch this one last time. One last time. Because I started off with this because, you know, they now that they've got it, now that these fucking Christians, which are most of them, have fought for decades to get it, now that they've got it, well, now they like to say, well, it was never religious at all. But it's always been religious. For some reason, they can justify themselves, their God mass murdering the entire fucking world. And imagine all the abortions in that. But God wouldn't like abortion. God likes the overpopulation of all the heathens and atheists like myself. They're so inconsistent. But where we started off, we'll finish. Just a reminder. Let me get it to the point it needs to be at. All right, just a reminder, y'all. Just a reminder. And this will be the end of the stream.
I believe this is a scientific issue and a deeply theological issue. So I'm not trying to make political statements. I also am very aware that I got to walk this strange space, and here's what I mean by this strange space. So I'm going to speak to everyone here, so follow me. I need to, with all the boldness that the Holy Spirit will grant to me, tell everyone in this room that abortion is murder. It is the murder of a human being. I'm going to have to say it. I'm going to show it to you in the Word. I want to prove it to you with science. I want to just lay it before you and say abortion is murder. And it's a holocaust like the world has yet to see. In fact, just to put it in perspective,
I hit the damn mute button, I swear to God. So I started off right where he left off, just to put it in perspective. America, we're fucked. Thanks for watching. See you guys tomorrow.